Good morning, everyone. Mr. Loffer, do you believe we're ready to begin?
Everything looks good on this end, Chair Esquivel, so you're good to go.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, July 21st. It is 9:30 on the dot, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues on the board. Joining me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Tam Doduck, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. Assisting us today as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, and joining today is also the Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Margie Argel. As you can see, today is being telecast and web recorded. As you know, since the COVID emergency began and following the governor's executive orders, we've been meeting remotely and don't have a physical location. You can join us today, obviously, by two ways if you're already watching. One is through our traditional webcast, which is on the Cal EPA website. If you are intending to comment, though, on any one of the items on today's board meeting, please do send an email to comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov. Include the item that you would like to speak on, and you will be given a password and a link to the Zoom platform where we're allowing for public comment. Please do remember to speak clearly into the camera and the mic when you come up. And with that aside, we, I think, are ready to move over to public forum and would like to ask Ms. Townsend to introduce whoever we may have today. I believe we have a couple of folks for public speaker.
And I'll go ahead and help with Ms. Townsend out with that, Chair Esquivel. So we have 4 public forum speakers today. The first is going to be Senator Ben Allen, and I'm not sure whether it's going to be Senator Allen himself or some of his staff. At this point in time, we're going to invite you to share your video and we will unmute your microphone.
Here we go. Okay. Are you able to?
Good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning.
There you are, Senator.
All right, great. Good morning, everybody. I do appreciate you giving us the opportunity to say hello. Ben Allen, I serve in the California State Senate. I represent the west side of Los Angeles, Hollywood community, and the whole in LA County. I want to just start. I chair the Environmental Quality Committee. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the hard work of the Water Board. You've got a thankless, difficult job, and you play a really important role in helping to keep our water a little cleaner for our fellow Californians and for the next generation. And so I just want to start with that appreciation. I wanted to come on today to just express my deep concern over the potential delay in retiring the Redondo Beach generating station. I know some of you are, I'm sure, are aware of this whole situation there. I'm actually, as chair of the Environmental Quality Committee, we're trying to figure out what to do with the bill that Assemblymember Marzouchi has brought to our committee. Typically wouldn't support a bill like that tells an agency what to do in that manner, but at the same time, I got to say, there's just so much consternation in our community about the extent to which there's been foot dragging with this facility. And it's our strong feeling that the facility harms marine life in the Santa Monica Bay. It causes noise and air pollution in the surrounding communities. This is a unique area. We've got a dense residential community with over 21,000 people that live within a mile of the plant. And needless to say, I wanted to just make sure everybody knows that the community is very concerned and I think, frankly, disappointed to learn that the long anticipated closure that's been worked on for so long may be delayed yet another year. The city of Redondo Beach has been actively working on plans to restore the surrounding wetlands and create green space on the site. And an extension would inhibit these important community plans from coming to fruition. And I just want to say, during a non-COVID era, if you go to Redondo Beach Pier and you see the number of people who come from all over the Southland to enjoy the coast, and it's incredibly diverse. You've got people from all different communities. And it's a real loss to not have more public access in this area. And I think that the plans that the city have put together are really special, and I think would make a big difference for the whole Southland community. So my first choice would be to strongly request that you vote not to extend the use of the facility. I also recognize that the board may make a different decision, that the board may decide to grant a 1-year extension out of an abundance of caution. And I just wanted to say, if that is the case, I want to strongly urge you to consider adopting resolution language calling for no further extensions beyond that additional year. If a clear signaling of the board's intent on this would go a long way, I think, toward assuaging revolving door concerns that exist. That there'll just be another extension, another extension, another extension, and that will make it really difficult for the city to plan accordingly. So, our city in Redondo Beach deserves the chance to start to put plans in place. I think that I oppose an extension, but if you're going to grant an extension, it would be great to get some language, some intent language in place that would send a strong signal to the city and to the broader community that this extension is the final extension, so the city can start making plans to open up this space and make it something that we can all treasure and enjoy as Angelinos and as Californians. And so I just want to thank you again for your service, and I just look forward to working with all of you for to both improve our water quality, make sure that we're grid resilient, but also that we've got a beautiful coast that all people can enjoy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Really appreciate your comments. And for those that just for understanding, this is an item that is pending before the board. We've had one discussion on it, and I believe Mr. Bishop can help me with the timeline. I think it's coming back for the board for ultimate decision in a month or two, a couple of months, I believe. But it's under ex parte communication. So as a board, none of us can speak on this matter with the senator, assemblyman, or also mayor. So I just wanted to acknowledge that that's the case, and it's why, Senator, you've come before us here in public forum to speak of this matter. I know it is very important to the community, and is why we continue to hear on it. It is a difficult decision, and just appreciate your comments and your input and your feedback. It helps us understand the situation. And Mr. Bishop, if you can clarify, I'm sorry, on timeline, just want to make sure we're clear for folks when our decision point is here.
This is Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Director. It is scheduled for our first September board meeting for consideration.
Thank you. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Really appreciate your time, and I look forward to continuing to work on the many issues I know that are before the board, and appreciate the tacit thank and the noting of the thanklessness of the job. So
I appreciate you, and I know my colleague Assemblyman Marsucci is also going to make some comments too. But thank you, Thank you, board.
Thank you, and Assembly Member, good to see you this morning as well. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much to all of the board members for allowing myself and Senator Allen to speak to the board. I want to join Senator Allen in thanking the Water Board for your commitment to protecting our water supply, protecting our marine environment, protecting our environment overall. I know that this Water Board appreciates as much as we do the importance of protecting our environment. And in fact, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Bishop this past week, and Mr. Bishop reminded me that it was in fact the Water Board that originally adopted the once through cooling policy for the coastal power plants 10 years ago in 2010. And so I know that you all understand the concerns that my constituents, I represent the city of Redondo Beach, the city of Hermosa Beach, and the South Bay, along with Senator Allen. And I just wanted to support what I know you've been hearing from Redondo Beach Mayor Bill Brand, from Hermosa Beach Councilwoman Stacey Armato, and so many others in terms of the, what's really driving all this concern about the extension of the once-through cooling policy at the Redondo Beach power plant. As Senator Allen indicated, we have more than 20,000 people living within a mile of this power plant. If you've ever seen it, I mean, we know it's a peaker plant, but when it does fire out, I mean, it emits, these bellowing black smoke that just blankets, not just our beach cities, but our entire South Bay. And so, we know that there are concerns about the particulate emissions, about the NOx emissions, and so, we ask that you take that into consideration. But perhaps, equally, if not more significant, I want to emphasize that the people of Redondo Beach, the people of Hermosa Beach, I mean, they've been counting on this. They've been planning for this plant to shut down, in the 10-year period by the end of this year, by December 31st of 2020. And in fact, they've been working hard to come up with these plans to build a public park at the power plant, to restore the natural wetlands that exist at this power plant location. And in fact, Senator Allen and I, we helped secure a Proposition 68 grant in the amount of $4.8 million to start the process of restoring the wetlands at this power plant location. So, as I'm sure you can imagine, if you lived in Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, we're doing all this planning, we do all this work, we secure the funding, and then we get, we feel like we get the rug pulled out with this proposed extension for the once-through cooling power plant. So I want to join Senator Allen, and that is the reason why I introduced an Assembly Bill, AB 353, to seek to shut down the power plant as planned for the last 10 years by the end of this year. I want to urge you to strongly consider, not extending the current shutdown date. I understand, we all are dealing with these issues of grid reliability. I understand that the advisory committee has made the recommendation for a 1-year extension. But for the sake of my community, I would like to urge you to not extend that current shutdown date. But if you do, decide that for the sake of grid reliability, that you do need to extend, to adopt the recommendation of the advisory committee, then I want to ask that this board consider adopting resolution language to make the intent of this board clear, that this board takes this policy of protecting the marine environment, this policy of the once-through cooling that it originally adopted 10 years ago, and that it grant no further extension to give the certainty to the people of Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, and the South Bay that they're looking for, so that we can proceed with our efforts to build a beautiful park and to restore the wetlands as it should be. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you as well, Assembly Member. Appreciate the time you've taken today to give us your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move now to Mayor Bill Brand.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. Really appreciate it. As you said in your opening, we're here because ex parte communications have been cut off, and so we try to use these public forums as an opportunity to speak to you anyway. It'd be nice to have a dialogue, but understand. To echo both Assembly Member Maritucci and Senator Allen for your thanks for all your service. It's a lot of work, and I want to thank you, so you don't feel like it's a thankless service. And I really haven't done that. I've been so cranked up about all these issues. So I just want to take that opportunity to thank you guys for all your service. So to be a little bit more technical about it, I've been involved in this for over 10 years, and I've watched CAISO, I've watched the PUC, the Energy Commission, I've met with everybody, gone to their workshops, understand everything, got a degree in chemical engineering, was council member in this area, mayor now. Been planning on this retirement for 10 years. I you know, I suspected they'd come back for an extension. Some other power plants have been extended in the LA area, Scattergood specifically, and I suspected this would happen. And so I will just tell you, because I want to be brief, that, you know, they came forward. Sure enough, 4 big power plants in this area they want to extend. Didn't surprise me, frankly. And now you have no opposition to 3 of those power plants, and they're big power plants, and it's unexpected, and they're going to get extended for 3 years. And frankly, that's enough. And as evidenced by your own PUC presentation, which I've referred to before, on page 8 at the SACWIS meeting in January, it clearly shows that you don't need the capacity for AES Redondo Beach even in the first year. So keep bringing that up, because that was PUC's own presentation. So you have the background really to, you know, step up and say, okay, appreciate staff recommendation, appreciate the PUC recommendation. This is our decision, because it is your decision. And you don't, you know, I've been in a situation many times where, you know, you get staff coming with recommendations, you got agencies coming with recommendations, but it's your decision, it's my decision, you know, on any issue I'm doing. And so, you know, I just want you guys to take that under consideration, that you don't just have to follow the recommendation. It's your decision, your leadership decision, and just want to emphasize that. So that was about all I had to say. I want to thank Senator Allen for coming on, and Assemblymember Miritsuchi. They've been great advocates for us, and so appreciate them coming on. And I hope you guys will vote for no extension for Redondo Beach come September 1st. And thanks for your time. Thanks very much.
Good time as well, Mayor. I appreciate the comments this morning. Next, we have John Pierce. Mr. Pierce?
Yes, thanks. So I just wanted to thank you for letting me introduce my company. I've been working now for 4 years at a small company in Marin County called XIO. And we've got about 400 community and municipal water systems that use our technology. We have a completely new type of water control system platform. And I don't know if you've ever heard about us. We've been kind of under the radar because we're a small company. But now we're at a certain size where we're starting to influence some of the thinking with respect to water control systems. And our system is unique in a number of ways. And I just wanted to invite you guys to visit our website. We could also do a more detailed presentation on our technology at your convenience. Our website is xiowatersystems.com. And to kind of put it in a nutshell, we have eliminated the need to install a local master computer to control a little water system. And these traditional SCADA computers have really led to the complete fragmentation of the water industry into thousands of separately operated systems. And what we do is we put a control device out at the pump site or the filter plant or the pressure valve location, which is like a self-contained SCADA system. So it works autonomously from the cloud and autonomously from there is no master SCADA computer. So we've essentially created the world's first regional water control system platform. And we would love to dive deeper into this technology with you all. We have been, there's been a certain level of frustration in trying to introduce this technology to a lot of the cities and counties over the years, because they're governmental organizations which are very resilient or resistant to change. But now with 400 systems, we have achieved a certain level of acceptance, and it'll be nice in the next few years to see fewer RFPs that sort of lock out our technology. And thanks again, everybody. Appreciate the work that you do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Thank you for taking the time to introduce yourself and your company this morning to us.
My pleasure.
And with that, I believe that concludes public forum. And so we'll move on to our first actual board item then, which is adoption of the board meeting minutes from the prior board meeting. Do I have a motion to adopt?
Move adoption of the minutes.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call?
Certainly. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Dodek,
I abstain.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries, although it was close, and the board meeting minutes are adopted from the previous board meeting. Next, we'll move on to our first informational item, item number 2, which is an update on the board's actions and responses to COVID-19. And for that, we have our executive director joining us. Good morning, Ms. Sobek. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel. Thank you, and to the rest of the board as well. We're not going to have a formal presentation today. We're going to try to do that every other week or every other board meeting, unless there's something urgent. There is an update in the executive director's report. I think it's on page 24. I will just a couple of things. We did send out on July 7th a voluntary questionnaire regarding financial and operational impacts on sanitation agencies due to the pandemic, where we had asked for responses by the end of this week. So we'll see whether the response rate for that survey, how that compares to the drinking water system survey. So we will report out on that at our next meeting. I did want to just note that there have been a number of COVID cases among state and regional water board employees reported. We follow all our county and state reporting requirements. As far as I know, none of the cases have been from contacts within the workplace, but it has required us to follow the procedures and when required, when appropriate, make sure that we clean all the workspaces and et cetera. And I think it just underscores that we are not out of the woods in the pandemic here by any means. We do have pretty strict requirements in place for people who do visit the water board's workplaces with respect to wearing masks in common areas and respecting social distancing. So I've made sure to get the message out to all of our staff that we're very serious about that there is still serious risk in the workplace, and we expect people to follow those processes. And I will note that California Environmental Protection Agency has sent a notice out to all of its employees, including water board employees, noting that we are to continue teleworking to the fullest extent possible through the end of the year, the calendar year. So even though we could bring, it would be possible to bring workers back if we needed them, and certainly for employees whose mission critical work needs to be done in the office setting or can't be done from home, needs to be done in the office or in the field. We will make sure that they do that with the appropriate protective gear, but otherwise it's going to be telework till the end of the calendar year for everybody else. So that's my report for today.
Thank you, much appreciated. The continued telework from the majority of our staff, I think it creates some certainty. We're hopeful for folks to just be certain that we'll be continuing on and supporting this level of telework through the end of the year. It continues. We'll continue. We have a priorities discussion. I think some of the impact, additionally, of what the going to telework has done, what it means for our priorities, how it's impacting our work will be for further discussion. But I think again, just I appreciate the good work that's gone into the response ultimately and supporting our staff, because it is difficult. We know, particularly with the challenges around school currently for our staff. And so this creates the most supportive environment that we can have, and we'll continue to support it for our work, and have been very pleased that, and to my eye, hasn't impacted by and large our priorities, if not had to obviously shift here and there, but have been able to continue to do the good work of the board, even in this very telepresence workspace that we've all been forced into.
Right.
So,
we're obviously disappointed that, you know, meetings and workshops and various hearings, including board meetings, will have to continue to be held remotely. But you know, our staff is getting much more, and the public as well, much more used to that kind of interaction, and we're getting more sophisticated in our ability to use those tools. It's not the same as meeting in person, but we are concerned about not just our own employees, but obviously members of the public with whom they would interact.
yeah, thank you. Any comments from other board members?
Yeah, I just have really a sort of what I'd call a soft request. I continue to have concerns about broadband access, and for the most part, for me personally, things seem to be going very well in my interaction with the public, but I am curious how the regional boards are doing, and the state board, just all of us collectively. And so to the extent, Ms. Sobek, that you're able to conduct an informal survey or inquiry, just as a way to check on this issue. I know that this is an issue that we flagged early on through the Office of Public Participation, to just make sure that where we do have opportunities to engage with the public, that this is something that we're considering to provide and mitigate wherever possible as far as other access points. But it'd be, I think, useful to just hear back, you know, to what extent is this issue creating a problem for us and for those who want to engage with us.
Yeah, be happy to do that. We do have our MCC meeting next week, where all of the executive officers come together and meet with state board leadership. So be happy to put forward an informal query at that forum and get back to you on that.
And just to add on to that, I know Office of Public Participation has been working a lot around this and seen kind of on the ground where folks have been struggling with that. And in particular, at the last SAFER advisory group meeting, one of the advisory group members actually noted that she does not have broadband access in her house. And so had, you know, I think our Office of Public Participation had worked with her, as other local NGOs had done, to try to make sure that she could participate. So there's a lot of ongoing efforts around it. And I know Office of Public Participation in particular has been some of the folks on the front lines of trying to figure that out. So I think it's a really good point, and one, you know, I appreciate keeping in mind and trying to be really deliberate and transparent about the work that we're doing around it.
Yeah, we will do what we can to keep track and provide solutions. You know, it has been as we all have observed from time to time, it has a silver lining in that we've allowed remote access in situations where before people would have to get in their cars and travel or take time off for work, and, you know, have all of that associated time that wasn't really directly attributable to the meeting or interaction that they wanted to have. So I hopefully the benefits help outweigh the burdens and problems that still remain, but we need to be mindful of those, and we will continue to keep track and try to keep them in mind and solve individual problems to the extent we can.
Great, really appreciate it. Thanks for the discussion, and thanks for the good work, Eileen. More to be discussed, so, but thanks. All right, well, that concludes item number 2. We have items number 3 and 4 on the uncontested list. Just want to check in with Ms. Townsend though. Are those both still uncontested?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Is there any desire to pull any of those off the uncontested item list by any of the board members? And if not, then we can take them up as a block and would entertain a motion. Before that motion is entertained, I would just flag on item number 4, we are in the middle of doing a needs analysis and a very comprehensive approach to the Division of Drinking Water and its work, and know that there's a lot of similar work that's gone on throughout the years. And here, we're cutting off a chunk and giving it to the Water Replenishment District to do some focused work in Southern California. Would want to flag that it's directed by the legislature that we're doing this, but have all intention of ensuring that the work is complementary and part of this comprehensive needs analysis work that we're doing, and look and appreciated the addition of some of the language to ensure that it is in line with some of that work, and we are being mindful to not be duplicative or continue to try to do our best to be comprehensive in our approaches with the Safe and Affordable Fund. But just with that comment from myself, would entertain then any motions to take up the 2 items.
Sure. I'll move to adopt items 3 and 4.
I'll second.
Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the items carry. Items number 3 and 4 are adopted. Really want to thank all the staff and their great work on those, and appreciate bringing them to us here. That takes us to item number 5, an item with the Division of Administrative Services, and its consideration of a proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations to amend the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program fee schedules in Title 22. So this is our ELAP program, and believe additional changes that help and are in line with the recently adopted change in regulations for the program. So, Ms. Sotelo?
I think we're actually going to have Mr. Ceccarelli do the lead on the presentation here. And so the presentation's coming up, and Mr. Ceccarelli, you should now have control over your microphone and your camera.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good morning, Board Chair, Mr. Esquivel, and fellow board members. My name is David Ceccarelli. I'm with the Division of Administrative Services, Fee and Revenue Branch. Before you today, for your consideration, is a resolution adopting emergency regulations revising the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program fee schedule that conforms to the ELAP regulations, which were approved by the board on May 5th of 2020. Assisting me today with this presentation is Glenn Osterhage, who is also with the Division of Administrative Services. We also have Christine Sotelo, Program Manager for ELAP, and Kim Niemeyer, ELAP Lead Counsel from the Office of Chief Counsel. So next slide, please. Thank you. So I wanted to highlight this, that this was a group effort. I just wanted to acknowledge the team, that there's multiple staff from different parts of the organization throughout the water board that worked on developing this proposal. So we had, of course, staff from the Division of Administrative Services. We worked closely with the Division of Drinking Water, ELAP, and of course the Office of Chief Counsel. So I just, again, since there were so many people and so many staff involved, I just, again, wanted to acknowledge the whole team. And I just, again, thank you for their service and where we're at right now on the proposal. And keep in mind that, again, today this is, we're hoping to consider for you guys to adopt this proposal. This is our starting point for our ELAP fee program because we understand that it's a new program that's been adopted, and we put in a new revised fee structure. And as most of our structures, we monitor them, we evaluate them on an annual basis. And if there's needs to make amendments, updates, revisions, that's what we're obligated, and that's what we're going to do throughout the year as we continue to evaluate this fee structure. Next slide, please. So coming into this, we had multiple goals for developing these fee regulations. We also had some key principles also when we were looking at these goals. And a lot of these goals align with our goals for all of our other programs. One is sustainability. We wanted to ensure that we develop a fee structure that will generate enough revenue that's going to cover the expenditures year after year. We wanted to generate revenue to support the whole program. And by what I mean by that is just the full range of functions, such as not rely on other funds. This program is authorized completely by fee authority. So our proposed fee structure is targeting generating approximately $4 million, which is the amount that's authorized in the governor's budget. And along with that, we really wanted to develop a fee structure that is in line with where staff is working. And while trying to, one of the key principles all along was trying to minimize the fees for smaller labs. Staff feels that we've developed baseline fee categories that can cover the cost, and most importantly, provide us metrics that help determine where the fee structure may need adjustments. I can't really say that the current structure that came over from the Department of Public Health was allowed us to be able to determine where we were generating the revenue, if that was in line with the staff cost. And we feel more comfortable that now we're moving into a structure that will help us with that. In addition, it works with the Legislative Budget Authority. That is that fees will generate revenue to meet the appropriate budget levels. This is important because we kind of heard this and kind of heard it through some of the comments that we're only authorized to spend our budget authority. For us to add additional resources, we have to go through the state's budget change proposal process. And with that said, the program hasn't been augmented since it came over from public health. The staff has maintained at a stagnant rate of the numbers of staff that are in the program. The cost of the program has gone up, but the staffing has not gone up. And I just wanted to kind of end with, conforms to ELAP regulations adopted by the board on May 5th of 2020. We now have parameters in place. And so we had to then figure out, how we're going to set our fees with those parameters. So next slide, please. So I think this is very important here, that there was an expert review panel, and there was a report that was written on October 2015. And basically what the report said, that the expert review panel agreed with stakeholders that the fee structure needed to be revised to be more reflective of true costs to the labs. The expert review panel also recommended the use of third-party assessors to benefit both ELAP's resource issues and the laboratories. In addition, the expert review panel predicted that fees would increase, but said that stakeholders would realize the value of the cost as the accreditation process improves. So it was important that we took this in consideration while we adopted the fees, and that the stakeholders had this in mind as we were continuing developing this fee structure. Next slide, please. So, we had extensive stakeholder engagement throughout this process. We fees were discussed at 7 different environmental laboratory technical advisory committee meetings between May of 2016 and December of 2017. And during these meetings, we kind of went back and forth of different structures. However, at the December 2017 meeting, it was decided that because the proposed regs needed to come up to really figure out where we can align the fee structures. So that was really key in developing this structure. At first, during these first 7 meetings, we were kind of going back and forth. We threw out a lot of good information. We were able to use some of that structure to get to where we're at. But until the actual regs, the draft regs were released, and everyone kind of had an idea of what the format would look like, then we were able to kind of come back to the table and start looking at how we can develop a fee structure. So at that time, we had multiple stakeholder meetings, and we had one on June 13th of 2019. We had one on December 7th of 2019. We also came to the board on December 18th at the board workshop to discuss the fee structure. And then last month, on June 11th, we had a stakeholder workshop. And, again, throughout this process, we've received positive feedback. What I will say, and, we'll talk about this a little bit. One of them was, what could we do, again, to help kind of minimize the fee for smaller labs? And a couple of the proposals, which we were able to add in, were to help kind of lower the fee on our tier structure, and we'll again talk about that. So we were able to provide some assistance to what we refer to as some of the smaller labs. Along with, again, all of this engagement, I will also say that we participated also on several teleconference phone meetings with individual stakeholders, and several stakeholders came in and wanted to just meet with us on our structure, and also during that time talk about the regs themselves and what would it take to implement the regs. So we throughout this process, again, I think we had a lot of engagement with the stakeholders. I will say that we're not done. We're obligated, to have stakeholder meetings on an annual basis. We want to continue to talk about our program expenditures, where our fee revenue is in line with where the work is. And I think, again, we'll be able to better look at those metrics with this fee structure in place. So I just, again, want to basically state that, again, we've done a lot of work, but at the same time, we're committed to continue this dialogue and the transparency with the stakeholders as we continue to move forward. Next slide, please. So at what I'm going to just briefly talk about here is our proposed fee categories. Of course, on May 5th, 2020, the board adopted the ELAP regulations. And again, these regulations will go into effect on October 1st of 2020. And if our item is adopted today, our regs will go into place on the same day, October 1st of 2020. Some of the key features relating to the fees, some of the categories are the use of third-party assessors, fees for labs located inside and outside of California. And the primary fee categories are a base fee, a fee for per field of accreditation, and we refer to it as a FOA, an assessment fee, a reciprocity fee, amendment, and a late fee. And at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the presentation over to Glenn Osterhage. Glenn's going to go into more of the details of each of these fee categories.
Thank you, David, and morning, board chair and board members. As David indicated, I'm Glenn Osterhage. I work with David in the Division of Administrative Services. I'm the section manager for our fees, so obviously with the ELAP fees. I'll go into a little more detail on each of these fee categories, and then we'll hand it back over to David to complete our presentation. Next slide, please. So as David indicated, there's a base fee and the FOA. These are the two primary fees that are paid annually by the laboratories. The base fee was set up in a structure, and this was kind of in alignment with the expert review panel on trying to set a base fee that relates to what we generically call indirect or IDC costs, but it includes some of the items listed in the second bullet point, the non-assessment related activities, some application reviews, research, program development. So the key was each lab will pay a shared cost towards the base fee that they'll pay annually. And then we move into the FOA, the field of accreditation fee. This is where we have the variability to really tier the structure. So later on a slide, we'll actually have the proposed fees for each of these FOA tiers. But the intent was small labs of 1 to 10 FOAs will pay a very low fee, and then as the tiers go up, the fee progressively gets higher. But it relates to the increased complexities as you have more FOAs for staff to process. Next slide, please. And then we have the assessment fee. This fee is structured to be paid every 2 years, so it's every other year for that. It will only be paid by labs that are using the Water Board's ELAP program for the assessment. If a laboratory is using the third party or TPA, they will pay the TPA separately, and those funds will not come to the Water Board. We've talked with our stakeholders on some of our costing structures on how we came up with the amount for the assessment fee, and we'll go over that a little bit later as far as the total cost. But right now we average roughly about $180 per hour, and that can fluctuate from year to year. That includes all the labor, the salary and the benefits for staff, plus all the indirect and overhead costs. If we back out what we generically call the IDC or indirect costs, labor is about $120 per hour. And in a later slide, David's going to go over how that relates as our comparison of moving from our current structure, which is based off of the field of testing, to the new proposed structure on the FOA. So the base fee, as indicated before, is set up in a way to cover our indirect costs. Staff does expect assessments to take anywhere from 30 to 90 hours. I won't say 60 as an average, I'll just say 60 is the median. We set up the assessment fee, which again will be later on, to be in the lower end of that range. And then labs have the option of going outside of our ELAP program for their assessment. Next slide, please. And as David indicated, we have a few other fee categories. The reciprocity fee for out-of-state labs, that's fairly consistent with what other states do. The fee is in line with what research has shown that other states charge for they're doing work with out-of-state labs. And then we come into the amendment fee. And this is a new structure. The amount of the administration fee, that's $200. You saw the previous slide that for about $180 per hour of cost. It's just over an hour. So it's really more of just administration, checking off, doing a quick review. And then the next bullet point kind of has 3 different levels of assessment. If you're going to add in any number of FOAs, the amendment's going to cost $1,000. David's going to go a little bit later into some of our comments we received, but one of them was if you're just adding 1 FOA or if you're adding 20 FOAs, the amendment fee of $1,000 is the same. Program feels that there isn't a lot of variability right now, but we will review this over time to see if we need to add in a tiered structure for number of FOAs. So if it turns out processing 1 is a lot less time consuming than adding 20, in future years we'll look to amend this. Then there's a fee for adding a satellite or mobile lab, and if you're changing the lab location. So it's 3 levels of the assessment change. And again, labs utilizing the third party will pay their assessment fees to the third party, but they'll pay the amendment fee to ELAP. So the biggest issues on FOA, so mid-year, if a lab needs to add in, say 5 FOAs, they're going to pay $1,000 to us. If they're using a third party, or if they're using ELAP for their assessment, when they come up for their next assessment review, the number of FOAs could bump them up to a higher tier. And then the late fee is really just to acknowledge the fact that it takes extra staff time to go after the administration work to review this. We're not trying to be punitive. We are hoping to encourage labs to submit their application, their fees in a timely manner. So if everyone's paying regularly, then there is no late fee. Next slide. So this comes down to our proposed structure. The base fee of $2,500, again, that's going to be paid by every lab every year. And then as we indicated, the FOA fee is variable by tier. The 1 to 10 is a very low $300, and then 11 to 49 is $1,000. As David indicated, when we went to our fee stakeholders earlier in the year, we did have a higher fee for the lowest tier. We had some comments to try and help out the smaller labs, so we did drop, created a 1 to 10 category at $300 to recognize the fact that the small labs have less resources. But it's a tiered structure. As you go up in each tier, this particular proposal increases by $2,000. And then you have the reciprocity fee of $5,000, and then you have the assessment fees of the main lab being $5,000 and the satellite lab of $2,500. Next slide, please. We already kind of went through the amendment fees, so administration review, and then the 3 different levels of ELAP assessment and the various costs. And then we show the late fees, depending on the type. Again, we're not trying to be prohibitive, but we want to encourage timely processing of this paperwork. Next slide. So in summary, before I hand it back to David to finish our presentation, all labs on an annual basis will pay the base fee and the per FOA fee. If they're using ELAP for their assessment, then every other year, the assessment fee will be added in. Again, if a third party is being used, the lab will pay the third party directly. Those funds cannot come to the water board. And if a lab is out of state, they're also going to have the reciprocity fee added in. Next slide. And this is where I'm going to hand it back over to David to go over some stakeholder comments we've received. And there's also a couple of other slides that will get into more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Can we go back to slide 10 real quick? And I just wanted to add a few more comments to that slide. Thank you. So again, looking at the tier structure and again, where we were able to provide some relief to the smaller labs. We heard these comments throughout the stakeholder process. We heard them from a couple of the board members at the board workshop, was under the FOA fee and then building in a smaller tier from 1 to 10. Originally back in December, we had that at $700 and we were able to lower that to $300. So that's about a $400 reduction on their fees compared to what we were originally showing back in December. I think it's important to note that of our labs, and I believe there's like approximately about 650 statewide, 40% of them fall within that first category 1 through 10. And approximately 73% of them fall within the first 2 tiers. So you can see where the amount basically that most of the labs are falling within those 2 structures there. So I just kind of wanted to mention that as we looked at where the labs fall within the structure. And real quick, if you, Janine, if you could go back, I think one more slide. And just talking about real quick about the late fee. And the reason that we thought this was important is that one of the issues that ELAP brought up during the current process and the current fee structure is that there is no fee for late applications, and that we thought it was important. About the amendment fees that currently that staff does work on amendments, and that it's just a cost that they're absorbing. So it was important that we do add some type of fee in for our amendment fees. So back, I believe it's to the slide 14, Janine. I apologize. 13, I apologize. So throughout this process, we heard several comments. A couple of things I really just kind of wanted to highlight is that one, ELAP fees have increased significantly since coming over to the State Water Resources Control Board from Public Health. We heard some comments about our amendment fees that we're proposing, and basically, why are some labs will see fee increases. And I just kind of wanted to kind of highlight some of those points. I don't have a slide on amendment fees. I think Glenn had brought this up earlier. As kind of I stated before, we're looking at this is our baseline. If staff feels when currently right now, the way the structure our proposed structure set up is if someone comes in with one amendment, they're going to pay $1,000. If they come in for 5 amendments, they're going to pay the same amount. Staff at this point doesn't think that there's going to be a huge difference in workload. But again, if we determine that there is, it's going to give us an opportunity to kind of move forward to evaluate that and make a future adjustment. And as Glenn mentions, a tier structure may be appropriate, whether we do a fee for each individual amendment or categorize them on the different amendments. So I just wanted to, again, bring that up. But we wanted, again, make something simple, this first year to get something in place. And then it gives us, again, the metrics to evaluate it and to determine kind of what the staff time is as we're looking at processing those amendments. So next slide, please, Jeannie. So again, what we heard was, of course, the ELAP program and the past ELAP fee increases, and the program was transferred from the Department of Public Health to the State Water Board on July 1st of 2014. At that point, ELAP had not had fee increases for approximately 10 years. And what I can say is, and I was involved with the whole kind of budget process and looking at the revenues and the fees, and there's approximately about a $2 million shortfall in revenue when the program came over. And instead of us, trying to, propose a large fee increase to get us whole right away, we got together, we worked with the stakeholders, we were transparent about the budget, our costs, we were transparent about our fee revenue. I will say our first year, we had some discretionary funding that came over from the drinking water program that we made a decision to help kind of offset. So we put a fee in place to kind of glide us up in 2016, which was about 58%. In March of 2017, a year later, we did a 25% increase. And then to get the program whole, in August of 2019, we did a 20% increase, which basically took the existing structure of a base fee and a fee for each FOT, and based on the number of labs, it got the program whole. And so we kind of did an analysis, and when considering, again, the previous 10 years without fee increases since 2005, on an annual basis, this equates to less than a 6% increase. So meaning if Public Health would have done annual invoices from 2005, if they would have done, again, an increase of about 5.5% to 6% each year, when it came to the board, we would have been able to kind of minimize those fee increases. Next slide, please. So on this slide here, and this is, I believe, kind of brings some value to where our revenue is and where our costs are. And so what we're attempting to show here is small lab fee comparisons. And as previously discussed, ELAP estimates that they spend between 30 to 90 hours on an assessment for a small lab. And of course, there are many factors that go into how long it takes to perform an on-site assessment, not just, again, the number of FOAs. Even amongst all of the smaller labs, amongst all labs with similar FOAs, factors such as preparation, travel time, on-site assessment, report writing, corrective action review, can differ greatly. And this is especially true with laboratories that aren't operating as well. So what I wanted to kind of highlight here is what we did was we looked at what we consider a small lab, and under our current fee schedule, a small lab with one FOT, and we're comparing that with our proposed fee schedule for small California labs, 1 through 10 FOAs. So currently right now, a small lab under our current structure pays a base fee of $2,268, and the FOT fee is $1,021. Well, when you take that into consideration and what our hourly rate is, and as Glenn mentioned, we understand that our total hourly rate is $180, but we also understand that the base fee is paying for all the IDC. So what we've come up with, and kind of Glenn has mentioned this before, it's about 120 hours. So when you look at what a current small lab is paying, they're paying for about 9 hours of staff time. And that's what that little red line shows on the screen on the left there. And so when you're comparing that with what our proposal is, and we're doing a base fee of $2,500 and an FOA of $300 and the assessment of $5,000. Well, our assessment of $5,000, when it's broken out by $120, it's approximately 42 hours of staff time. And that the line there is, as we kind of mentioned, the medium is about 60 hours, and that's again between 30 and 90. So it is a little higher than what the potential of lab could be receiving, but it's a lot lower than what the medium is in the for doing an on-site assessment. So I think this is important, and that when we talked about trying to better align our fees with their cost, and that we try to, again, that under the current structure, that that fees were, we're only paying for about 9 hours of staff time. When we were looking at, the structure, it's really being subsidized by more of the larger labs. Under this structure, what we were trying to do is we're trying to make it closer, aligned with where our staff time is at. And again, I think it's important to note that that labs have the choice to use a third-party assessor, and there's an opportunity to find a lower assessment price, a cheaper price, that they could actually perhaps find a reduced amount, and their fees would actually be lower on an annual basis. So again, I just wanted to kind of highlight where our costs are, and where our costs would look like based on this new proposed fee structure for smaller labs. Next slide, please. So what are our next steps? Well, if adopted, these fees will go into effect on October 1st, 2020, coinciding with ELAP's regulations, with the current fee structure remaining active until that time. Next slide, please. So at this point, staff is welcome to take any questions.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good presentation. Any questions? It looks like we have a couple of folks on the public speaker cards, but any questions out front? Vice Chair?
Yeah, I did have one. Maybe it's just because I wasn't following as closely as I should have, but Mr. Ceccarelli, on slide 15, you referred to a way that small labs could potentially see a reduction with use of third party. So could you go over that again? Because that seems to be contrary to some of the comments that were raised. So I just want to better understand that.
So basically, our fee, if a lab if a laboratory decides to use ELAP to do the assessment, we would, our proposed fee is $5,000, and that's for 2 years. There's a potential that a lab could go to a third party, and a third party could actually charge less than $5,000. And so they would still pay our base fee. They would still pay our fee for the FOA. However, if they decide and they shop around and they find a fee less than $5,000, that's where they would see the reduction in their annual fee.
But as I understand it, in some of your responses to comments from stakeholders, the estimated third-party assessor fees are actually anywhere from $5,000 to much more than that. So it's also possible that using a third-party assessor could cost significantly more than using board staff. Isn't that right?
Well, and we program staff and in coordination with the fee staff, we did work. We contacted third-party assessors, and again on our kind of statement of reasons and our regulations, we came up with a range of $5,000 to $15,000. What was difficult, and we did hear this from some of the stakeholders. Well, can you tell us exactly what a third-party assessor would assess us? And what the third parties told us, assessors told us as well, it's hard for them to kind of lock in that amount until they actually seen the lab, how many FOAs, the condition. So they couldn't give us a hard estimate other than roughly around $5,000 to $15,000. Could they? Yes, it does sound like that there's ability that a fee could be less than $5,000, but for them to basically put that in writing and for us to be able to present that's something up to the third party assessor. Again, it gives the flexibility for someone to shop around and kind of lay out what they need, and perhaps there is some compromise or some negotiation with the cost. And again, that would be through the third-party assessor.
Yeah,
I'll go ahead.
And I appreciate that. I was just going to say, I think we're going to learn a lot over this next year, depending on the decision today about where the fees will be set. And, the third-party assessor to me is one of those big question marks still, because there is a movement to, relying and maybe encouraging use of those more heavily. So one other question I have for you based on the presentation was I appreciate all the detail you have in terms and the work that you did in terms of adjusting the fees for the small labs. That's good. I think that's heading in the right direction. It's still, I think, a pretty significant increase in some cases for some of the small labs. I mean, it looks like, depending on the number of FOAs they have, it could be double. Perhaps, I didn't do all the math exactly, but it looks like it could be pretty substantial. So what I want to understand is, did you do that same sort of analysis for the larger labs in terms of the increases that they'll see? And also under the reciprocity fees that we're charging out of state labs, did we look at what those changes are in terms of percentage and kind of evening out the burden that laboratories around the state are having to take on with these additional costs?
So let me see if I can answer here. I think there's a couple of questions there, 3 questions there. One, of course, looking at the small labs fees. I mean, a lot of that analysis and looking at it, it's roughly about 60%, that their fees go up roughly about 60% if they choose to use ELAP to do the assessment. And again, that's comparing what they're paying for right now. Again, I think it brought value though, that looking at that, that they were only paying for 9 hours of staff time when it comes to an assessment. So if they were, paying more time, then yes, their fee impact wouldn't have been as much. The larger labs, now when we're talking about the larger labs, if we're talking more with the labs that have more sophisticated technology, of course, those now are having to use third-party assessors. And so we did do some reviews on that. We understand, again, on the higher end, some of those would be paying like $15,000. we didn't see, looking at the analysis and my staff running the numbers, there were, you know, roughly a couple $1,000s. Their fees were going up. However, again, you know, they were paying, you know, more staff time under the current structure. So that's where we kind of seen that alignment of, yes, they do go up, not dramatically like some of the smaller labs that we're paying for very little staff time. And, you know, maybe I need to add a little, maybe have Christine Sotelo jump on this one a little bit on the out-of-state labs. We did look at other states and kind of what they do with this out-of-state fee lab. And it's consistent, this $5,000. You know, we thought that if, you know, we want to make our labs in the state competitive with other laboratories. And we, you know, we want to emphasize that our labs are being used. And if someone's, you know, uses, you know, someone out of state comes in and does work, that's where we thought that, you know, we should be charging a fee. We should collect some type of revenue. And so our fee of $5,000 is similar to what other labs or other states are charging with you know, the similar activities.
Okay, and we did not have a reciprocity. Do we have a reciprocity fee currently?
No.
No. Okay, so this will be the first time that we're charging out-of-state labs fees.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
And I was going to add on, Board Member McGuire, that you're correct and that there's a lot of uncertainty right now. I deal with a lot of different fee programs, and anytime we change the methodology, we have to make some assumptions into our predictions. And as you indicated, we're going to find out a lot in the next year or two that we'll be able to reassess some of these fee levels or fee categories just to make sure that the fee coming in is appropriate for the staff effort. So it's going to take a year or two to really settle down as we see what actually comes into the program. Christine jumped on, so if you wanted to add anything, go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, board members. I wanted to just talk more about the TPAs. I think I agree with what David and Glenn said about the out-of-state labs and reciprocity. But regarding TPAs, you're right. There is going to be a lot revealed over the next year when we re-examine this fee structure again. But as far as costs, TPAs are really trying to match our prices and they want to be competitive. So I know that there was a concern that it could go up and they want to be in this market. So they're trying to match our prices. There's other things that we've learned from other states and other in California programs that use TPAs. When they use these services, they can share them with other labs and share the travel costs. So some of those costs could actually decrease. The other thing about the use of TPAs, it really is dependent on the condition of the lab. And if you recall, we proposed TPAs because it better aligns with our regulations since they already know and can assess to TNI. And we're doing everything we can to get the labs to help them to comply with the standard, which would eventually make it easier and hopefully lower the cost of TPAs since they would be more in compliance with TNI and the new standard.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, I feel incredibly sensitive to the need to raise fees or even just looking at the amount that we've been raising within the program and trying to square things away. It's not unlike the years effort that we've been under and just revamping the regs and getting the program in proper place. It is just difficult, particularly when you have over a decade of not seeing fees raised and the program adequately accounted for. And being a fee-based organization that has to account for our programs in this way, it's a zero-sum game and often quite difficult to figure out how best to ensure that it's appropriately tied to what our services are providing, ensuring that it doesn't really undercut what we know is a lot of vulnerable, smaller rural labs that are important. But again, not easy, and I know it hasn't been an easy balancing. But I support at this point, at least the balancing that I've seen from staff in the proposal. But any further question or comment at this point before we go to the public cards here? Then hearing none, we'll move to Debbie Webster from the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And everyone has 5 minutes generally. I'll just note that there's 3 speaker cards for this, ending with Mr. David Kimbrough, who has requested 10 minutes. I think we'll provide that from Mr. Kimbrough. And so good to see you this morning, Ms. Webster.
Good morning.
Join us.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I appreciate this and appreciate the presentation this morning and the opportunities that we had to talk about this. I also really appreciate this. I realized that this item was in some way included with the ELAP fee adoptions during that time frame. However, I'm sorry, not fee adoptions, regulation adoptions. However, during that time, that was such a big issue, especially for our laboratory community, that we really didn't have a time to touch on this. So this is what I almost want to say is our first chance to talk to you about this. You know, from Civica's point of view, we have a lot of small agencies that have small labs, and those small labs might usually have, you know, 1 to 4, sometimes 7 people working in it. They only have a few FOTs, and for in most cases, most of our labs are going to fall into that very first small category. So we appreciate the drop there, but with that, still there still is a huge impact. And if we look at ELAP assessment fees, and whether you use that or a third-party assessor, which follows what the ISOR for the ELAP regulations, they both were $5,000. It results in, for most of those laboratories in those small groups, it results in that smallest group a 61% increase in fees, and that is significant. And it's significant, especially with other cost of compliance and other issues that we have, not only for the labs, but in monitoring and compliance with other things. And I want to talk about those in a little bit later. Civica submitted a comment letter and to talk about ways that we think that this the fees could be better, could be improved so that there would be more fairness, because right now we see a great number of winners and losers. For example, a new laboratory, a new lab that comes along is actually going to pay less money than a existing laboratory that has maybe one small change in one of its FOAs because the method ended up changing. To us, that just doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem right that a laboratory with one FOA would end up paying the same thing, in a sense, for those applications or those changes than some that have, up to the maximum right now, based upon the spreadsheet that ELAP gave us, was 904 FOAs. There doesn't seem to be a lot of balance there. We recognize that maybe the 9 hours, which they showed in the chart on an annual basis, might not be enough, but 18 hours for because it's every 2 years, 18 hours for 1 to 10 FOAs might be really appropriate. And so to say that it's going to be 40 hours or almost 2 weeks to do a assessment of a laboratory that only has a few FOAs, compared to ones that might have the same, that might have 85, which is the maximum they could do, that there just seems to be some inherent unfairness. We realize that at laboratories that some laboratories do have a choice. However, the concern is not only, again, was the number of was the third-party assessors, that minimum value is the same in the ISOR as it is for ELAP, but from what we know, there's four third-party assessors, and 3 of them are out of state. And so really, we would, in order for those smallest labs to break even, they would need to have to basically have an 80% reduction in that amount. They could not go more than about $1,000 for the FOAs in order to break even with their fees. So there's a lot of areas where we feel like the fees could really use some improvements. We're concerned that waiting and continuing to wait without the ideas is actually going to drive some of our small utilities out. And part of that also has to do with the cost of compliance. Just to bring that in the last 2 months from the state board, we have new ELAP regulations. We have proposed toxicity policy, which doubles or actually increases the monitoring required for most of our laboratories significantly. We have the PFOS and PFOA requirements, which are another huge expense. And then on the regional side, for Region 5, we have a pyrethroid TMDL, which includes a whole bunch of new monitoring, and we have the implementation of CV salts. And those are just some of those things that are coming right now at us. And so to continue to these things, we realize that I think that the state board shares the goal of being sensitive to and maintaining our small labs, but I don't think that this fee structure and some of the other things really get to that. And so what we're asking is that basically you direct staff to make some adjustments and bring it back at this time. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. I appreciate your time as well. Any questions from board members? If anything comes up, we'll circle back.
Yeah, I just, sorry, I had a question. Well, I really just wanted to see if staff had comments on some of that, because I think those are important points. And I'm, I think, so for example, one of the early points around the reality for labs that if there's existing lab that is changing a few things, that they'll end up paying more than new labs that are coming in, and that it'd be great to get some staff thoughts on those challenges and maybe unintended impacts.
So I'll help answer part of the question there. Go ahead, Dave. Oh. You guys can hear me? This is David.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Regarding new labs compared to existing labs, they are subject to the same structure. So a new lab that comes in would have to pay the base fee. They'd have to pay the FOA. And if they're determined that it's determined that they're going to choose to use ELAP, they're going to pay that assessment fee. So our structure doesn't give any kind of reduction to any newer labs. And throughout the process, if you're in the program and you need an amendment, then you're going to pay currently right now a proposal of $1,000 for an amendment of an FOA. So I don't see any difference again between an existing lab that's into the program and a new lab.
So Ms. Webster, do you want to just clarify how you're seeing that?
Sure. So say a laboratory that's doing a drinking water method comes in and they already have an existing application. So they've got those FOAs, but they have to change one of them. And so what they would have to do is if they are doing it on schedule with the renewal, they would have to pay it, and I'm going to use ELAP as the assessor. So excuse me. So they'd have to pay $1,000 for ELAP to assess them for a new amount. They have to pay $5,000 for the assessment for their existing lab. They have to pay their application fees, which everybody else has to pay, and they have to pay the $200 administrative fee. But if they come in as a new lab, unless the ELAP could assess them, they pay $5,000 for the assessment. They don't have to pay the extra $1,000. They just pay $5,000 for the assessment. They have to pay they don't have to pay $200 because it's not an amendment. They just have to pay their base fee. So those are the differences. Is a new lab has to pay, a new lab just pays the same fees as everybody that's doing the same thing, but someone that has a change not only has the same thing, but they have to pay the amendment fee.
If they're looking to amend at the same time that they're reapplying, but if it hits on that, then you're saying there's a difference there. I'll let staff speak to it, but to my mind, I think well, I'll let staff speak to that. I suppose there is a moment there where it seems that an existing lab would have to pay more. Again, I think it's because they are changing an FOA, and that's then the fee that's associated with that. I don't know. I'm not seeing.
I mean, I would just add that, I mean, the structure said, I mean, there's always going to be new labs that are coming in, and they're not amending. When they come in with their process or their application, that they're coming with the number of FOAs that they're going to qualify and that they're going to pay for. So at that point, like any of the older lab, any new lab that comes in, they're going to pay within that tier. I understand that the existing labs, if an existing lab, they've already paid for their in their tier, and if they made a determination that they're going to make an amendment, then they are going to pay an amendment fee. Just like one of those new labs, if that new lab comes in this year and decides next year they're going to make some changes and want to add some FOAs, then they're going to also pay that new amendment fee.
So if I could speak to the amount of new labs, we really don't get that many every year. But as far as the time spent, we spend more time on new labs because they are new, because we're conditioning them to compliance into the program, the additional paperwork before the actual assessment. And so I wanted to also say that an assessment is not just the on-site assessment, it's all the preparatory work, and David mentioned that earlier. So it could be that we do charge more for new labs to align that, but they do take more time than a renewal lab.
Well, I think the point Ms. Webster was making is that the opposite, that an existing lab would be paying more than new labs coming in a circumstance where, again, their renewal was hitting right as they were requesting a change, I suppose, am I clear, or at this point? Is that, Ms. Webster, what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was doing, and I think Ms. Sotelo said it very well. Is that we had recommended, one of the things is that there be a new, basically a new lab fee, and that was one of the recommendations. So, but there's not, and so there's one of those huge inequities that we see.
This is Darren. I would just add that we don't get a lot of new labs, as mentioned, and there is some equity issues where there's unserved areas of the state that we would want to encourage new labs to be developed and brought in. So you can see it as a bit of an incentive to start a new lab in a way where we really want some lab service.
Thank you. Ms. Firestone, Board Member Firestone, apologies. Anything?
Well, I think we can keep going with public comment. That was a helpful discussion. I want to think about if I have more questions after public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Webster.
Thank you.
Next we have Mitha Reddy from the Inland Empire Utilities Agency.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Thank you for ELAP's presentation this morning and allowing me to comment on ELAP's proposal for this new fee structure. I have a couple of comments and a question, so if you'll bear with me to state those. My first comment was the board approved approximately $4 million to do 3 tasks, which was review our applications, review PT reports, and do an on-site assessment. The lab's accreditation fees included all those services. However, ELAP is proposing to farm out the OSAs, reducing their staff time needed for the program. What will that mean to ELAP staffing, and will those benefits be transferred to us laboratories? To us laboratories. That was my first question. The second one is more of a statement. Mr. Ciccarelli made a statement that smaller labs were being subsidized by larger labs for ELAP staff time. I heard a question being raised by one of the board members asking for a similar comparison for larger labs, but I didn't quite hear or see the evidence addressing that concern. And if that comparison was made, can the details be provided? Because we sincerely feel it's the other way around. It was a smaller lab subsidizing for larger labs. And let me give you an example to sort of back me up on that statement. Under the current fee structure, there is a base fee that everyone pays, and then per FOT fee. So if we take FOT 101, for example, it has 56 different methods in that FOT. Most small labs are certified for 1 or 2 methods. So we pay the base fee plus that FOT fee, which amounts to about which amounts to about 5,557. But under the new structure, the larger labs would also pay the same fee. And most of the larger labs are certified for almost all the methods in that, which is about 56 methods. So we are paying about the same fees. Smaller labs paying for only 1 or 2 methods, while the larger labs are paying for most 56 methods, which means it requires a lot more ELAP staff. David also mentioned that if the increased costs were averaged on an annual basis, it would only be about 6% each year. I work for a public agency, and that 6% rate increase would be shunned upon. And it is not a small increase, especially when you impose a larger than 100% fee increase in less than 2 years. And now proposing another fee, which based on David's example would go from 5,557 to 7,800 with the new structure, is not a small increase for smaller labs. And then one final comment. Now that labs have the option to go to either ELAP or TPAs for their on-site assessments, and if labs choose to go to TPAs instead of ELAP, I'm concerned that loss in revenue, if that loss in revenue is accounted for by ELAP staff, and if not, will we be looking at another increase in the very near future? So that sort of ends my comment. And thank you for the time.
Thank you as well. On the issue of data and how everything, where staff time is going versus what we're charging, et cetera, staff can respond to that. As I know, there was a series of workshops certainly that went on. I don't know how in depth or detail data was provided in that context, or what could be provided still yet here. I don't know who best to respond on that.
So Christine, this is David. Do you want to talk about the staff itself?
Yeah, so if I understand the question, Chair Esquivel, it's do we have data on the staff time used to conduct assessments?
Yeah, in general, again, it seems the comment was a feeling that it's that the smaller labs are subsidizing the larger labs in the fee structure, or again, how best to, particularly I guess just with the question of the data that we use to develop the fees, how best to share that or give comfort as to the sense or the feeling at this point, again, of somehow the smaller labs are subsidizing the larger ones, or where and how it is that we came up with our fees to begin with.
So just in general, our population is the small laboratories. So 75% are smaller labs and the rest are larger laboratories. So given that population, it's been difficult for us to figure out or propose to DAS and the stakeholders how we could recommend some sort of fee that would be equitable with that, the sheer numbers in the program. Either way you slide the scale and the tiers, one of the categories within the program would be impacted. So we obviously are bending it towards small laboratories, creating the smaller tiers, and that's what we proposed to help lessen the hit on their fiscal situation. One thing I want everyone to remember, though, this program was woefully misaligned with the work we were doing and also just the staffing. The program issued certificates without conducting assessments. And it's been a tremendous amount of work over the last 5 years to try to figure out exactly what the program was doing. So I think it's a difficult situation. We're bending towards helping labs, small labs. We feel that they are essential to the state, but we need to figure out a way to subsidize to generate the revenue to support the whole program, not just assessors, and a program that's not effectively run. I don't know if Darren's on the line, if he wants to comment on that. We've just historically been undercharging our work.
Oh, I'm sorry, Darren, this is David. I just wanted to kind of give an example also. Under the current structure, a large lab with 20 FOTs pays over $20,000 in FOT fees. So when we're looking at the $120 an hour, that's 170 hours of staff time, 170 compared to, again, the 9 hours. So when I talk about large subsidizing smalls, and I look at this range of 30 to 90, kind of at a maximum rate of doing an assessment, some of these larger labs were again, being charged up to 170 hours worth of staff time. So that's where I put the nexus of that the larges were paying more and subsidizing the smalls that were paying 9, where again, the minimum of doing an assessment was 30 hours. So that's kind of where that gap came up. And then just to kind of highlight on, if we would have done fees between 5.5% and 6%, and I understand that to some of the communities that's a somewhat of a larger amount. As you know, we've told our board, and we've gone through our programs, just our natural costs each year, our cost of living and our staff costs, which a lot of it we don't have control over, those go up in a range between 3% and 6% each year. So this fee that, again, if we have been charging each year is in the range of what we normally say what our normal cost of living increases are each year when we take it to the board.
And I would just flag, we're incredibly transparent when it comes to what are those costs being passed down to us. I guess my original question again was just, do we provide that data somewhere in a spreadsheet that folks can themselves take a look at or understand, or, again, there sounds like there's just kind of some of a disconnect, and trying to fill it with just the data that we're using for our decision here can be helpful is what I'm thinking.
So we have been tracking our data, time spent in each section of the program. It has not been released, but it's information that we have used and shared with David and Glenn, which is what developed this proposal for you for consideration today. I don't know if David wants to talk more about that.
And when we provided, again, everything from what we thought were the number of estimated number of FOTs that would be transferring into the FOAs, the number of labs that we estimate are going to use ELAP. We provided spreadsheets to the stakeholders, and it, of course, allows them to do exactly what they've been doing, is kind of looking at what the projected fees would be. And then throughout this process, we talked about our cost, and it was interesting that not long ago, we were talking about this $180 an hour. However, through that process, we determined that, with everyone paying the base fee, that goes towards the IDC. So looking at just doing an assessment, that cost should just be the staff salaries, what we refer to as the benefits, and then kind of any travel costs that would go along with that. That's why we determined that it's more like about 120 hours for those staff to actually do those assessments.
I just wanted to add in before Darren, we have you jump in for some of the high-level comments. There's two things I wanted to address. One, David sort of touched on it in regards to the annualized just under 6%. And just kind of mention what Christine said, is this program was way underfunded when it came to us. Other funding sources were being used to pay for staff. So yeah, the 6% is high. We generally say 3.5% to 5% is our normal. We generally quote for the water board, so 6% is high. But it came over to us in a situation that wasn't adequate, and it's taken a while to get there. The other part is to build on what Christine said as far as the program, when they took this over 5 years ago, the effort and work that the program had to do to fix a broken program was extensive, time-consuming, very difficult. We are now setting fees to appropriately account for the existing staff level in the budget for the work that the program is going to be doing. So we're changing from a bad process to a bad fee structure. Just the structure wasn't there. Now we have new regulations. We're now going to tie the fee to the staff effort for each of the categories. Program has committed to review these over the next couple of years. DAS is committed to come back, and if needed, we can always change or right size, if you want to use that word, how the fees are structured to actually meet staff effort of work. So I don't know, Christine or Darren, if you want to jump in for your comments, go ahead.
No, I think I'll just say that staff's pretty much said all the points I was going to make. So I think unless there's further questions, we can do it there. It is regrettable that we are trying to catch this program up at this time, but it is a necessary step.
Appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitment for maybe right sizing or continuing to course correct as as we need to. This is again one of the most challenged programs that we had coming over into this space, and have needed to do some difficult things. And I know it doesn't come easy to the community, but I want to continue to ensure that it is based off of what is the program running off of, making sure to continue to be just continue to keep the faith of what I hear I know is a continued disagreement around where the program is going in generally. So, but again, I appreciate it. Thank you.
If I could provide one more comment for a little bit of comfort, when you all adopted the regulations in May, there was a request to come back to you every year, and we will with our chair of our LTAC, and we will commit to providing data, analytics, and stats, and be as transparent as possible. We're a program that is tracking those things, and we understand how important that is, and so we are happy to share it, and we have that information.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sotelo. I appreciate it. Okay, we can move on to our last speaker card here, Mr. David Kimbrough.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you.
All right, thank you. Is my PowerPoint up?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Just to let everyone know that I'm watching on a computer, but I'm calling in on the phone, and the conversation on the phone is not in sync with the screen, so I can't see what you're seeing right now.
So, Mr. Kimbrough, this is Michael Loffer. Are you watching using the Cali PA webcast, or did you join the Zoom meeting using credentials?
I joined the Zoom meeting by phone, but I don't have a camera or a microphone on my computer. So
this is going to work much better for you even if you don't have a camera or microphone on your computer. If you use your computer to go ahead and follow the Zoom link that Ms. Townsend sent you, the video that you will have on your computer will be in sync with your phone, and that will make for a much easier experience for you.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give that a shot real quick.
Okay, we'll give you a moment to do that. Thank you, Mr. Kimbrough.
So why don't we take like a 1 or 2 minute pause? The other thing is we're noticing, Mr. Kimbrough, I think you have one of the timed presentations again, so we'll work to fix that on our end while you come in on the Zoom side.
Yeah, we're due a break, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will come back at 11:25. Okay, it's 11:25. I think we can start to gather back.
Mr. Kimbrough, we've asked you to unmute, so you should be good now.
Are we back on?
Yes, I'm just waiting for a couple. We now have a quorum, so we can officially start, I think. Hold on one moment, Mr. Kimbrough. We'll wait for your presentation to get pulled up here. Okay, you should be seeing it, and I think we're ready to begin.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to members of the board and staff and fellow participants for allowing us to make this presentation. My name is David Kimbrough. I'm the president of the Coalition of Accredited Laboratories. We represent a number of labs throughout the state of California, large and small, all regions, both privately owned and publicly owned. We'd like to submit some comments to you on the matter of the proposed regulations. Okay, next slide. First comment is about TPAs and ELAP staffing. One of the arguments for using TPAs is that ELAP is not sufficiently staffed to conduct on-site assessments. However, we disagree with this. We believe ELAP does have sufficient staffing. ELAP had conducted on-site assessments in a relatively timely fashion for decades. Right now, ELAP's been using TPAs for the last couple of years. They've actually fallen further behind schedule by using them. Next slide, please. The expert review panel believes, and this is in their report to the state board, that ELAP has sufficient capacity to conduct its business. They believe 25 employees is about right for a state the size of California. Moving forward, please, and next slide, please. And they believe that the fact that they're behind is really a staffing allocation issue. They believe that at the time that ELAP staff were not being used in an efficient fashion, not that they did not have enough staffing. Next slide, please. So here's a diagram from a couple of years ago, 2015. And you can see all the positions here with red stars are auditor, inspectors, or some sort of position like that, which is a fairly large number. The majority of ELAP staff were committed to conducting on-site assessments. And now, however, those numbers have been reduced. A large number of these assessors and staff inspectors have been moved to other units where they're not conducting on-site assessments. If these staff were properly allocated, as the expert review panel suggests, that there would not be this need for third-party assessors from a staffing perspective. Next slide, please. And this is a backlog of labs that are at least 3 years behind schedule, going back for the last couple of years. You can see the numbers have actually been going up, even though third-party assessors have already been brought on at this point. Next slide, please. There are 4 basic functions for ELAP. We submit paperwork that has to be reviewed. ELAP needs to collect fees, need to assess PT sample results, and to conduct on-site assessments. Next slide, please. So one of the key elements here is that the Health and Safety Code in the section 100-829 F5, this is ELAP's Laboratory Accreditation Act, programs are supposed to be fully fee supported. That means all of ELAP's functions, including OSAs, are supposed to be funded by fees collected by ELAP. What this is doing is actually not consistent. What they're now proposing to do is collect funds for only part of ELAP's program. It would be ELAP minus at least half of the OSA program, if not more. So the proposed fee structure is not consistent with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Act. Next slide, please. There's also a question of legislative authority. State legislature did not authorize ELAP to establish a program of using third-party assessors in this fashion. Health and Safety Code 10837 does state that the state board may contract with approved third-party laboratory accreditation bodies, and this is what it's been doing for the last couple of years through with NV5. So that's fine. That's consistent with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Act. However, nowhere does it say that it shall compel laboratories to use third-party assessors at their own expense. To illustrate this, if we go to the next slide, please. The state legislature did create in Health and Safety Code 10870 a requirement that ELAP shall select third parties that produce, manufacture, and distribute and assess performance testing samples. And as the section clearly states, laboratories shall bear the cost of purchasing these. So the legislature clearly said, okay, ELAP does not have the ability to manufacture, produce, and distribute PT samples, and that laboratories need to have PT samples assessed, and that they shall bear the cost. So when the state legislature wanted to give ELAP the authority to do something like this, it clearly spelled this out. There is no parallel language for third-party assessors. Next slide, please. Additionally, we've commented on this in the past. The Health and Safety Code creates two separate accreditation programs. In 10825, which is the definition sections, it creates two categories: state accreditation, which is in C11, and T&I accreditation, which is in C15. So the Health and Safety Code clearly establishes the ELAP is to operate two accreditation programs. Next slide, please. So for example, in 10850A, it clearly says that upon filing for an application for ELAP accreditation or T&I accreditation, that you'll have to do some additional steps here. You can read this here. The language only makes sense if there are two accreditation programs for ELAP to operate, and that's the reason for including this section, to illustrate that throughout the Health and Safety Code, it creates a parallel two-track system of ELAP accreditation or state accreditation and T&I accreditation. Next slide, please. Now this is relevant here because in section 10829 F4, the state legislature says fees shall be set for two types of accreditation provided in subdivision A, including application fees. So this regulation is not consistent with the Health and Safety Code because they did not set two types of fees for two types of accreditation. Next slide, please. And again, and this is where it says here that the fees shall be fully fee supported. In this case, the program is not being fully fee supported. The fees that are going to ELAP are not fully supporting the program, and the fees that are going to the TPA is not part of this authorization. Next slide, please. Fields of accreditation, and we've commented on this in the past as well. The large part of the fees are based upon the number of fields of accreditation that a laboratory is credited for. However, if you read the ELAP accreditation regulations and the T&I documents, which if adopted would then have the same force of law, there's actually three different definitions for fields of accreditation. Next slide, please. So the current ELAP regulations and federal regulations and T&A Module 1 say a field of accreditation is program, method, analyte combinations. However, if you look at 64801K and T&A Module 2, it's a different set definition. It's a matrix, method, technology / analyte. And if you look at 64802.10, is a third definition, which is program - method. It's important to note matrix is not the same thing as program, and method is not the same thing as technology. And the definition of methods in T&I's documents are different from ELAP's definitions. So it's a bit of a muddle here as to how to calculate which FOEAs apply, since there are actually three different definitions. Next slide, please. Additionally, we have a concern about the emergency regulation. We understand the Health and Safety Code allows ELAP to set fees through emergency regulation process. That's pretty straightforward. However, what's being done here is doing something quite beyond that. This whole creation of a TPA is reorganizing how the entire accreditation occurs. And that seems outside the the legislative intent in allowing the use of emergency rulemaking process. TPA portion of these regulations should go through the normal rulemaking process, since they have, strictly speaking, nothing to do with fees. Next slide, please. On the question of sophisticated equipment, the basic argument is that third-party assessors will be used for laboratories that are using sophisticated equipment. And the underlying assumption here is that ELAP staff do not have the necessary skills and experience and training to do this. However, there are no standards to evaluate assessors to determine which ones are capable of conducting OSAs on sophisticated equipment, which ones are not. ELAP has no basis to claim TPAs would do a better job or are more qualified than their own employees. If ELAP's own staff is indeed not qualified, the solution is to train them, not hire TPAs. Next slide, please. And we do believe that there's an important shift of burden here. The legislature authorized ELAP to collect $4 million to run an accreditation program. The new proposal is that ELAP would only be running half of an OSA program, which is the majority of lab accreditation. Under ELAP's other regulations, it's now the job of the laboratories to assess their PT samples and then tell ELAP whether they passed or not. So a large portion of the work that ELAP has historically done, and for which it is collecting $4 million a year, is now being shifted to the laboratories. However, for most laboratories, we'll now be paying higher fees to ELAP, even though ELAP will be doing less work for them. Just as a quick note, I'm going to improvise for just a second. In terms of the burden and cost, a figure to compare is, if you look at the smallest laboratory with only one field of accreditation, their fee, and if you look at the largest lab under the current system, say with 28 fields of testing, the difference in the total fee is about 10 to 1. So the smallest lab pays 1/10 of the largest lab. If you do the same calculation under the current system, it's about 3 to 1. So you've compressed the range from the maximum fee to the lowest fee. Next slide, please. So conclusions, next slide, please. We do not believe that the proposed regulation is consistent with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Act and only solves the problem that ELAP itself has created by its allocation of its own personnel. ELAP is proposing to do significantly less work but collect just as much revenue while increasing the cost of accreditation to laboratories significantly. That's our presentation. We'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you as well, Mr. Kimbrough, for your time and the presentation.
Thank you.
That concludes our public speaker cards. And so would see if there's any further discussion amongst fellow board members.
I'll just, note where I am is this is, a fundamental challenge of our fee-based, sort of the structure of our fee-based program. And, I think both figuring out how to fund the programs that we are responsible and, need to fund, especially this new program. I think there's, as has been said, there's just a huge need for, aligning the real costs with fees, and then also with just improving the program overall. And I know there's a big impact right now, both from cost of compliance and these fees for systems. So I think really hear that. And, I think the other kind of fundamental challenge with, with us setting fees is, we don't have total control over, or total flexibility around reducing costs or in our programs, because there's a lot of things out of our control. And there's a separate budgeting process that, is really where it sets our budget. And then these fee processes where we set, how we're going to make sure we can cover the revenue side of that. And I think that disconnect is hard for stakeholders to kind of navigate, and is a challenge, is sort of just a structural challenge we have. I also feel like, and I know board member Diadamo has brought this up a lot, but I think I'm sympathetic to the challenge that dischargers or regulated entities feel when, you know, a lot of these different, whether it's fees or cost of compliance, are somewhat piecemeal without, you know, but the way that regulated entities feel it is, you know, feels like it's from all sides, and, you know, builds up to a lot of significant costs over time. So I think that's also, again, kind of a fundamental structural problem we have with just how we're able to look at the costs and sort of understand that as we're, you know, developing our programs and responsibilities to protect water quality. So, you know, I guess I feel like in this particular case, I agree. I think Board Member McGuire, you said that, you know, there's a lot that we need to learn in this first few years. There's a lot of changes. I really appreciate staff, you know, commitment to both transparency and coming back to us because I think we do need to really learn as this develops. And I think that, you know, many of the stakeholders that have been really involved and have helped to improve and shape this, you know, program overall, as well as the fee structure. You know, there's, I think, remaining issues that they brought up, but a lot of this also is, you know, things that I think it would be helpful to, I guess I feel like this is a good, this is where we're at. I think this is a good sort of compromise of how to move forward, but also just recognize that I do think it's important to, you know, circle back annually. I know we do that with our fees anyway. And with this program in particular, there's so much change and learning and evolution that's going to go on. So, you know, where I'm at is, you know, approving this and making sure that we do have funding for this really important work to improve and implement this program that we have. You know, and I think continuing to figure out how and reflect on how it might be improved over time and what we're learning is necessary, probably in all of our programs, but particularly this one, since there's so much new changes on lots of both in our program and fees. So appreciate the work that goes into this kind of very, you know, challenging, not only the program, but it's just challenging to develop fee programs to figure out how to fund this and do that equitably when there's so much change and sort of new strategies. So that's where I'm at.
I'd like to chime in here and just thank you, Board Member Firestone. You hit very eloquently all of the points that I would have otherwise brought up. So I'll just maybe build just a little bit on your very good comments. I am frustrated by this, but at the same time recognize it needs to be done. But I'm also hopeful because there's been such great evolution within the stakeholder community and with our staff over the past several years. Just the mentorship program as an example and some of the successes that we're seeing there. And so although I continue to be very concerned about cost of compliance and also the other moving parts that are affecting labs plus these fees, and then also third-party providers, what's the market how's the market going to respond, and will those fees potentially be lower than 5,000 or over 5,000? So I'm heartened by our staff's continued commitment to bring this back to us, and would just request that all of those things be included within the presentation. So not just on how the ELAP program is progressing, but some of those tools that we were assured in terms of ongoing technical assistance mentorship, taking a look at all the moving parts that Ms. Webster brought up, implementation of the fee schedule and third party, you know, in the real world, what do those costs end up looking like? And I think that I just really trust my colleagues on the board to be sensitive and responsive And that is really the best method by which we could be flagged of any ongoing issues. Let's give it a shot and then, you know, bring it back, get an update. And then if we need to make a course correction, you know, I trust that we will be responsive. But in the meantime, really encourage folks to give this a try. So I'd be prepared to make a motion, but, you know, want to give others an opportunity to chime in as well.
I also want to add onto those comments. Thank you, both board members. I appreciate you teeing this up well. But, you know, I will say, I just want to reflect that, you know, we are in a pandemic and this is really an unprecedented time for all of us. And that includes laboratories and the challenges that I'm sure you're all dealing with, municipal, commercial laboratories alike, with your personnel challenges, possibly with other budgetary challenges that fall outside the realm of the fees that we charge. And I'm sensitive to that and I'm concerned, you know, and so some of my questions today about the shifting the burden and putting, you know, higher increases on the smaller laboratories and just compounding that cost of compliance issue that's come up a number of times already, you know, is something that gives me great pause today. That said, I also understand that this is a new program. It's in a transition stage. There's really clear commitment from staff to come back next year to report on, you know, this first year of fees, the experience, and where some adjustments might be warranted. And I heard, you know, some interest and maybe some, you know, opportunity in terms of initial application fees, in terms of really understanding the time that's spent in the on-site assessments and, you know, figuring out where these third-party assessors fit into all that equation. But, you know, I recognize this is not a fee-for-service organization, but that should help inform the costs and what makes the most sense for the small laboratories to be paying in fees on an ongoing basis and for assessments versus the larger, you know, much more sophisticated laboratories that have a lot more moving parts, a lot more going on, and I would imagine take quite a bit more time and effort to really suss out and complete those types of assessments. You know, and the same goes for reciprocity and understanding what is that level of effort for outside laboratories from outside the state of California. You know, $5,000 might be a, you know, reasonable starting point and consistent with other states, and perhaps that makes sense. But again, let's just revisit that, take a look at it, you know, as we see the dollars come in over the next year and assess really, you know, are some adjustments warranted? And then my last comment is something that I'll bring up with every single fee, which is I do not like significant percent increases at this time. You know, I much prefer smaller bites over longer periods of time. So you talked about how, well, if the fee increase had happened over a 10-year period, it would be 6% per year. So I'd like to hear, maybe next year, how you can continue in that vein in terms of identifying ways to slowly increment fees, maybe through consumer price index or other mechanisms that make sense. I understand there's budgetary things that come up that might throw a wild card in there, but I think generally all of our fee programs could benefit from that sort of multi-year look at costs and recognizing that there is inflation, costs do increase over time, and how can we build in a little bit more certainty for our fee payers so that they can, you know, have a little bit more peace of mind going forward, that there's not going to be that huge surprise every year in terms of a 20, 30, 40, 50% increase in fees. That all being said, I am comfortable moving forward today. I just want to flag that for next year's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all my colleagues have made very excellent points in a very eloquent manner, so I won't duplicate that. I will just add two bits of thoughts. One is, Board Member McGuire, this is my 15th year having to deal with fees, and it never gets easier because it's the nature of the program that we administer, whether it be ELAP, water quality, water rights. But what I have seen over the years, which thanks to the vice chair as well as other board members is, and staff in particular, is the more our staff and stakeholders have been engaged in these discussions, the better understanding we all have of how those fees are used, where the needs are, and hopefully that would lead to some day a better discussion of how these things might be aligned, if there is a more equitable way to do it. That kind of dialogue with our stakeholders, with the staff, and with us engaged as appropriate, I think is a critical step. So that has been a really significant development over the years, and I think bodes well for us moving forward. And then my second comment is to Ms. Webster, Mr. Kimbrell, and all the other stakeholders who've been engaged with this, all the labs. You have undergone a tremendous change in the years since the ELAP program has been moved to the State Water Board. And your engagement, your commitment, while not always comfortable, has been tremendously valuable. And we've all talked today about how the next few years as we try this, it'll be important to gather data. And I plead with you, one of the things that we have such difficulty with in addressing the issue of cost of compliance is data on that cost. It would be tremendously helpful to us, and in turn to you, if during the next few years you can start compiling that data and sharing that with us, so that when we do have the opportunity to revisit this and perhaps look for areas of opportunity in reducing costs, that there be data to support that, data that we can analyze and consider, and other cost of compliance efforts that I've participated in either succeeded or failed because of the critical data that either is available or is missing. And so that's something that you can do to really help us and address this in the future. With that, I too am comfortable with moving forward today.
Thank you, board member, and all board members for your really great comments. Agree with them all. We dedicated to continue to be transparent and improve our processes here, particularly again with ELAP. It was a program that's been needing to be righted, really brought into the 21st century, and I look forward to it continuing to benefit from a lot of the other discussions we've had in our programs, where I do want to flag board member McGuire. I don't want folks to feel that that sort of years-long consideration isn't brought into the consideration. I know in my years at this point that there is a lot of that goes on, a lot of the sort of looking out to the out years, trying to best spread it out and not create shocks and shifts. I will say that I've also been part of votes where we've delayed any increase, knowing that we would be creating a moment of needing to more shift a little harder. And I think that's, we'll be having additional fees discussions in this year, and we can kind of dig in, but want to say that I agree though that we need to emphasize on continuing to do that and look out into the out years, how best to spread these increases so that you're not seeing big rate shocks. And in this case, it really is regrettably the righting of a ship, a lack of increase for over a decade in the program, which again, it's difficult, and we'll commit to continuing to make sure that we do right by that discussion, be transparent about where the staff hours are going and how we're best trying to do what we can. But know that it is difficult, and it is a yearly discussion for us on fees, and we are not a fee for service, but fee based. And we used to be a 2/3 general fund supported agency, 1/3 various fees. That's flipped, and so it comes with its own challenges. But I like to, I do defend the work. I think by and large, because it is one of the greater performance programs that we have in the state, because of the accountability directly to our fee payers, and knowing that if we're going to ask for increases, we have to demonstrate where is the staff time going and what's the benefit. And I think there it's sometimes harder to capture the benefits in these programs, but really do know we need to balance out the concerns around the impacts to communities that often are as you pointed out, Board Member McGuire and others in the middle of a COVID response and also warrants a gentler touch sometimes. I have nothing further to add. If I think Board Member or Vice Chair Diadamo had flagged a motion at some point there.
Searching for the mute button. Every time I touch it, it goes on and then off again immediately. Yes, at this point, I'd like to move adoption of the item 5.
I'll second.
Great. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Are you able to hear me, Board Member Esquivel?
Ms. Townsend, we can't hear you if you are.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, one moment. We're having a little mic difficulties.
Board Member Dodak.
Aye. It's the voice of the clerk of the board.
Omnipresent.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Fire.
Aye.
And Chair.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Townsend, and great reverb sound effect. No, thank you. The vote carries and the item is adopted. Thank you again for the continued involvement and discussion from Mr. Kimbrough and others. We continue to again want to do right by the program, and it's only going to be continued to be improved by the continued engagement. So we really do appreciate the time you're taking today. With that, we have. I will move us on actually to item number 6, if it's okay with everyone, and then we'll take a late lunch after we complete 6 and 7, and we'll see if we can. We'll see where that brings us to. Hopefully not much past 1, if not a good bit before. So I'll take that gamble, and I apologize for running us. We still have a number of items after that to get to. So with that, see if Mr. Michael George is prepared to provide his update for us.
So at this point, Michael, you should have control over your microphone and camera.
Okay,
Good morning, Mr. George.
I believe I do. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I realize that the board has a lot of things on its plate, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to focus your attention for a little bit on what's going on in the Delta and specifically with our Office of the Delta Watermaster. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to demonstrate to my own satisfaction that I remember how to tie a tie. Next slide, please, Janine. So wanted to give you a bit of an overview. I think it's worthwhile just touching base on pandemic impacts on our business, then update on our 2020 work plan that we presented the last time we were here in November. I want to focus then on some of the emerging challenges that we're trying to deal with and where we are able to make progress through collaboration with others. So let me start with the next slide discussing the pandemic response. First of all, obviously, we have essentially suspended our field inspections. The last field inspection we did was on March 11th before the close down on March 16th. So that obviously impacts some of the things that we can do. That said, we have adjusted fairly well to remote operations with our personnel teleworking. We've all gotten used to virtual meetings. And one of the things I would say about that is that as we operate remotely, we can rely very well on established relationships. But as we all recognize, using virtual media makes it more difficult to establish new relationships, to onboard personnel, to deal with members of our constituency with whom we haven't had the reason to deal in the past. So while I believe we have adjusted well, those challenges are going to continue to be things that we need to be thoughtful about and make sure that we're being responsive to a diverse community out there. And finally, I want to just note that our senior environmental scientist, John Collins, has been seconded to the governor's effort to do contact tracing in response to COVID-19. So John is the senior member of our team. So losing him for 6 to 9 months to do contact tracing is an important impact on our business, and yet critical for all of us to get through this pandemic. Next slide, please. So in talking about the 2020 work plan initiatives, I chose this slide because I think of us as trying to do a lot of blocking and tackling work in the Delta, stuff that needs to go on while the Titans are exchanging lightning bolts above our heads. That is, many of the people who are our constituents and with whom we work on a regular basis are suing each other in various forums, and it makes it more difficult, more challenging to conduct the work at kind of the level at which operations take place. So within that context, we are working hard to improve our data quality, again, assuming that this is the first year of a multi-year drought and recognizing that our experience from the last serious shortages revolved around the inadequacy of our data quality and also the difficulty of making that information available in forms that can be reasonably and quickly absorbed by our constituents. We're also trying to do a lot of work in what I call here unpacking the actual Delta water use. And I want to talk more about each of these. We've identified a number of problems that are common among multiple constituents, and trying to bring those multiple constituents to a table, to a forum, to a mechanism for trying to work them out, find solutions, figure out trade-offs, etc. As we do that, we have focused a lot of our attention on the accelerated deterioration in the Southern Delta. And when I get into some detail there, I want to talk about a current manifestation of that problem, which is a long-term developing problem, which has periodic acute crises, such as one we're facing today. And finally, in terms of our work plan, I want to talk about some of the targeted enforcement actions that we've taken when it's impossible to get the kind of cooperation that is the norm within the Delta. Next slide, please. So going to the improvement of data quality and transparency, and the asterisk there is to recognize that this is one of the board priorities, which you're reviewing these days. And the asterisk at the bottom is the way we talk about it in the priority list is that we're responsible to clarify, organize, and vet Delta water right claims. And we're doing that by working with our community, by continuing an integrated outreach process to educate and collaborate with our constituencies. And we recognize every day that most of what we do depends on collaboration, particularly among the leadership group of the Central, South, and North Delta water agencies, with the water bar in the Delta, with the reclamation districts, as well as with the export projects and the interior Delta water users. So that is right at the heart of almost everything we do, working with our constituents to find common ground to figure out how we move forward together. One of the big advantages of that is that we've been able within the Delta essentially to move beyond one of the biggest challenges that we faced, certainly when I came to this job 5 years ago, which was just getting water users in the Delta to file on a regular basis as they were required subsequent to the 2009 Delta Reform Act. This was new for the Delta. We've made an enormous amount of progress with our constituents and so forth, so that failure to file is no longer a real issue. For instance, the supplemental statements of diversion and use were due on July 1st. As of yesterday, out of about 3,000 of those reports, there are only 268 that have not yet been filed. Of that 268, there are only 104 individual reporters that aren't in, and we're in touch with many of them. We know that they are in process. And because of COVID-19 and in cooperation with the Division of Water Rights, we have indicated to our communities that because of the difficulties associated with that, we would suspend enforcement for a month after the deadline. So basically what we said to the community is, we understand the pressure you're under. These are due on July 1st. As long as they're in by April 1st, we'll waive enforcement. However, anybody that was due on July 1st and hasn't filed by August 1st will face potential failure to file administrative civil liability. And that is clocking at $500 per day. So we've told people you've got some extra time. People are using it, we think, very well. We've dramatically shrunk the number of delinquencies, and we think by the end of this month, we'll have those failures to file down to a very small number. That allows us to put our manpower and our focus on quality assurance and quality control. So instead of just trying to make sure that everybody checks the boxes that they file these reports, we're trying to look at them, cross-reference them, work to make them better, explain to people who are making mistakes in their reports how to correct them and how to do that. As a result, we think the quality of the information that we're collecting on an annual basis is also going up. There's a long way to go. This is hard information to capture and capture consistently on a timely basis and report accurately, but we're making real progress on that. One of the ways we're pushing that progress is what I've reported to you before as our Holland Track pilot. We took this one island in the Delta and we decided to go deep on every single water right claim and license on the island, and we've had tremendous cooperation by all of the diverters on that Holland Track. We've learned a lot. We've identified some problems with our report management system. We've identified some things that we'd like to build into the design of the next generation of our report management system. And we've figured out protocols to do what we've done on Holland Track in other places in the Delta more efficiently and more quickly. Next slide, please. So one of the benefits of that focus on data and quality is that we're beginning to be able to unpack what is actual Delta water use. And part of what we're finding, what we're able to demonstrate through data that used to be simply anecdotal, is that the Delta water use doesn't vary much from year to year, dry year, wet year. And secondly, that the water use in the Delta is significantly less than some of the old estimates that had been made in various forums in the past. So by bringing people together, by improving how they report, and then by doing checks and making sure that we're applying consistent principles. For instance, the principles that we enunciated in the 2017 overlap memo, we're starting to, not just starting, we're bringing reporters into a better understanding of where those principles apply to what they're doing. In that process, we have identified and agreed that one of the things we were going to work on in this year's work plan was how to reduce duplicate reporting. That is, situations where people report the same molecules of water diverted from the same point of diversion, used to grow the same crops in the same place of use, but reporting them twice, sometimes more than twice. Part of the problem is ours. We require reports of licensees to come in April, and we require statements of diversion and use to come in July. That means that not only are those two reports often overlapping the place and therefore reporting water use in each report, and those reports are often done by different people conscientiously trying to respond to our requests for reporting. So there are some problems that we're dealing with, and we're working with the community to make sure that as we look forward to next year's reports, we're going to find much less duplication of that reporting. I'll report more on that next time. In addition, we're taking an entirely new direction on water use measurement in the Delta. Again, I've described this before, where through the Delta Measurement Experimentation Consortium, we're moving away from the idea of measuring every single diversion in the Delta, because it's the quality of the data is low, the expense of acquiring it is high, the invasiveness is high, and we're moving to new emerging technology, what we call OpenET. And the Water Board generally has been very supportive of OpenET, and I'm very pleased with the progress that we're making. Earlier this month, the beta version of OpenET has been delivered to 3 of our internal black belt data experts, including Brent Vanderberg, Jesse Jankowski, and Lindsay Kameyer of our office. They're working now on a team basis, testing this technology, which we expect to be fully completed by the beginning of 2022. As a result of that, the Delta Measurement Experimentation Consortium has moved, and our office is now fostering a Delta-wide alternative plan of compliance to take the information from subscribers, from participants in that alternative plan of compliance, marrying it with the OpenET information, and the objective, the vision, is to deliver to all the participants in an alternative plan of compliance a prepared report to the Water Board about water use that takes into account the information that the subscriber has provided, which gives the information on their fields, the place of use, the point of diversion, the assessor parcel numbers, etc. Takes that information, marries it with OpenET, and spits out to the subscriber a report in a format that the Water Board can take on board, using OpenET, which we've already developed and developed a great deal of credibility on, so that the subscriber can look at that report and say, yeah, it looks good to me. It's what I understand about my water use, and simply hit a button and have that go into our report management system. So it lowers the cost, lowers the invasiveness, improves the quality, because if that end user, that subscriber to the alternative compliance plan, finds an error or finds an issue that he, she, or it doesn't fully understand, wants to bring to our attention, there's a crowd correction participation in this. And so we think we're going to get better, more consistent, lower cost information that is actionable because it comes in closer to real time. We should be able to see this information on a monthly basis rather than an annual basis that comes in well after the fact. Now, in doing so, we are deferring somewhat the ability to correlate diversion of water from that beneficial use. But we've deferred it, we haven't abandoned it. So we think we're making real progress in helping everybody, whether they're water users in the Delta, exporters from the Delta, environmental constituents, or really anybody who cares about the Delta, which is all of us, to have more timely, more concise, more consistent information on what actual water use in the Delta is from time to time. Next slide, please. I want to talk about how we're making progress on some of this stuff and talking about how we bring together people to address common problems. And the first example I want to use is the problem that we identified with Term 91 administration. You'll recall the Term 91 is a term in more recent, say post-1965, licenses to divert water. And the question is, when does Term 91 kick in? It's triggered by events that vary based on year, based on hydrology, based on water use. And so how can we give more insight to our constituents about when Term 91 might kick in and those later licenses be curtailed? And how do we improve our ability to call when that needs to happen? Next slide, please. And Janine, just a warning, after this slide, I'm going to ask you to go back to the last slide before we move on. But this slide is one that has an enormous amount of collaboration built into it. We had a recognition of how many different sources of information we need to access in order to understand and communicate to the constituencies what's happening with Term 91. So there are two big triggers. One, whether or not the Delta is in balanced condition. That in itself is a complex concept that is built into the regulatory structure. And when the projects are required to release supplemental project water, that is previously stored water in upstream reservoirs, in order to maintain that balanced water quality condition in the Delta. In addition, constituent uses and the use of licenses with Term 91 have an impact on this, and other sorts of things, including precipitation. So what we did was scrape a lot of data from a lot of different sources, and that meant we had to bring together the Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Water Resources, our own Bay Delta unit, the data management unit, our Office of the Delta Water Master, as well as other constituencies. And what I love about this graph is that all the complexity is buried in the background, but it's all accessible. So anybody who wants to can dive deep into this, develop a sense of credibility, but then just look at this. And we update this graph every Friday. Now you've got the Friday before last here because I had to get the slides in. But what you can do is look at this and see what's happening without needing to scrape all those data sets, and to know that the data that is represented here is the data that has been signed off on by the export interests, the project operators, the environmental constituents, et cetera. And what you can see here is that when this line goes into the pink part, those are the trigger conditions. And you see back there several months ago, it just touched that area, but we didn't trigger Term 91 because we could see precipitation on the horizon. And sure enough, that line went back down. Then we saw a long, steady climb during a fairly dry April, but we still didn't pull the trigger because, again, we could see on the precipitation horizon that it was going to come back down. And then finally, after we got into that pink area again on June 5th, we, with a lot of people understanding what was going on, we were able to pull the trigger, put Term 91 into effect. So I'm proud of this, not only because it's an example of bringing people together, but secondly, it's an example of improving our administration. And third, it's an example of putting the complexity of our regulatory system in the background and putting out information on a regular real-time basis that constituents can use. Now back to the last slide, please. There's a similar circumstance that's starting up now. As you'll recall, in 2016, we adopted regulations, the board adopted regulations, which required large diverters to put telemetry in place so that they would telemeter to the water board and potentially to others, to accessible websites, the information on their real-time diversions. We ran into some problems with that, including some problems internally at the water board with figuring out what the data standards should be. And our regulation didn't specify sufficiently and didn't give us authority sufficiently to prescribe what those data standards were. So many of our constituents didn't want to make the investments until they knew what the standards were going to be. So again, we've given some extensions of time to comply, and we brought the community in to work with us to develop those standards so that what we'll get coming out of this may take some time to ramp up, but we'll be starting with the largest, most sophisticated diverters and bringing them into the process of helping us develop those data standards. Third thing I'd like to point out here, the last bullet point, obviously is highly controversial. It's about the tunnel project, the Delta Conveyance Project. And as difficult as that whole process has been over decades, one of the things I'm very pleased about is that the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority has developed a process of stakeholder engagement. And the rules of engagement there are that you don't have to agree with the project. You don't have to say you'll sign on at the end. You get to come to the engagement committee, and we audit it. We're not a member of it, but it's a forum in which people who otherwise are just disagreeable and disagreeing with each other can come together and work on real issues that may or may not be able to reduce the number and the scope of disagreements. So it's an example, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of these people who are around the engagement committee are in active or contemplated litigation against each other. This is a forum which I view as precious, where people can come together and narrow their differences. Let's go to the next slide. And the next slide, because we've already been through that one. And here I want to really focus on what I think is an accelerating tragedy that we're facing. The picture on the right was taken about a week ago today, and it shows Tom Paine Slough. That slough is the point of diversion for Pescador Irrigation District. Water derived from that slough supports about 6,000 acres of productive agriculture. And as you can see, the accumulation of sedimentation at the back of that slough has made it virtually impossible for agricultural water users to get at the water that they clearly have a right to. There's an old saying from my days in Colorado water law: you're better off with a shovel at the top of the ditch than a water right at the bottom of the ditch. And this is a great example of that. This is kind of the bottom of the ditch. There's a very senior water right that supports 6,000 acres of productive agriculture that's been in production for 100 years or so. And this is what we're facing. I think of this and would ask you to think about it as an acute manifestation, a crisis for a relatively small group of highly impacted farmers that is an example of what we are facing in the South Delta, which is nothing less than the eutrophication of man-made channels, or in this case, a historic slough that had been put to an engineered use. And so what we're seeing here is the accumulating destruction, not only of water supply, in this case, agricultural water supply, but also of ecosystem function. And unless we deal with this problem, we as a community, unless we can figure out how to deal with this problem, we will watch the eutrophication of the South Delta with terrible consequences for that entire region, which in turn is critical to all of us. So we have got this Delta Channel Maintenance Working Group where we're bringing together the Department of Water Resources, the Bureau of Reclamation, the South and Central Delta Water Agencies, the Bay Delta Unit, the Region 5 Regional Water Quality Control Board, our office, the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority, the State Water Project contractors. So a group of people that have come together and said, this is a shared problem. It's not any one person's fault. This is an accumulation of problems that we've all got to deal with together. And that, I think, is the way to go forward. And we're now trying to reach out with a problem statement and bring in the fish agencies, the environmental NGOs, the other regulatory agencies to say, this is the problem, let's come together. We're not proposing a specific solution at the front end. Let's find a solution together. We know that it'll be expensive, that permitting is going to be a gating function problem, and that we're all in this together. And unless we all put our shoulders to the wheel to solve the problem, we're going to find that we're losing the function in the Southern Delta. That brings me to what I call here the toggle switch issue at the head of Old River. There's been at least a decade and a half of thinking back and forth about how we deal with the problem of smolts, salmonids, originating on the lower San Joaquin River to get through the Delta, to have a reasonable amount of rearing habitat and areas where fish can rest up and seek cover. But at the head of Old River, the river essentially bifurcates. And if a fish is swimming up Old River looking for the ocean, there's a left turn at Old River or going straight in the main stem of the San Joaquin. And whether we have an operable barrier or not in Old River is going to be a gating function, no pun intended, for how we deal with the rest of the habitat and how we deal with the management of what we hope to do in terms of increasing the viability of salmonids originating on the lower San Joaquin River and its tributaries. And as we think about that, we also need to look at this third bullet point here, that particularly in the lower San Joaquin River, as it necks down and enters the Delta at Vernalis, we can't think about flood issues separate from drought issues, separate from fish passage issues. They all come to a choke point in that part of the Southern Delta. And it means that our projects and our responses cannot be in stovepiped reviews of, we're just concerned about flood control, so we want better levees and better response to the floods that afflict this area on an irregulated but not unusual basis. Similarly, droughts, they come irregularly but frequently. And fish passage is an issue that we all care deeply about in terms of what we're trying to do with water quality control planning and ecosystem function improvement. So again, this is something that we in our office and the Bay Delta unit of the Division of Water Rights, the project operators, as well as others who have flood control and drought and fish and environmental concerns, all need to focus on, because none of us has the solution, and there are going to be trade-offs that need to be made in order to make things better. And if we cannot make those trade-offs, if we cannot get together, we will lose the function of the South Delta. Next slide, please. I want to do this very quickly because enforcement action is the last thing we want to do. We do it only when we need to for the credibility of our programs, or when we run into people who just are non-compliant and not willing to take the outreach, to take the help we offer and get into compliance. So with Lam Gianelli, we actually, for the first time, revoked a license issued by the board in the 1940s with a priority date of the 1920s because the license holder serially refused to meet its obligations under that license. So that was a big deal. It took us some time to do it, and believe me, it got attention of the folks in the Delta and elsewhere at the coffee shops in the morning, talking about, wow, there really was a revocation. Similarly, with the Kirtland circumstance, we had a refusenik, somebody who questioned the authority to require fairly simple, available reports on a regular basis, and decided to test whether we had the authority to enforce. And we did. And unfortunately, we now have a $25,000 lien against that property and as a mechanism for bringing them into compliance. But where we're spending time today is on what I call the heritage CDOs. These are cease and desist orders that were issued, frankly, before the Office of the Delta Water Master existed, and which we are now the heir to, and we're working through with the respondents to those CDOs, as well as with the Administrative Hearing Office. Many of these, well, these basically 5 different CDOs were essentially held up waiting for the Tanaka case, which I've talked about before, to be decided. It was decided by the 3rd District Court of Appeal. There's still a potential for it to be taken up to the Supreme Court, so it's not yet final. But if it becomes final in its current form, it does go a long way to clarifying the basis for validating riparian claims in the Delta. And if we have finalization of the Tanaka decision, we'll be able to apply it in a lot of other places. And so not waiting either for the Administrative Hearing Office to give us a final hearing schedule and not waiting for the finalization of Tanaka, we're already involved in productive settlement negotiations, which will either result in resolution of these CDOs or at the very least substantially reducing and narrowing the issues that we need to take to the hearing. So let's go on to the next slide about emerging challenges. And again, I want to go quickly here, but we are focusing on developing some of these cleanups, regulations that I've described, where, for instance, we require things that we need to improve. We may be coming back to you with regulatory fix-ups. Similarly, statutes. We now collect data on Delta water use in April and then in July. That has a lot of problems. It requires more work for us, more work for the constituents, but it's built into statute. So it's one of those things that we're going to come forward, just as with our internal protocols, where our discussions with the constituents identify for us places where we can improve our protocols. We ask for their input, and then we try and act on it. Similarly, with the big issues of how we implement the water quality control plan, particularly the first part of that was approved by the Water Board in late 2018, and keeping open the possibility and working on potential voluntary agreements, figuring out where we can make progress, where are there no regrets things that we can do regardless of the continuing uncertainty that's there. How can we then advance some of the things that are in the governor's draft resilience portfolio, notwithstanding the fact that that was published in early February before we understood how the COVID-19 response was going to desecrate state budgets. Therefore, how can we encourage more adaptive management? How can we help the Delta to bubble up with more multi-benefit projects? Things that we can do in the interim before everything is solved, and recognizing that we're trying to craft these trade-offs, these agreements, trying to do adaptive management, trying to figure out no regrets projects in an environment with an extraordinarily litigious community that has been at loggerheads for years, because we know if we cannot deal with these emerging challenges on a cooperative basis, at least picking off smaller parts that we can chew, we're going to end up, and as a lawyer I understand that there are issues that maybe need to be litigated, but we're going to end up in that forum at the bottom right. So we're working, recognizing that some of these things need to go to litigation. We're working to try and reduce the number of things and reduce the complexity of the litigation so that we may be able to get to actual actionable solutions. So let's go to the next slide, which is about where we're collaborating with others. And I'm just going to tick these off. Obviously, we are shoulder to shoulder with our Bay Delta unit in terms of working on Delta initiatives that make sense. We're working hard with the Delta Stewardship Council on updates to the Delta Plan. The Delta Plan was recently, the litigation about its effectiveness has been determined by the Court of Appeal. Again, not yet final, but a pretty substantial vindication of the Delta Plan. It is the enforceable plan that all state agencies are going to be asked to work within. And so right now, the update of the ecosystem chapter is incredibly important. We in the Water Board, our colleagues in the Bay Delta unit and in other parts of the Water Board are actively engaged in that update of the ecosystem chapter. We're also engaged with the redevelopment of the Delta Levy investment strategy and what's now called Delta Adapts, which in the past we've talked about as the climate change vulnerability assessment and adaptation strategy for the Delta. And even though it's taking a lot of work and effort right now, what we hope will come out of that Delta plan is a scientific basis on which we can base some of our other programs, whether in the Delta or in the Delta watershed. Importantly, we've got this collaborative science and adaptive management program where, again, representatives of scientific and policy interests who may be exchanging those lightning bolts above our heads in terms of litigation, whether it's over the BIOPS or the incidental take permits. The collaborative science program is one of those precious areas where people who belong to organizations that are in conflict with each other can come together and collaborate on developing science. And I'm pleased that our office, and I personally, are staffing Chair Esquivel in the Water Board's involvement in the collaborative science and adaptive management program, and that we now have a second Vice Chair Diadamo as a voice on that CSAMP project. Similarly, the Delta Plan and Interagency Implementation Committee, where again, the 17 federal and state agencies come together to work on how to implement the Delta Plan. And finally, just a shout out to the fact that the Byron Bethany Irrigation District and the West Side Irrigation District are in the late stages. They've just been approved by the San Joaquin County LAFCO to merge those entities. And I've been a witness before the San Joaquin County LAFCO supporting that merger, because I think it will bring more sophistication and a kind of improved leadership to solving and addressing some of the South Delta problems that I've spoken of before. So I've gone a little bit too long. Next slide. Any questions that anybody wants to ask? But just as I finish this, and as you transition, Chair Esquivel, toward the next thing on the agenda, which is the lead scientist's report, I do want to take this opportunity in my position as a Delta Water Master to give a salute and a shout out to John Calloway, who is about to go back to his day job after 2 years of extraordinary service to the entire Delta in his role as lead scientist. He's been one of the people who's been most advanced in creating this connective tissue, focusing on science, bringing people together, and his impact has been invaluable. And I'm really excited about John's successor, because losing John also opens a door to a new extraordinary lead scientist. And I'm excited to be working with Laurel Larson going forward. So that's all I've got to say. Chair Esquivel, back to you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. George. I really appreciate the update. As we all know, the Delta is not an easy place to be working in. There's a lot of conflict and tension, but really appreciate the great collaborative work that you've brought, and the narratives really around compliance with reporting and how we've been able to move past that, looking into the horizon at OpenET and other tools that can further help us get better, more refined data that really gets to these management challenges and starts to, not unlike the deterioration of the South Delta, really figure out what we can do and what's on the table and what's actually possible, even with litigation out there, even with the vast disagreement I know we find ourselves with in the Delta. So thank you for that great work that you continue to bring, and really thank you for the update. And to add on to your thanks to Dr. Calloway, it has been fantastic to see these last 2 years, the social science aspects that have been brought into some of the Delta Stewardship Council's work as well, continuing to try to do best and with science, and leading as a light in some of our most challenging and fraught discussions, but knowing we need to continue to invest in these institutions. And it is about the leadership that he's been able to bring these past couple of years that have really, I've really appreciated his work. So it's a good segue, and would open it up to then the next item, which is an update from Dr. Calloway. And again, we've been fortunate. The state of California has been very fortunate to have you these last couple of years. Now you get to go back to your home institution and reflect upon just how challenging sometimes our discussions can be here, but yet how much progress there has been, and how there continues to be at least a strong core of dedicated scientists and graduates and postgrad. We're fortunate for the enterprise that you've been able to oversee when it comes to scientific efforts, and just thank you. So hand it off to you, Mr. Calloway. Oh, here, let's see, should be, oh, there you are.
Okay, great. I think I'm off mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Good to see you.
Thank you for all those very, very kind words. I've truly enjoyed getting the chance to serve as lead scientist, and I really appreciate the support from you, Chair Esquivel, and from all the board members. It's been really a great opportunity for me to interact with all of you, and to and as well as your exceptional staff. So Michael in particular, but all the staff that I've interacted with and that the science program staff have interacted with. Really, it's a great opportunity. So I'm going to jump right into my update, and then happy to answer questions as I go forward. So if I can have the next slide. So I'm going to start, I'm going to give, just to give you an overview, I'm going to hit 3 different articles briefly, just to highlight some of the challenging issues related, again, to fish species that I've been highlighting recently, and then update you on some important current activities within the science community. And then I'll finish by introducing you to the 6 new members of the Delta Independent Science Board, as well as Laurel Larson, and Laurel's here. So we'll finish up and you'll get a chance to meet Laurel at the end of my presentation. So next slide. So the first paper, I chose 3 recent articles on fish issues from both Sassoon and the Delta, and they really highlight the mix of issues that we face in improving conditions for native species throughout the whole estuary and the whole system. So the first is a synthesis from Sassoon Bay fish data over the last 20 years. It was done by Denise Colombano and colleagues from Davis, including Peter Moyle, who I think you all know has really done more work on local fish than almost anyone. And Denise did this work while she was supported as a Delta Science Fellow. So next slide. So these researchers evaluated the importance of the various different habitat characteristics to provide nursery support for 4 of the most common fish species in Sassoon Marsh. That included Sacramento splittail, Thule perch, starry flounder, and striped bass, the one non-native species in the group. And these are 4 of the most common fish species in Sassoon Marsh. So they examined 22 years of monitoring data across 9 different sloughs or tidal creeks in Sassoon Marsh to assess how the trends in fish abundance and growth across those years related to habitat features across the entire system, looking at different sloughs that varied in size and sinuosity, relative amounts of adjacent habitat, as well as flow characteristics and water quality, really looking at salinity. What they found was that a mosaic of habitat conditions and land-water connectivity is really what supported these fish species. And as is indicated there in the second bullet, the habitat preferences differed across species, with some species using larger, deeper channels on the edge of the marsh and others using small channels within the marsh. Importantly, habitat preferences for species changed as the fish matured from juveniles to adults, highlighting the importance of the connectivity within these habitats so that the fish can move across those habitats if we're going to provide nursery support for fish populations. So what the authors concluded was that in order to have effective restoration and management of estuarine fish populations, we need to incorporate a mosaic of habitats from the edge of the estuary up to the uplands and focus on connectivity within those habitats. And that will reflect and also that those conditions can incorporate the dynamic conditions in terms of water flow and water quality that are found in natural sloughs. So the upper picture there on the left shows you a natural system. And we don't really necessarily need to create all of that exact complete natural landscape, but what's shown on the bottom is a modified system, but still one that incorporates a mix of features and habitats with connectivity that's really essential for these species. So the next slide. I'll go through all 3 papers and then I'm happy to answer questions on all 3 of them. So the second paper is from a field study on predation of juvenile Chinook salmon in the South Delta. This was done by Cyril Michael from NOAA's Southwest Fisheries Science Center in Santa Cruz and a large number of co-authors. The next slide. They use this an innovative system to measure predation rates, which they call predation event recorders, which really are a buoy with a fish attached on the bottom, a tethered juvenile salmon attached to that buoy, and the buoy records environmental conditions, water quality conditions, as well as location so that they can know exactly when and where predation is occurring and what the associated conditions are when the fish are being predated upon. And this was done in the South Delta, the area that Michael has highlighted where there really are significant issues with habitat degradation. They did this work in spring 2017 at 20 stations throughout the South Delta. So the next slide. What they found was that Predation rates were higher when a predator was nearby, which isn't too surprising, but also when water temperature was warmer. Turbidity also affected the predation rates, as did the presence of submerged aquatic vegetation. And the rates were also higher. They did this in the about 3 hours before sunset and then just after sunset, because that's when they know that predation rates are high. But what they found as well was that just before sunset and just after sunset in that short period is when predation rates were also highest, which also any fisherman will tell you that as well. But so that these results confirmed previously identified hotspots for predation, such as the area at the head of Hold River that Michael mentioned. And from those direct observations of tethered fish, they developed a model of overall predation rates throughout the South Delta. Based on that model, overall predation rates throughout the South Delta were highest, and the survivorship of the individuals was lowest in the late spring. And this was when water temperatures were increasing and predator activity was increasing. And they acknowledge that this data only comes from 2017, a very wet year. So there are some limitations in applying that to other years. But the preliminary data definitely are very informative in understanding a finer scale distribution of predation impacts. And the approach is really valuable. So with some additional data from future years, we could get much better insight on predation issues. Dr. Michael and his colleagues have another paper evaluating predator removal based on this work and other work that they've done as a potential management technique. They're pretty cautious in making recommendations around predator removal from their other experiment. They acknowledge that it definitely could be a very useful tool, but it's probably only one component of management efforts related to predation. They recommend also, based on the temperature relationships, evaluating earlier releases of the juvenile fish so that they could get through the delta before temperatures increase and predation rates increase. They recommend some more follow-up experiments to evaluate that, as well as looking at overall habitat restoration to improve opportunities for refuge for the juvenile migrating fish through the delta. So the next slide. The third paper looks at long-term data on flow modifications and juvenile Chinook migration and adult returns. This is from the Stanislaus River. This was done by Anna Sturrock and her colleagues at UC Berkeley, UC Davis, and elsewhere. And Anna also did the work that I mentioned back in April, looking at long-term 80-year measurements of hatchery activities and salmon straying rates. So they have a long history of really valuable contributions on salmon migration rates. So next slide. For this work, they evaluated 2 decades of data for flow, for the migration rates of fish moving out of the Stanislaus River, as well as rates from about 6 or 7 years of adult salmon returns. They looked at the overall flow as in wet versus dry years, as well as variation in flow within a year by measuring the just changes in flow rates on a week-to-week basis. What they found was that lower and less variable flow rates were associated with fewer migrating juveniles and fewer returning adults, which I don't think is real surprising. But what they also found was that the flow modifications can lead to a homogenized migration for the fish and reduced genetic diversity within the population. And given the high level of natural variability in flows that's existed in river systems across the state, that's resulted in fish populations that have a diverse mix of individuals and diverse genetic makeup within the population. Some migrate early, some mid-season, some later. But modified flows, along with other factors, are now selecting for a much less diverse population. And that loss of diversity will reduce resilience of the population going forward, especially with likely changes associated with climate change. It isn't just flow modification. Other factors are also reducing population abundance and genetic diversity, including loss of habitat, warming temperatures, 2 of the other key factors. But in terms of managing the system, increasing flow variability over time within the year and improving habitat conditions should increase diversity of the population and reduce the risk for species and improve their resilience with climate change. So those are the three papers. I think together they all highlight the mix of factors affecting fish populations in terms of habitat, connectivity, predation, the various ways that flow affect all of the species, both migratory or not, within the system, and how we might really think about managing all three of those pieces together. So any questions before I move into just some updates on any of those papers?
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, as always, for these presentations. And these three strike me, as you say, as somehow telling a story together, interconnectedness between habitat, looking at predation and maybe adjustments in management, and then of course on modified flow and restoration. So it's interesting because if you look at our focus, say just on phase 1, which I know it is also for 2, but also looking at outflow, but just on the flow piece on the migratory period between February through June. And I do recall that there was some discussion by some of the commenters, I'm not remembering whom, that, you know, with climate change that, you know, of course you're looking for that genetic diversity, but as temperatures increase and we see issues with climate, and then, you know, looking at this paper on predation, maybe some management actions that could be taken to get those fish out of there sooner before the temperatures increase. So just wondering if, looking at, in particular, this issue of seeking genetic diversity, if you were to look at paper number 2 and make a shift, you know, to get the fish out sooner, then aren't you then creating potentially a problem with homogenized species? And if so, is it a consideration, maybe, are we seeing fish moving even sooner than that time frame in February?
Yeah, I think, well, there's definitely trade-offs. So I think, you know, I don't think you'd want to push all the fish out early, but at least pushing, you know, maybe spreading them out would give more resilience, considering both predation impacts as well as competition and other impacts. So I think what would be really useful is to do some experiments coming up where there are a mix of different release dates and see how that might, rather than putting out all the fish in one big pulse, trying some releases across a series of times. And clearly that survivorship will likely vary from year to year. I mean, some years the early fish may do well, and other years the late fish may do well. But that's really what that highlights the importance of that value of diversity that you indicated as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and for me, it speaks to some of just the ongoing discussion around how you do get the watersheds to better tie back into the hydrograph. That, you know, through the water year, you have that variability within what's happening, and there's different ways to do that. And we obviously need to continue to figure out what that right balance is amongst it. But certainly, building back in the dynamism of these systems that we've, you know, for so long built out of them for good reason, to develop, to do what we need to on protecting, you know, from flood and otherwise. But I think it's continuing to point to the complexity of the systems as they were, and needing to figure out what elements need to be built back into the system in order to gain back that greater whole. And that greater whole is the resiliency of the ecosystems, the resiliency of the genetic diversity in the populations to adjust to the big thing that's, you know, climate change, that it continues to be our challenge, our primary challenge, let alone just the legacy of our systems, I think. So really appreciate the points here. Anything further? Any questions from our fellow board members?
Yeah, I have a question, and thank you, Dr. Callaway, as always, for your presentations. And, you know, certainly we'll we've enjoyed working with you and building that relationship over the past year and a half that I've been on the board and able to work with you, and look forward to continued interactions down the road as well. My question is, Michael George discussed in his presentation the Delta Plan and it being updated and taking into consideration. There's an update going on with the ecosystem chapter, which is so critical here, and I think touches on a lot of the issues that you brought up, and also Delta Adapts, thinking about climate change, adaptation, resiliency. So just wondering, these papers are all very interesting in their own right, and I'm trying to better understand the intersection of the Delta Plan with our responsibilities in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. So, to what level do you think, predation and these types of activities are being factored into the Delta Plan update in those chapters? How do you see that happening?
So all of those, so I think in that the ecosystem chapter update is really, the key focus there is on, restoration around function and restoration, incorporating habitat connectivity and incorporating a mix of factors. So I think those, and there are performance measures that are being incorporated in there that are incorporating functional flows. So I think that really is a key aspect of bringing in the dynamic component of flow aspects into management, and then linking that to habitat restoration and linking connectivity of the flow to the adjacent habitat. So I think all of those really are integral to the update to the ecosystem chapter and essential to the long-term vision for managing Delta systems, whether we're thinking about it in terms of water or habitat or the people that live there as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Callaway. I think no further questions, I think, on these studies, and thank you for highlighting these.
Sure. Yeah, and actually thank you to Michael George, who encouraged me to look at the article by Anna Sturek. So that was a good addition to the mix. So, okay, so I'll move on then to the next slide. And so the next few slides really highlight some of the upcoming activities, and I really wanted just to provide some context for these and remind you about the recent Science Funding and Governance Initiative that DPIC has undertaken, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. This effort has been an ongoing multi-year effort to improve the effectiveness of science funding within the Delta. And there were updates on these items at the DPIC meeting just last week that I know Chair Esquivel and Michael George both were able to attend. So some of this will be repetitive with what you heard. Highlighting there were three key aspects of the funding and governance initiative. One is to develop the Delta crosscut budget, and the report for that is out. So if you haven't seen that, I would encourage you to look at that. It really is a major accomplishment with broad participation across state and federal agencies to get a better accounting of current funding for science in the Delta. I'm going to focus on the next two components, the Science Action Agenda update, as well as the Science Needs Assessment Workshop. So the next slide. The Science Action Agenda is a critical document that the Delta Science Program produces every 4 to 5 years. And it's really one of the key documents for the science program for the broader science community, along with the Delta Science Plan and the State of the Bay Delta Science. So as it indicates there on the slide, the Science Action Agenda aligns science actions to meet current management needs. It identifies emerging science actions that are needed for those science needs, as well as knowledge gaps. And importantly, it's an effort that's led by the Delta Science Program, but really requires broad buy-in from the entire community. As is indicated there, it's critically important because it guides science investments. It promotes collaboration and transparency across all the broader science community, and it implements the Delta Science Plan actions. So next slide. The current science action agenda runs through 2021, and the science program is beginning to work on updating the science action agenda now in order to ensure broad participation on the development of the priority science actions. So as is indicated in the blue box there, for the update, we're starting with management questions. This is driven in large part by DPIC's recommendation to explicitly link science and management questions. And it's illustrated on the bottom diagram there, where first we start with broad management needs in the Delta. From those broad management needs, we can identify the specific questions that we need to answer to improve management. And then finally, what the science actions are that will inform those questions. So in terms of the update process, we're just beginning to get input on management questions. We have had a survey out that just finished last week and have been doing a lot of targeted outreach to agency staff, to stakeholders and others to get broad input on questions. We also have some criteria that we've developed and that we're seeking your input on to think about how we would take all of those questions and distill them down to a smaller priority list. And then we will get input on and broader participation once we have that list together through workshops and reviews to come to a consensus on the priority management questions. So the next slide. As I mentioned, the survey is already out. We are working on now taking that input, and we will have a workshop on September 29th. And I encourage all of your staff and others to participate in that workshop. That's where we will try to come to a consensus on the management questions across the Delta. From that workshop, then we will begin to develop the science actions, and there will be a series of similar opportunities for public input and a workshop in winter 2021 to identify priority science actions. So next slide. In addition to the science action agenda, the Science Needs Assessment Workshop is an effort that's co-hosted by the Delta Independent Science Board and by the DPIC, and it's been developed over the last 6 to 8 months. The workshop will take place in October. The goals for it are to identify science that will address long-term management challenges. So whereas the science action agenda is focusing on immediate issues, this is looking at long-term management challenges, especially those around climate change. And then in addition to identifying that science, to discuss how we can organize the science enterprise to effectively address those issues. The workshop for this will take place in early October, as I mentioned. And this is definitely very closely coordinated with the science action agenda. The two efforts really are complementary. As I said, the science action agenda is focusing on short-term immediate needs. The science needs assessment is looking at longer-term climate change issues. There has been a series of pre-workshop discussions that started a couple of months ago, and the next one actually will be a week from today on July 28th. With the last one on September 9th. These are setting up the ideas and issues for the workshop around what we see as some of the challenges, what sorts of science needs to be done to address those challenges, as well as some of the issues around science funding, science structure, and organization. So if you're available next Tuesday morning, look on our website at the at the Stewardship Council, and I encourage you to listen in. Okay, so the next slide. One other upcoming workshop to highlight that I think will be of interest for you is a workshop that the science program is hosting along with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California Department of Water Resources on spring run Chinook salmon. This is one of many symposia and workshop that the science program hosts each year. It'll be September 8th to 10th. We're going to try, rather than an all-day event, we're going to try 3 half-day events as a virtual workshop. This will be to assess the current knowledge and data gaps for spring run Chinook salmon. It will inform the development of population estimates for the spring run salmon in the Sacramento River Basin. I think this is something that will be very valuable for the incidental take permit and links directly to recommendations that come out of the Biological Goals Advisory Panel that you've heard about over the last couple of years. So the next slide. So now I want to highlight the transition within the Independent Science Board. So the Delta Independent Science Board, I think, really is a critical piece of the science enterprise within the Delta. I'll let you read the quote there about what they officially, that comes from the Delta, the Reform Act in terms of setting up exactly what they do. But they really do provide extremely valuable independent review of science in the Delta. In addition to the more targeted reviews and input that we get on individual topics or individual panels, they provide an ongoing continual review of the overall science that's occurring within the Delta, as well as fielding a number of requests for reviews of documents or programs. And it is required in the Delta Reform Act that they be nationally or internationally prominent scientists that participate on the Independent Science Board. And I think, in terms of, you'll see for the new board members, they really are some exceptional scientists, truly highly prominent and very relevant expertise for our system. The second bullet there just highlights some of the example reviews and products that they've done. They have a really important and influential paper on adaptive management. Their work on Delta as an evolving place really, I think, was one of the motivating factors that has pushed us to engage social sciences much more effectively within the Delta. Their climate change memo is what's led to this science needs assessment workshop and really challenged all of us to think more broadly about climate change. So next slide. As I mentioned, there's a major transition. There's 10 members on the board. They have 5-year terms. They come from a broad range of expertise. And so one of our challenges is to really keep that broad range of expertise on the board. 5 members have served since the board was established in 2010 and are terming out just in September. And then 1 additional member stepped down after 1 term. So that's why we have such a big turnover with 6 people to replace. We had over a year-long recruitment process to bring in new board members. So the next slide. They, as I said, really 6 outstanding scientists who I will very briefly introduce to you. And if you're interested, I would encourage you to look at the Delta Independent Science Board's webpage at the council, and there's bios for all of them. But Jim Klern is probably the most local candidate and one that you might all be familiar with. He's recently retired from USGS and does work on ecological, water quality, biogeochemistry issues across the Bay and the Delta. Virginia Dale is an internationally recognized expert on landscape issues and has worked on agriculture, energy, water, ecosystem issues across the country. Tanya Heikkila is at the University of Colorado, Denver. Her expertise is in the field of environmental policy and governance. More specifically, her research is focused on how governance can facilitate collaboration and foster learning, something that I think will be very valuable here in the Delta. Diane McBride comes from the University of Colorado, Boulder. Her work focuses on the connections of hydrology, water quality, and aquatic ecosystems. She's worked in rivers and lakes around the world and has served on multiple review panels for the National Academy of Sciences, as well as other organizations. Robert Nyman was from the University of Washington and works on fish and plant ecology issues in riverine systems around the world, especially with salmon issues in the Pacific Northwest, where he just completed a term on the Science Advisory Board for the Columbia River. And then Lisa Wanger is the second social scientist in the group. She really spans the disciplines of natural and social sciences, working on issues related to fertilizer impacts, nutrient impacts, restoration issues, economic evaluation issues in Chesapeake Bay, and will bring a really good perspective from that system. So I'm very excited that we were able to recruit such outstanding members. They will start their terms in September and join 4 other continuing members on the board. So for the next slide, finally, I want to introduce to you our incoming lead scientist, Dr. Laurel Larson, who is an outstanding scientist. We had some excellent candidates for the lead scientist recruitment this year, and Laurel really stood out as someone with really relevant science and management experience and really interested in engaging on challenging issues. She's worked in the Everglades, in the Louisiana coastal wetlands at USGS, and is currently an associate professor at UC Berkeley. And so I will turn it over to Laurel. Laurel is actually on sabbatical and in Finland, so I think it's getting close to 11 or 12 there. But I think she's happy to get a chance to meet you, and I'm sure you will enjoy interacting with Laurel. So I will turn it over to Laurel.
Well, thank you very much, John, and also thanks to Michael George for his welcome earlier. I'm looking forward to getting to know many of you at the State Water Resources Control Board in the very near future. From what I understand, you're a dynamic organization with a lot of energy, and I'm looking forward to thinking creatively with you and getting things done, continuing John's legacy. I've already had the good fortune of interacting with 3 of your staff members in my capacity as a professor at UC Berkeley, Valerie Zimmer, Greg Gearhart, and Rafa Maistu. We were all involved in the California Water Data Hackathon. That was an innovative partnership between the State Water Resources Control Board and the Berkeley Institute for Data Science, where I'm a senior fellow. And that effort attempted to match data science savvy students with data sets overseen by the Water Board and critical problems for water management in California. So in the subsequent semester, Valerie, Greg, and Rafa participated regularly in my terrestrial hydrology course for undergraduates, where we attempted a similar matching of students and topics of concern for the Water Board in the state of California. I might be getting a little ahead of myself in this introduction today, but one of the things that I would like to accomplish as lead scientist is facilitating similar matching between university students here in California and also elsewhere, data sets that have already been collected and priority scientific problems. And thus, I'm very much looking forward to meeting more of you. But I'll back up and give you a little bit more background about where I'm coming from and what my history is. John gave a great overview, but I'll just go into a little more detail here. I'd just like to start out by saying that I've been interested in the applied science of wet environments and water for my whole career. I got my PhD in civil and environmental engineering in the water resource engineering program at the University of Colorado at Boulder, after having pursued undergraduate degrees in system science and mathematics and environmental studies, and also a master's degree in earth science at Washington University in St. Louis. And then over the years, I've had the opportunity to conduct research relevant to conservation and restoration management in many of the nation's large-scale aquatic landscapes, including the Chesapeake Bay, southern Louisiana, and the Everglades. I conducted that work as a research hydrologist and research ecologist at the USGS in Reston, Virginia for about 5 years before moving to Berkeley to start my professorship in the geography department. And now I'm joint in civil and environmental engineering at UC Berkeley. Over the course of this research, I have developed, when I describe myself, I consider myself most generally a hydroecologist, but I've developed expertise in fluvial geomorphology, environmental fluid mechanics, biogeochemistry, watershed hydrology, and landscape ecology. And the techniques that I use in my research have ranged from process-based and statistical modeling to observational studies to manipulative experiments in laboratory flumes in the field, or in the lab, to data-driven studies. I've also conducted some work in California ecosystems, having developed a fascination with the hydrology of coastal intermittent streams that provide habitat for salmonids. So because of the interdisciplinary nature of this research, I've collaborated with many types of scientists, including fish ecologists, chemists, ecosystem ecologists, and social scientists. So as John mentioned, I'm presently located in Finland, wrapping up a Fulbright on understanding how both groundwater and meteorological variables control greenhouse gas emissions from boreal peatlands. And I will start in the capacity of lead scientist in September on a part-time basis while I finish up the work here in Finland. And then I'll move back to Sacramento in January to take on full-time duties. And I just say that to provide you with the understanding that my time in the fall will be somewhat restricted. But that said, I do plan to begin meeting with Water Board representatives this fall to define and discuss priorities and continue the discussions that John Calloway started. At the outset, and without the benefit of those conversations to come, my vision for this position involves several priorities. As John mentioned, updating the science action agenda is going to be a major priority in the next few years. And it's also very important to me to continue, strengthen, and expand the funding program that John was really instrumental in launching during his term. I have a strong background in data science and data visualization. And one of the things that I would really like to do, I know this is a priority area for the Water Board too, but one of the things I would really like to do is promote synthesis based on data sets that have already been collected, and promote more use of those data sets in a way that's targeted towards management applications. So this might involve things like instituting more or expanding real-time visualizations of data that's relevant to the performance measures that are outlined in the Delta Plan. It might involve some of this university matching that I discussed a little bit earlier, and so on. Other priorities will be to do more to understand connections through the Delta from the headwaters in the Sierra all the way out to the Bay. I would like to do more to facilitate integrative modeling efforts and work with the new independent science board to really promote social science learning within the Delta. So I won't go any further than that tonight, other than to say I do plan to start meeting with many of you on the call as soon as I can, and I very much look forward to those meetings.
Thank you so much, Dr. Larson. I'll just say, for myself, and I'm sure my fellow board members feel the same. We're just really glad to be able to have you joining us. Your enthusiasm for me around modeling and better synthesizing our existing data and ensuring that it's actually leading to better decision-making and outcomes, disparate though that decision-making and outcomes are across the watershed within the Delta, but also outside of it. I think that there's a lot that we still have on the table, and I think it's in the realm of developing, common decision support tools, efforts like OpenET, which really allow, again, all of us, whether it's the needs of administering the water rights system or the needs of a diverter in that system or the needs of ecosystems as expressed in our ability to understand what's going on. We're going to need to continue to do greater joint modeling and continue to, again, whether you're a project operator or an ecosystem manager on a restoration project, be teeing off of the same data sets, common data sets, and really then getting that exponential power of being able to better synthesize the complicated landscape we obviously have. And we can only do that guided by our greatest minds far greater than I in the science fields. And so just really, really appreciative of your initial thoughts here. I think it does align quite well with a lot of the work that not just the boards has been undertaking, but the state of California generally, moving toward a more integrative understanding of our watersheds and ensuring our decision-making is teed off of those understandings. And it's not easy, but I know that the Stewardship Council, the lead scientist role, all of it has an important structure for us here. And so we welcome you to the fray. Welcome you, and knowing that you've been amongst it for a while, and appreciate that you've worked in the Chesapeake. I have colleagues from previous lives in the Chesapeake, and know that there's incredible work that's been going on there, better connecting decision making on the watershed scale to improve water quality with many agricultural interests, different, but many of the same as well that we find here in the state. So look forward to those lessons being leveraged out of those discussions. So it's not always just us and our politics, but really synthesizing the best national science that's out there and really global science, because that's the community we get to tap into. I also appreciate that you've worked with some of the best amongst us Mr. Gearhart and Rafa and others involved in our open data work. We're continuing to try to do better with this whole data enterprise that we have and really leverage the minds of students and others to come and help us make these decisions, leverage their expertise as well, and do so in a very transparent way. I know Berkeley's computer science folks use Jupyter notebooks as a way to engage in the data and also see on the back end what's happening. I look forward to 21st century, if I'm allowed to speak a little too much quickly, 21st century sort of approach to our regulatory work, where you do have something of a Jupyter notebook and there have the data on the regulatory decision we're making and be able to see for yourself what it is that we're doing. So anyway, I won't go on for much longer.
Tapped into something I'm very passionate about. I've been collaborating with Fernando Perez to develop use cases for hydrology within the Jupyter Notebooks Pangeo framework. And we're working to standardize the process of data downloading and acquisition from disparate watersheds, putting everything into a common format and on common time steps with common variable names, so that we could synthesize a product that we can use to better evaluate the processes controlling stream flow in a number of watersheds across the US, hopefully improve the science of stream flow forecasting. But I'm excited. I've been quite energized by my interactions with Rafa and folks, because I think California has the opportunity to really be a pioneer with some of this technology, and show the rest of the country essentially how it can potentially benefit matching of real-time data with management decisions. So thank you for that feedback, and I look forward to discussing these ideas more.
Yeah, likewise. I look forward to you starting, and we'll have further discussion, and really looking forward to support that work. Any comments from my fellow board members? I don't mean to have drawn on for so long there for a moment.
I will just add, go Bears.
All right.
I just wanted to add, welcome, Dr. Larson, and we look with you. And of course, Dr. Callaway, it's been a real pleasure to be able to hear from you, receive these updates, always very thoughtful. And you've been just a phone call away. Your accessibility is very much appreciated, and best of luck to you. I know you're anxious to go back home, and so, but hope we can stay in touch. Thank you for your service.
Hear, hear.
And I'll just say, it's fun to hear another Laurel in this field. I definitely am not used to hearing that name. And so, always kind of get disoriented a bit, but really excited to have you, and, excited about the priorities that you envision you already have coming into this, and, your process around listening and kind of continuing to adapt that as you're in this role. And, also just wanted to say thanks to Dr. Callaway and all of your work and leadership. And I really, appreciate the ability to learn from all of you as I'm, around the science that really does need to guide and inform our work.
Thank you. And it's quite unusual indeed to meet another Laurel in this field.
Dr. Larson, I just wanted to also say thank you for taking this on, and certainly look forward to working with you and meeting you in person, hopefully someday when you're back stateside and we're able to do that. So thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Just thank you again, Dr. Callaway, and again, thank you as well to Dr. Larson. I know it's late out there, and just appreciate the opportunity to have a bit of a handoff in transition, and just again, really depend upon the great effort and discussion around science, and continuing to improve it as policymakers here who really depend upon that best discussion happening so as to make the best decisions when we're called to do so. So just really appreciate the continued work. Oh, here, Mr. Callaway, I think you're going to get you unmuted. There you are.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I've really enjoyed the chance to interact with all of you, and I truly appreciate how engaged and committed you are to incorporating science. So I think, and you see how you'll be in incredibly good hands with Laurel. So I think, I'm sure she will enjoy the chance to interact with you. And I also want to just thank Michael again, because Michael is an incredible connection for between the Stewardship Council and the State Board, and is incredibly supportive. And so I think that's a great connection that we need to keep maintaining. And I be happy to continue to interact with any of you. So feel free to get in touch. My Stewardship Council email will be gone, but I'm at University of San Francisco, and I'd love to hear from any of you, and happy to stay in touch. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you as well, and look forward to continuing to keep in touch for sure. One doesn't touch these issues and go away so easily. So we'll look forward to further discussion. And thank you both again. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you soon. Okay, well, that concludes item number 7. And we are now have item number 8, but we're going to go to lunch. We're going to take a late lunch. I saw the look. There was a moment. Was he going to let us? No, we're going to take a late lunch here. We will have 30 minutes to have a moment to enjoy the sun, have a sandwich, and then we will reconvene at 2 on item number 8. We will then go into board member reports after that and the executive director's report. We will break for a personnel item, and then we will come back at that point on item number 11. So just to flag for folks, that's what the rest of the day looks like. And it has gone by, there's been healthy discussion. That's good. It's always good to have healthy discussion on important items. Mr. Loffer, anything I'm missing before we break till 2?
No, I was just going to take this opportunity to request that any of the folks on item 8, if they can leave their Zoom line open, that would be appreciated. It does facilitate things for us, but if they do need to drop off, if they can come back in at least 5 minutes before 2 so we can get them readmitted.
Fantastic. All right. Then I will see you all at 2. Thank you. See you guys. Hello, everyone. It is 2 o'clock, and we'll wait for folks to finish gathering up here. Board Member Dodek, you'll appreciate last board meeting, there was a moment where it had hit the time, and I said, well, let's just go ahead and start, and people will join on, and Mr. Loffer quickly reminded me that we don't have a quorum, so we can't really start. So now we do.
But you do have a quorum now, and I will point out that as an informational item, you don't even need a quorum in order to commence.
Oh, that is true. That is true. That is true. We could have just started, but now we have a quorum anyway. So I think we're ready to start on number 8, item number 8, that is, which is an update on the implementation status of our statewide trash provisions. Hello, Ms. Boyd. Hold on. Let's get you unmuted. There you are.
I think Diana was going to introduce this, Diana Messina.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I saw her there for a second.
Yeah, I think should be popping back up here.
Yeah, we are in the process. So now the staff of this item are systematically getting co-host status, so they'll be able to control their cameras and microphones.
Great.
Okay, thank you. May I start?
Yes, hello, good morning, or
All
good
right,
afternoon.
hello.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Chair Escobar, and good afternoon, State Water Board members. I'm Diana Messina. I'm the Section Chief and Regulatory Manager over the statewide NPDES permitting programs here in the Division of Water Quality for both stormwater and wastewater. It's our pleasure today to talk to you about trash, a pollutant that's very visible to all of us. And as we see trash, we question what's being done about all that plastic, paper, metals, rubber, and the whole slew of combination of pollutants that are entering our inland surface waters and our ocean. During this item, you'll hear from both state and regional water board staff on the implementation of our statewide trash provisions. This board adopted statewide trash provisions in 2015 by amending the Inland Surface Water Plan and the California Ocean Plan to insert trash-related requirements. The trash provisions are unique and practical as they built on existing trash regulations previously developed through the Los Angeles Regional Water Board and the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board, two areas in our state that started seriously addressing trash many years prior. And more important, these statewide provisions allow other regional boards to implement existing statewide regulation into their stormwater permits without having to adopt their own region-specific regulations. Today, we're emphasizing the challenges and successes of controlling staff with examples from the regional boards that have had a head start. The adoption of the 2015 trash provisions is solely the start of consistent statewide trash control. The difficult yet successful work of addressing trash is dependent on the implementation of these provisions in our stormwater permits, our dedication to enforcing those permits, our continued work on source control, and most importantly, to acknowledge the local resources at the municipal level that goes into implementing and maintaining the trash controls into the future. The 2015 trash provisions establish a compliance date of 2030 for a statewide trash prohibition, which basically means zero trash discharged. So we are now in 2020. Today, we'll reflect on what has been achieved to date and what we need to do in the next 10 years, not only to comply with our regulations, but to assure that we protect the beneficial uses of our surface waters from these trash loads. So with that, thank you, and I hand the baton to Mary Boyd. Mary, take it away.
Thank you, Diana. Could we have the slideshow up? Thank you. So, good day, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm Mary Boyd. I'm the Municipal Stormwater Program Manager here at the State Water Board. Today, I'll provide an overview of the state trash provisions and the status of implementation of those provisions. Also, Tom Mumley, the Assistant Executive Officer for the San Francisco Water Board, will discuss the regional perspective. In addition, one of my staff, Jaime Favilla, will answer any technical questions you might have on the trash devices. As you all know, trash is a widespread issue that we address using the statewide trash provisions that were adopted in 2015. This presentation reviews some history and background. We explain how we implement the trash provisions, and we describe how municipal stormwater permits are incorporating the trash provisions. We'll also provide the status of implementation. Next slide, please. Here's a schematic that shows how discarded trash gets into water bodies. As the trash is discarded, it stays on the asphalt and concrete, but then when it rains, the runoff grabs the trash, and trash and the runoff goes into the storm drains and then out into our water bodies. So trash discarded on the land is the primary source of trash in our water bodies. Some of the trash that pollutes our waterways includes cigarette butts, paper, fast food containers, grocery bags, cans, bottles, used diapers, construction debris, plastic pellets, old tires, appliances, and more. Trash is a significant pollutant of California waters that adversely affects beneficial uses. For example, floating trash inhibits aquatic vegetation growth, which then decreases spawning areas and habitats for aquatic life. Wildlife living in rivers and along stream banks can be harmed by ingesting or entanglement in floating trash. Next, we'll explain the history of trash control, and I'd like to introduce Tom Mumley, who will explain trash requirements that were implemented prior to adoption of the statewide trash provisions. Next slide, please, and take it away, Tom.
Yes, good afternoon, board members. It's certainly my pleasure to be able to represent the regions in this very important subject area. It's an area that I personally have been given attention to for nearly 20 years. But I want to start out by lauding the fact that our trash efforts in the state started at the Los Angeles Regional Board when, starting in the early 2000s, they chose, because of significant concerns with trash in their waterways and the beach. Here's an example in that picture. They pursued development of total maximum daily loads, first in the country, certainly first in California. And an outgrowth of that was that they require TMDL is essentially zero, and required implementation plans based on implementing full trash capture systems. And they came up with this design standard of systems that would capture 5 millimeter or greater particles through a design storm of 1 year, 1 hour. There's a technical basis for that, by the way, because that was worked out with the flood management folks, like what level of screening could be sustained without creating the unintended consequence of street flooding, et cetera. So that's a standard that you hear has been accepted throughout the state, including your trash provisions. And subsequent to establishing those TMDLs, starting with Los Angeles River and Bologna Creek, the LA region implemented those requirements through its municipal stormwater permits. And for the most part, all municipalities are fully implementing those requirements per those permit requirements. Next slide, please. In the San Francisco Bay region, we were, if you will, inspired by the Los Angeles Regional Board's efforts in the early 2000s, as well as our own concern at the time in the early 2000s with the growing awareness and presence of trash in our waterways. So we began our efforts first by collecting data on the extent of the problem while we began encouraging our municipalities to start taking action. I'd like to note that the development of our trash assessment data was founded on a rapid trash assessment methodology that former state board member Steve Moore had a key role in establishing when he worked with us here at the San Francisco Bay Board. That a form of that trash assessment is still part of our surface water ambient monitoring program protocols throughout the state. But an outgrowth of collecting those data on creeks throughout our region, our board proposed, and state board agreed to list 27 water bodies in our region as impaired by trash. That's not to say that only 27 water bodies had trash of concern. We had strong, compelling evidence on 27 of them, and we chose to focus in on where we had a high bar of data, because this was the first time we moved into that regulatory arena of listing water bodies for trash in our region. Important to note, though, is that those 27 water bodies were distributed throughout the urban areas of our region. So it gave us cause to work with all municipalities, not just the few that might be directly associated with the listed water bodies, addressing trash in all water bodies that receive discharge from those municipalities. So but rather than pursuit of total maximum daily loads, in fact, I recall one municipality asked me back then, Tom, are you Now that you have these listings, are you going to establish total maximum daily loads for trash? And I specifically said, no, you're going to solve the problem so we don't have to do a TMDL. And that's been our approach, that we felt that since the main cause, source of and pathway of trash is through municipal storm drain systems, let's first utilize our existing authorities to fully implement trash requirements and hopefully avoid having to do the TMDL, especially when the concept of a TMDL for trash brings up the inevitable challenge of what is the total maximum daily load other than zero. So this was preceded what you ultimately established in the trash provisions, which is really well founded on let's establish a prohibition and a mechanism of action for regulatory actions to comply with that prohibition. So our approach is sort of preceded, but is consistent with the trash provisions. So our board established starting in 2009 in the adopted regional municipal stormwater permit, which applies to 70 municipalities throughout the urban parts of our region, include trash reduction requirements with interim trash reduction targets, and also embrace the full trash capture system design noted here. Next slide, please. To further illustrate the approach that we have taken through our permit is that those interim targets leading to 100% are listed here. The first permit called for 40% by 2014. The municipal regional permit was reissued in 2015, in which the board established two additional interim targets, 70% in 2017 and 80% reduction in 2019. Both the original permit and the reissued permit established a goal of 100% reduction or levels that would result in no adverse impact receiving water by 2022. I'll emphasize that was a goal, not intended to be revisited as we proceeded to reissuing the permit and recognizing success and challenge. And it's an issue that our board will be taking up when it considers reissuing this municipal regional permit next year. Just to illustrate, the approach we took for these percent reductions was percent of area based on trash generation area converted from very high, which is purple, high red, yellow, which is moderate, to green or low or no trash generation. The upper left picture just shows is an example map from one of our communities that shows the initial mapping based on trash generation and showing that the colored levels. And annually we get updates of these maps that illustrate the conversion of those high generation and higher generation areas to green. So we are making progress. I also want to point out that in our approach, partly to create incentive and reward for municipalities that were willing to pursue the challenge of institutional controls on sources, such as single-use bag bans, restrictions on phone foodware. We created some credits in our structured implementation strategy for source controls. We also included recognition of offsets for creek and shoreline cleanups and direct discharge controls. Those direct discharge controls are discharges directly to waterways, not through the storm drain systems, such as creekside homeless encampments and dumping grounds along those creeks. I want to emphasize that those offsets, though, are not permanent. They are intended to be, if you will, mitigations while the municipalities pursued full implementation of trash control efforts, but we recognize them part of the overall strategy to get to the solution of the problem. I'll discuss a little bit more about that a little bit later when I talk later in our presentation about successes and lessons learned. So with that, I'm going to hand the baton back to Mary, who will talk about the trash provisions that you adopted not too long ago. And next slide, please.
Hi, yeah, the trash, as we've been mentioning, the trash provisions were adopted on April 7th, 2015. And some of the major points are it established water quality objectives, it established prohibitions, it gave us a goal, it gave us a purpose, it told us, it directed us what to do with permits and how to incorporate the trash provisions into the permits, and it gave directions to the permittees. It also provided a path for permittees to choose a path to compliance. It also requires certification of full capture trash devices. Next, I'm going to discuss the path to compliance, and that's going to take a couple of slides. Next slide, please. On this slide, I just wanted to point out the pictures here. We have up in the upper left-hand corner, we have what's called a multi-benefit trash treatment system. It's a bioretention multi-benefit trash treatment system. And in the bottom left is what's called a full capture trash device. So I just wanted to talk to you about, explain to you the two tracks that are in the trash provisions. We call them compliance tracks. So the full capture, track one is the full capture system. It's 100% installation of the full capture devices in storm drain systems. And that would be not exactly, but similar to the picture in the lower left-hand corner. Track two is the full capture equivalency. So it's installation of a combination of trash controls, which would be equivalent to track one, with a preference for full capture devices where it's not cost prohibitive. Track two also requires some monitoring and reporting. Next slide, please. I kind of like this, this diagram of the track one and track two. So track one, again, it's the full capture system. It does require reporting. It does have interim milestones, and it does require meeting the compliance deadline. Over in track two, which is the multi-benefit, it's a combination of controls. You have the combination, you have the choice of combination of full capture systems, multi-benefit projects, other treatment controls or institutional controls to achieve full capture equivalency. There is more monitoring and reporting in track two. So they have to develop a monitoring plan. They have to do monitoring and reporting. Like track one, they have to meet interim milestones of installation of their trash devices. They also have to meet the compliance deadlines. Next slide, please. So I talked in the earlier slides about the what's called the priority land uses. So priority land uses are high density residential areas where there's at least 10 developed dwelling units per acre. Industrial land uses are where the primary activities on a developed parcel includes product manufacturer, storage, distribution, such as manufacturing businesses, warehouses, equipment storage lots, junkyards, wholesale businesses, distribution centers, building material sales yards, that type of thing. Then going on to the commercial land uses, these are land uses where primary activities on the developed parcels involve the sale or transfer of goods or services to consumers. This would be services and goods such as business or professional buildings, shops, restaurants, theaters, vehicle repair shops. Going on to the mixed urban land uses, these are land uses where high density residential, industrial, and or commercial land uses are intermixed. Public transportation, these are facilities or sites where public transit agencies' vehicles load or unload passengers or goods. And this would be such as bus stations and bus stops. And equivalent alternative land uses, A permittee may also substitute land uses for alternative land uses that generate at least as much trash as a priority land use does. Next slide, please. So in June 2017, the regional boards and the state board issued Water Code Orders 13383 orders, and we issued these to municipal stormwater permittees across the state. These Water Code Orders required the municipal stormwater permittees to submit within 3 months of receipt of the order, written notice identifying their choice of track 1 or track 2, their map, and implementation plan for track 2 choices. In addition, the State Water Board and many of the regional water board orders required trash assessment if permittees selected track 2. Trash assessments allows permittees to establish baseline trash generation and to quantify subsequent trash reduction. So implementation plans required under track 2 have to provide a justification for alternative trash control when not implementing the full capture systems. So we've been tracking the status of these 13383 orders compliance. Out of the State Water Board, we have over 400 small municipal permittees, and 88% of those permittees have responded with their track selection and their jurisdictional map. For the regional municipal permittees with the large municipalities, 98% of the large municipalities provided their track selection and their specific requirements required by the regional orders. So I want to point out that for the small municipality permittees that had 88% response, most of those that didn't respond or had incomplete responses, many of those municipalities have been, their reports have been delayed due to devastating fires within their jurisdiction. We are following up with them to make sure that they can come into compliance. Next slide, please.
Hang on, if you don't mind, I have a question on that. Do you have any information on the breakdown and how many of the permittees chose track 1 versus track 2?
I do have that information, but I didn't bring it with me today, but I could provide that to you.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. So, so now we're going to go into long-term implementation and status. So the trash provisions require certification of full capture trash devices. So this is part of the implementation. As of today, State Water Board staff has certified and/or grandfathered 44 full capture trash devices into the system. Grandfathered devices are devices mostly from the Los Angeles area that were earlier approved to be used down in the Los Angeles area, and we're slowly getting those grandfathered devices up to speed. The trash amendments require compliance within 10 years of the effective date of the implementing permit, but no later than December 2030. So that's the compliance date. We have the industrial general permit. It's the statewide industrial general permit. Does include some trash prohibitions and requires compliance with trash TMDLs. A reissued industrial general permit is anticipated in a few years, and that reissued permit will incorporate the full trash provisions. Just as a note, there are currently 13 regional permits and State Water Board municipal stormwater permits. So the status of reissuance, in October 2019, our Central Coast Regional Water Board reissued the first permit, the first municipal stormwater permit that incorporated the trash provisions, and that was for the city of Salinas. So we're very proud of them for doing that. At the end of 2020, San Francisco Bay and the Los Angeles Water Boards anticipate reissuance of municipal stormwater permits that will include the trash provisions. And the remaining municipal stormwater permits will be reissued within a few years and will include the trash provisions. Next slide, please. So upcoming permits proposed to include the trash control requirements. So let's see, there's going to be about 10 more regional municipal permits coming up in the next couple of years. And then 4 upcoming statewide permits include, again, the statewide construction general permit, the statewide industrial stormwater general permit, the statewide Caltrans stormwater permit, and the statewide phase 2 municipal stormwater permit for small municipalities. So as this is just kind of gearing up here, we're going to be able to gauge the successes and challenges at future updates. Next, Tom is going to give a little summary. Take it away, Tom. Next slide, please.
I was actually, if you could, sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right.
But if you could go back to the last slide.
12? Yeah.
That one right there.
Okay.
So, this is helpful. And obviously I wasn't on the board in 2015 when the trash provisions were adopted. And so this is, a lot of new information for me. And so I'm very appreciative of the information item today and being able to continue this conversation. So I guess where my concern is that it's been 5 years. And it sounds like maybe 1 permit has been implemented so far, and maybe there's 12 more to go. Is that about right?
So 1 has been implemented, that was Salinas, and 2 more are on track to be adopted by the end of 2020. Los Angeles and San Francisco water boards.
Let me jump in here, Mary, because
yeah.
I think that essentially, since the provisions, really only Salinas has implemented it, fully implemented. The LA and San Francisco permits were implementing the trash provisions. Might be a little bit different in San Francisco. Tom will probably talk a little bit about that. And in LA, they were mostly carved out of the provisions because theirs were already more stringent. The main issue that we have is that in that same time period, the municipal stormwater permits ran into unfunded mandate, and they all went on hold and have been trying to maneuver through that issue. So it's not that they haven't implemented them, they just haven't been adopting their MS4s. So as those MS4s come up for renewal, they're overdue, they're on track now to get adopted. They will include those, and they will include a 2030 compliance date. So the provisions that we adopted included a 10 years implementation in the permit, but no later than 2030. So even though they have been delayed, many of these permits, that won't delay the final implementation.
Right. But certainly they'll have, I guess, not less time, but less time officially under their permit.
That's correct.
Where I would expect most of these permittees already understand that this is coming. They've had to pick a track.
Yeah.
And they have an opportunity to start getting into compliance now.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, John. It's Tom Mumley's up next. Next slide, please.
Yes, thanks again, Mary. Yes, indeed. I was going to explain now, but the Los Angeles region TFDLs were recognized when the state board adopted the trash provisions and basically said those municipalities are not subject to the provisions because they're already subject to these established TFDLs. Similarly, the provisions recognized the efforts that we had begun implementing and already had in permit in our region, San Francisco Bay region, but we still have to have demonstrated that the requirements in our San Francisco Bay Regional Municipal Stormwater Permit are consistent with the statewide provisions. And by the way, all the municipalities in the San Francisco Bay region, subject to the municipal regional permit, are implementing a form of track 2, some combination of full trash capture systems and alternatives that provide the equivalent trash reduction of full trash capture systems. What I illustrate on this slide, though, is just what have we learned in this time that with essentially full implementation in the Los Angeles region, that there was a substantial number of full trash capture systems installed, and as you note here, that they result in a significant amount of trash being intercepted as a result of that. Alternatively, we are not tracking amounts of trash intercepted in our region. We are focusing in on the area of municipalities that are being managed with trash control. But I'm happy to say that this should be the 2019 goal. There's an error in the slide. Remember the interim milestone was 80% reduction by 2019. 90% of our 70 municipalities, so all but 7, complied with that. And the 7 that didn't all have plans in place, either completed or in process to come into compliance with that 80% reduction level. Next slide, please. That said, I mean, it essentially said you can always consider there's the 80-20 rule in a lot of things. The final 20% in our region is going to be a challenge for some municipalities. But first, I want to note that a new effort is happening as we speak in the Los Angeles region, in part building off of the fact that though they've seen a lot of success in control of trash through systems within the municipal storm drain systems, there's still a lot of trash getting into the waterways through non-point sources. So there's currently a public noticed conditional waiver of waste discharge requirements for trash from the non-point sources that in those TMDL established watersheds, and the LA board will be considering that for adoption at its September meeting. So it's just emphasizing that it's not just storm drains, there's these other sources that need to be considered. And I'll speak to that as well from our experience in the San Francisco Bay region. But I want to point out a couple other things before I emphasize that. One is that though we've had good compliance with the 80% interim benchmark, getting to the 100 is going to be a challenge for multiple reasons, some of which is the remaining areas are going to come at much a higher cost due to the low cost intervention actions have been implemented, the low hanging fruit, so to speak. So, and this is coming at a time, of course, when municipalities are facing the COVID-19 financial challenges. In addition, a number of our municipalities were able to demonstrate compliance with the 80% interim benchmark through use of source control credits as well as offsets for cleanups. As I pointed out earlier, those weren't intended to be permanent. They were intended to be, if you will, mitigation, while municipalities pursued full control of all trash within their municipal areas. So we're discussing how to make that transition which would be considered in the reissued permit next year, how to maintain incentive for source control, because the challenge being full trash capture systems, if you will, are not necessarily solving the problem of trash generation. They're interventions for keeping a substantial amount of that trash from getting into our storm drain systems, but the best solution will be source control. So we want to continue to provide encouragement, incentive for municipalities to take that on. And but we have to be careful about the inevitable double counting. If we're giving a credit for source control, it can't be on top of credit for full trash capture systems, because the math won't add up ultimately as we get towards the finish line. And we recognize that there are some significant challenges associated with other sources of trash, and we want to solve the trash problem in its total, not just through the storm drain system. So we are looking at providing more time for municipalities that take on direct discharges in addition to their storm drain discharges. So that's essentially more time comes with that commitment. A couple observations on on flow trash capture systems is that they're far from perfect. They need attention, particularly the smaller ones that are installed in storm drain inlets, because they require a fair amount of maintenance. And that's turning out to be a burden onto municipalities relative to the amount of trash controlled. We've also discovered some design problems, which comes with experimentation, and where we've identified these problems, fortunately, municipalities have been quite responsive. But overall, there are going to be challenges to maintain the number of flow trash capture systems. Another shortcoming of some of these flow trash capture systems, is particularly those that are storm drain inlets, is that they have a limited drainage area relative to that inlet. And so many of these inlets that are on municipal right-of-way, where the municipalities have installed flow trash capture systems, don't capture trash from inlets that are within private land areas, particularly commercial parking lots. As you all know, there's a lot of trash generated in certain type of commercial operations, and many of them have their own inlets that connect to the municipal storm drain system. So that's an area of attention we're working with our municipalities on now. A couple of our municipalities actually have adopted ordinances requiring businesses to implement full trash capture systems or equivalents. And perhaps that becomes the norm for the future, particularly when it's important that businesses are treated comparably from municipality to municipality. So that's an area of discussion. But a big area of discussion that we're having with our municipalities is the ongoing challenge of direct dumping, particularly that associated with homeless encampments, which often happen to be along stream banks or very close to waterways. And also the fact that storm drain systems and capture systems screen out trash getting into the systems, but they don't capture windblown trash. So there's a substantial amount of windblown trash also getting into these waterways. So though we've made a lot of progress with combination of full trash capture systems, source controls, and other actions by municipalities to actually have regular trash cleanups on their streets through street sweeping or litter pickup stuff, there's still a significant amount of work to do to fully solve the problem. And that's what we'll be attending to in the reissuance of the San Francisco Bay Municipal Regional Permit next year. With that, I think we're ready to go on back to Mary. Next slide, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to touch on the trash hotspot cleanups along creeks and shorelines. And the photograph is a cleanup in the San Francisco Bay Area. And you can see that it's very labor intensive to do this work. So hotspot trash cleanup is typically done in waterways and along shorelines. And the photo shows workers cleaning up a hotspot in the San Francisco Bay Area. In general, these trash cleanups are outside a municipality's storm drain system, and cleanups may be conducted on a one-time or a scheduled basis. San Francisco Bay's municipal regional stormwater permit does require identification and selection of hotspots, and cleanups have to occur a minimum of one time per year to a level of no visual impacts. Then going on to the Central Valley Water Board and the San Francisco Bay Water Board, they're both considering adding homeless encampment cleanup to the upcoming permit reissuance. Again, the key word is considering. There's a lot involved in cleaning up homeless encampments. But I would like to point out that the Central Valley Water Board is actively currently involved with homeless encampment cleanup, and this is through coordination with local agencies. And it's a lot of work to get all that coordination going and do these cleanups. Also, I wanted to point out that Caltrans also does homeless encampment cleanup on its rights of way. But again, this is in coordination with local jurisdictions and law enforcement. And it's a very complex problem to do homeless encampments. Next slide, please. So I just want to do a quick recap. What's the statewide compliance? No discharge of trash to surface water or deposition of trash where it may be discharged to surface water. Statewide compliance due date, full compliance within 10 years of the first implementing permit or no later than December 2nd, 2030. And they have to demonstrate achievement via interim milestones. Next slide, please. Again, this is part of the recap. Permittees need to show compliance by the deadline through installing, operating, and maintaining full capture systems that trap all particles 5 millimeter or greater and then meet the design peak flow, or installing, operating, and maintaining any combination of full capture systems, multi-benefit projects, or other treatment controls and or institutional controls. And just as a reminder, that's track 1 and track 2. Next slide, please. Let's see, could I have next slide, please? Oh, thank you. So I did want to touch a little bit on the trash implementation team duties. So at the State Water Board, we have a trash implementation team. And what they do is they manage the State Water Board full capture device certification process. Our deputy director here at the State Water Board has certified over 44 full capture devices, and there's another 4 or 5 in the pipeline coming up. And she has certified 5 categories of multi-benefit trash treatment systems. So our team also manages certification for project-specific trash full capture systems. Our team also updates technical fact sheets for full capture systems. And our team is coordinating and continually coordinates with mosquito and vector control districts to ensure that any certified trash device is accessible for mosquito abatement. And then I just wanted to point out the diagram on the left-hand side. Coming in, you can point number 1 is the trash-laden water. It's all dirty and brown. It goes through kind of a screening system. Trash is dumped into a capture device, and then the trash-free water is going out, up and out and into the rest of the storm drain system through outlet number 9. So I just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. So this concludes our informational presentation. And I'd like to say that Tom Mumley and myself and Diana and our attorney, Ryan Mallory Jones, and our trash device expert, Jaime Favila, we're all here to answer any questions you may have. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the great update. Coming off of some of the microplastic definitions that we've recently adopted in drinking water, being able to now go the full spectrum and go into the trash policy, really talk about those macroplastics that we're trying to take off the watershed is nice. And I appreciate that we are trying to, in a very comprehensive way and different pockets here with our programs, really try to get at this issue with our local municipalities who are the leaders in having to implement this work. And I know it's a tension around the sense of an unfunded mandate here, but it is really critical work, and it's great to see that there is a lot of progress to be seen here, particularly being led by Regions 2 and the LA region as well. And so we benefited from that work. It was great. Although I was not here in 2015, it was great for the board to have adopted and kind of codified that at the state level. And it's sounding like 5 years on here. We are in a good space, though challenged, continuing to get at that last bit, and with the issues of homelessness and other things in the watershed that kind of complicate what again we saw as the main focus, and it kind of shifts a little under us here. But I think what's important are the relationships and the space to simply acknowledge again the lack of sometimes funding, but there even I know Measure W in the LA region, dollars really going to better managing stormwater and figuring out the trash components therein and the water quality challenges that go to putting that to beneficial reuse. Anyway, all of it is a fantastic space, and just really appreciate the good work and the update here. Anything, Mr. Bishop? I see.
Yeah, I want to focus a little bit. I want to remind the board members that the trash policy actually wasn't designed to deal with things like homelessness. It was meant for addressing the municipal stormwater system. We recognized that it wasn't 100% going to solve the problem. It doesn't mean that that's not an important thing to do, but we do have a big hill to climb over the next 10 years. I think that board member McGuire pointed out earlier that we had 5 years for folks to get used to this and get their permits updated. And essentially we've had one permit updated. And so that means that the next 10 years are going to be more difficult for our regions and for our permittees. They will have less time to implement. They've had a lot more time to think, which is good. And so we do have some challenges as we move forward with this program. I think we've seen that we can reduce the trash from municipal systems by millions of tons a year from municipalities, but it's a lot of work still to go. And it's important for you all to hear that we're just at the starting block for what was considered the easiest part, dealing with the municipal storm system. And so that I just wanted to put that in context.
Very much appreciated.
If I may have a question for Mr. Mumley. I have always been very interested in Region 2's offset program. With the data that you've collected to date, are you able to give us any sort of assessment on how effective the offset effort has been in terms of trash collected, in terms of any sort of quantifiable data? The reason I ask is I was there when, I wasn't there, I watched it when your board had the discussion, like the lessons learned. And then I mentioned it at Region 5's board meeting, and their assistant executive officer was very intrigued by the issue. And I've always felt that you led in this area, with you meaning Region 2, led in this area with respect to offsets, taking what Jonathan said in terms of the trash policy that really wasn't directed at homelessness encampment issues, and yet you found a way to make it applicable through the offset program. So how has it worked out? Were you able to measure what the success has been?
Well, the most direct answer is we don't have direct measure of success yet. It's a work in progress, so at least I don't have available quantitative information. I do know, though, that the municipalities that have pursued these direct discharge programs are collecting huge amounts of trash. So it's at quite an expense. The issue being many of our municipalities, not all, are realize that control of the storm drain system trash source is not going to solve the problem, because so much trash is there. And so they pretty much asked us, well, wait, we think we'd have better bang for our buck to solve the problem as a whole by looking at coming up with these watershed-based control programs. So they're by design bigger than just the storm drain systems, but ultimately intended to solve the problem. The challenge being the problem keeps getting worse. As they're probably because of the ever increasing amount of homelessness happening, and if you will, even cost of rubbish disposal and the like, given the economic consequences these days, there's just more trash dumping than they can barely keep up with. So it's kind of frustrating because a lot of effort is going into that, but I can't say that we're over the hump. We're still trying to get a understanding of how much is it really going to take to resolve those issues, and particularly when a lot of them have to do with social, political, economic factors that are not direct, that rather than water quality, and there's a lot of other things going on there that stand in the way of us meeting our water quality needs. But there's a lot of attention growing there. It was, when we started this, it was not even a viable option for most municipalities to do anything that would be considered facilitating existence of homeless encampments, where now managed encampments is becoming a new reality. And so the idea that we can manage trash and other waste associated with homeless encampments is starting to happen. It's an area that we're having sort of major discussion with the municipalities of what is a manageable track to success, given the understanding that there's just so much trash being directly dumped into our creeks. So I'm unfortunately, Board Member Dodek, I can't say we see great success, but we are making progress.
I appreciate that response as well, and just have a question for staff. As it relates to the storms initiative, I know there's been some discussion and thinking around phase 2 projects of storms and kind of what the next step will be in reviewing, new actions to manage stormwater. And so as we're thinking through trash, we heard about the LA Regional Board looking at, non-point source, the conditional waiver of WDRs, and Region 2 obviously is looking and grappling with similar issues, and then on homelessness, kind of compound that. So do we have a statewide effort to look at these types of situations and how we can best fold that in with the trash provisions and, really move this forward?
So, yes and no. We have a statewide coordination effort, and we have most recently had a chairs meeting dedicated to homeless issues and trash associated with that. In terms of our statewide permitting, we are focused on the municipal stormwater right now. I know that the homeless encampments look very bad and they have lots of trash, but they pale in comparison to what's coming through a whole municipality's storm drain system. That is the biggest source of trash in our waterways. And so that has been our primary focus.
Okay, thank you. I think that just warrants some more thinking in that, we are hearing a lot of regional boards looking at the issue and trying to grapple with it. So in terms of not necessarily coming from the state level saying we need a consistent approach, but I think getting our heads together, it sounds like you're doing some of that so that we do understand how can we help the regions, how can we help the communities deal with this issue is something I'm interested in.
Yeah, it's been a topic, recurring topic amongst the chairs on our monthly chairs call, and then warranted a longer 2-hour deep dive on the topic, where we tried to pull out some just kind of understanding of what's the current landscape, how best we start to prioritize. We're not looking at this point we don't have the resources certainly or the staffing for a large, statewide program, but there are ways that we can better synthesize the lessons that are coming out of the regions and support the regions, I think, and strategically figure out where there is work that can be done, and whether it's in the context of the MS4 permits or not, given perhaps their insuitability, square, peg, round hole. And so, either way, I think it'll warrant some further, discussion here in public as well. But first, really circling back with the regions and continuing to do that good work internally amongst us to figure out what is that space and capacity and opportunity for projects, and continuing to make sure to spotlight, not unlike here in this discussion, the challenges I think that the regions are facing in fully realizing a trash policy that gets to zero, knowing that again we're starting to see a lot of non-point source and other and even direct dumping though, which though harder into the waterways to kind of figure out. And again, strategies at the regional level, how best to work with municipalities who are in the driver's seat in better trying to address not just encampments, but these other sources is going to be important. And I think it will lend itself for further discussion, and I look forward to it. So
I'd like to give you one personal observation, somewhat anecdotal, just for the sign of the times, and not to be too, partly to be sort of humorous about this, but what had become a fairly rare and endangered species of trash, the rogue plastic bag, is making a comeback. Because I've seen direct observations of this since the COVID-19 constraint on reusable bags went into place. Almost immediately we started seeing more bags being blown around. So fortunately, that restriction on reusable bags is being lifted, but it didn't take much to get back to that problem. The magnitude of plastic bags that get generated just add up out there. And then unfortunately, we're finding a new trash species, gloves and masks, being disposed of in parking lots and the like. So it's really a challenge to see how much our society is willing to just dump trash. We really have a big struggle to make California beautiful. Hopefully we will get there.
I appreciate the commentary, and it does point to the fact that it is this continuum of state efforts that help lead, we're doing what we can on our side of things, and it's a little downstream, if you will, of sometimes the sort of consumer product decisions and just, responses. And here, COVID-19 being, to your point, Mr. Munley, an example of, the evolving threat. And it really does boil down, though, to individual choices to ensure that you're not contributing inadvertently to dumping or not, and it's hard. It's going to be continued difficult, and it is a perpetual need to remind folks of the role that we all play and pay ultimately, and when it comes to the consequences of trash in our waterways. So
indeed. Yep.
Any other comments from board members? Thoughts? We have one comment card, Mr. Bothwell. If not, okay, we can, Mr. Sean Bothwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coast Guard Alliance. And I really did want to thank the board and staff for holding this agenda item today on the trash amendment implementation review, and also for last month's recycled water policy implementation review. We strongly believe that the State Water Board should not only be adopting policies and then moving on to something else, forgetting about what they just adopted, but really be responsible for ensuring the timely and accurate implementation of those policies. So I really am appreciative of this discussion today. Today I wanted to cover three broad topics. First is the progress of implementation, which we've discussed quite a bit already. Second, our concerns over what we're seeing to be the conflating of compliance with the trash prohibition, that track 1 and track 2, and the water quality objective itself. And that came up in the city's permit, and I'll try to go through that real fast. And then lastly, we just talked about it, but to talk a little about trash hotspots, the history of where we've been and where we're at today. Just for a little context, for those board members that weren't around when the trash amendments were adopted, California Coast Keeper has been working on trash amendments since 2010. I was on the public advisory group that helped draft the amendments. And I was also the lead environmental NGO negotiating the final amendments back during the adoption in 2015. Since the adoption, we've been tracking implementation progress. We've been watchdogging the full capture certifications. We've reviewed and commented on the Salinas MS4 permit, and we've been working with the storms unit on the trash hotspot project, which I'll get into. But we, just so everyone knows, I think I've shared it, but we did a webinar through the State Water Board on what our Russian River Keeper is doing about homeless encampments. And we also put together a statewide report on best practices and what other regions are doing around the state to address homelessness. So regarding implementation, I appreciate the presentation on the status of the trash amendments, but I don't think we should necessarily be painting the regional board's implementation of the trash amendments as a success. And not to harp on what Mr. Bishop said, but I would just echo that I think we have a long road to go. And I completely appreciate that the unfunded mandate stuff slowed down the municipal permits, but we've gone 5 years and we only have one permit to show for it out of the 13 that need to incorporate the trash amendments. I would say that the Los Angeles permit is exempt from the trash amendment, so I wouldn't even really count that as one of the permits. And they also had the existing program before due to the TMDLs. And the Bay Area already had a trash program in place too prior to the trash amendments. And I would argue actually that the Bay Area's permit is not consistent with the trash amendments. Region 2's use of credits and offsets doesn't align necessarily with the amendments, and actually undermines some of the intent back in 2015 to move away from this compliance credit and more towards actual reductions of trash seen in the waterways. While most permits have not been renewed due to the unfunded mandates challenges, there are regions that simply did not incorporate the trash amendments into the renewed permit. Region 5 adopted its regional stormwater permit in June 2016, a full year after the trash amendments were adopted. I came before the state board in June of 2018 to request that the board take the Central Valley stormwater permit up on its own motion because Region 5 disregarded incorporating the trash amendments into that permit. When I was asking the board to consider taking it up on their own motion, Region 5 was there and they responded that I was just mistaken. They stated that they had in fact incorporated the trash amendments into the permit and that more specific permit language would be coming later in the SWRCB. After that hearing, your staff held a meeting with me in Region 5 to discuss just how incorporating trash amendments into SWRCB would legally be enforceable. That was a concern I think everyone had. And then it was at that meeting where Region 5 told us that actually, in fact, they had not incorporated the trash amendments into the stormwater permit and that they simply decided to disregard it until the next permit renewal in 2021, which I had concerns with just given that the permittees will now have less than the 10 years necessary to do that. And also, I just want to state for the record that that shouldn't have been allowed in the first place. When regional boards readopt permits, they need to, by law, incorporate the effluent limits and the water quality control plans, such as the trash amendments, into their permit. So again, now the Central Valley permittees won't have as long, but it looks like there's a lot of other permittees throughout the state actually that won't get the full 10 years to come into compliance. And that brings me to my last point. And it sounds like from the staff presentation that this is pretty well understood, so I won't get too much into the details. But the trash amendments provide permittees 10 years from the date that the amendments are incorporated in the stormwater permit to comply with the trash prohibition. But the amendments also include the backstop that everyone needs to be in compliance no later than 15 years after the trash amendments themselves were adopted. So that's a little confusing to understand, but basically you get 10 years to comply with the permit or no later than 2030 for everyone overall. The way I see it, the trash amendments were approved December 2nd, 2015, which means starting this year, December 3rd, any permittee without those trash amendments incorporated in the permit will not have the full 10 years to come into compliance. And my concern is one, for just equity and fairness for the permittees, but I'm also just honestly concerned that there's going to be TSOs, a lot of TSOs granted for the folks that waited and didn't get started early enough. And so I just want the regional boards to be mindful of that as they do their stormwater permits, maybe looking at more stringent interim milestones to make sure that we're getting low-hanging fruit done rather quickly since we're so far behind. And also to the State Water Board, because construction, Caltrans, and the Phase 2 permits will likely not be adopted by December 2nd of this year. Second issue I wanted to raise is this issue we came across in Salinas regarding the compliance with the trash prohibition and the compliance with the narrative water quality objective, which I see as two completely separate things. Like I said, the first issue came up in the Salinas permit. Basically what's going on is Chapter 3 of the Inland Surface Waters Water Quality Control Plan. The trash amendment set a narrative water quality objective of no trash shall be present in surface waters. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what it says. And then in Chapter 4, the control plan sets forth a separate trash prohibition, which is met by achieving either track 1 or track 2. Nothing in nothing in chapter 4 says that compliance with the prohibition of track 1 or track 2 are in compliance with the water quality act itself. That's in in chapter 3. I know it's a little complicated. I probably should have submitted a slide to kind of explain that. But the water quality objective is essentially needs to be achieved in the receiving water, not by any type of end of pipe or analysis of track 1 versus track 2. But after we submitted our comments, staff agreed with our position, and the regional board ultimately did fix the permit. But I just wanted to flag that as a possible issue as other regional boards remove their permits. Lastly, I wanted to bring up the trash hotspot program again, just provide a little historic context. Early versions of the trash amendments actually contained requirements for the regional boards to review potential hotspots and develop WDRs to address them. That provision was ultimately removed from the trash amendments because the state board at the time wanted to focus on NS4 implementation, and that's still a priority. But a trash hotspot program is important to the California waterkeepers because they see the destructive impact that these trash hotspots are having on their watersheds. So back then in 2015, I requested a commitment in the final, I asked for and received a commitment in the final resolution to address trash hotspots. And this is the direct quote from the resolution. The State Water Board directs staff as part of the Stormwater Strategic Initiative to evaluate strategies to address generation of trash in hotspots. Staff at a minimum shall consider discharges, including but not limited to homeless encampments, high-use beaches, and parks adjacent to waters of the state. That resolution language was then incorporated into the Stormwater Strategic Plan and was scheduled to be a storms project in the second phase of projects. We're now in the second phase of storms, yet the trash program has actually been removed from that list of projects. I honestly realize that there's a lot of resource issues, especially right now, that this is a really tough issue to tackle. I just want to kind of demonstrate that this was a commitment 5 years ago, and we really haven't seen any movement of it other than some of the presentations and reports that I've been doing. There has been, as Jonathan Bishop said, some coordinating between regional boards, and it sounds like the regional board EOs are talking about it a lot. So that's great to hear, or the board chairs at least. Also, just wanted to flag that in the 2020 strategic plan, your work plan 2.2.5, there's also a directive in there to come up with a regulatory approach for addressing trash hotspots for the state board to consider. So it's good to hear that there's some work going on. I know that it's a tough subject to really get your hands around. I just want to say that we're here to help, and we really want to push something forward. So any way that we can help, please let us know and consider us a resource. So I'll stop there. Again, I commend the state board for reviewing the regional board's implementation, for adopting the trash amendments in the first place. It's always been one of the best things I point to. The state board does a lot of great work, but I've always been really proud of the trash amendments and how they came out. And I really hope that in the next year to next 2 years, we make really significant progress in catching up to where we should be on controlling trash in our waters. Thank you.
For that, excuse me. Thanks for that, Mr. Bothwell. I really appreciate your long leadership and engagement on, as you said, is a very difficult and complex challenge, but that we need to continue to do right by, and just appreciate that. So, any questions for Mr. Bothwell from fellow colleagues? Hearing none. Thank you.
I'll just.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Vice Chair, or I'll let Ms. Firestone go.
No, Vice Chair Diadamo should go first. Okay, I'll just, I don't think I have any questions. I just so appreciate both the information item and certainly the engagement from Coast Keepers and, the leadership and kind of day-to-day implementation from regional boards. This is a really new area for me. I really appreciated kind of even just the 101 on how, full capture systems look and, some of these really basic things. So appreciate that. Also appreciate the context that both staff and Mr. Bothwell provided, because in the recent history and sort of current framing around this, I think, some of the things I'm taking away from this are, I think there's within water, we see manifesting a lot of the challenges we have in our society. So I think this is one that really embodies that in so many ways. And that, as Region 2 is pointing out, there's just a reflection of, the kinds of consumptions and practices of our society, as you can see with the pandemic, of, use and how that kind of more immediately and visibly manifests itself with trash, and just sort of economic and housing crisis wise, that's really central to all of our minds, because we have such a homelessness crisis here, and trash is one way that, that really has nexus to our water quality work. But I think, we all recognize that needs a more fundamental solution as well. I think there's sort of this equity and sort of societal issues that we get to see that and sort of reflect on the impacts on within water. And then also just, the perspective of how the strategies we've been using and context around where there's, I think the magnitude of trash coming, as Mr. Bishop said, like putting into context the magnitude overall of reducing trash, as well as, the sort of individual equity and hotspots. I think I just appreciate the flags on how far we have to go on this. And, I think it's one of these challenges, and I think this has come up a couple of times today, of, we want to recognize, give folks time and flexibility in how they implement things. But, the longer we wait, the more there's a real challenge to getting to where we need to get. And I think we saw, that was, I think, some of the points, both on, frankly, on fees, as well as this issue that Board Member McGuire has sort of helped elevate, is, we need to be making progress each year in concrete ways, and not just pushing things down because it's a hard year, and having the impact of making it that much harder as we get closer to the final compliance date. So anyway, just really appreciate it. I just found it so useful, and sort of helped me get up to speed on what we're doing and how far we have to go.
And I just wanted to take a moment and thank Mr. Bothwell. Mr. Bothwell, I remember when you came in and met with me on implementation in Region 5, and what you described today is not what I understood to be the case after doing some follow-up. And so I appreciate you flagging that and keeping us and all the regions accountable. So I will follow up on that, and just thank you for your engagement in this. I think it's, it's one thing to be sitting in our chairs making these broad statewide decisions, and then it's another to hear from municipalities and from advocates that are out on the ground as to implementation. And so I did think when we adopted, I was on the board at that time, and even though I supported it, I felt that it was an extremely heavy lift. And, as we're seeing, that's playing out. But I appreciate the statements of Board Member McGuire and Firestone that incremental progress, we need to keep moving along. And coming from an area where municipalities are very strapped, in fact, throughout the state, it's important for them to see things coming early on so that they can make adjustments and make plans for their budgets. So thanks for a good information item today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any further comment? If not, just thanks everyone for the great discussion, and look forward to further update here. I think there's definitely, like many of the items that come up, we'll definitely want to see some update sooner rather than later and we'll continue to figure out ways to continue the discussion. So just thank you. With that, we are done with item number 8, I believe. And so it just brings us to items number 9 and 10. I'll flag, I had earlier said we were going to go into a personnel session, closed session after item number 10. We'll move that closed personnel session to tomorrow. So we'll take that after tomorrow's workshop and instead just move on to our priorities discussion after a break, after the executive director's report. So just to flag for folks that I'm going to move things around that way. So as to give us just more time with the priorities discussion and not then drag the day on or otherwise. So just appreciate it. I know it's been a long day for folks. With that, board member reports to entertain. I'll start off for myself and just flag that I participated, let's see, I think it was just last week. One moment, let me pull this up. I participated last week in, it was our Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, DPIC. It was a good quarterly DPIC meeting. There's certainly a lot between us and the various federal agencies going on in the Delta. We heard some of that today, obviously, in our update from the Delta Water Master and the Delta lead scientist, Dr. Callaway. But it was a good discussion and continued commitment and investment in these forums to work with our sister agencies and others is really critical. And so I was glad to participate and glad for that continued space at the Delta Stewardship Council's leadership. So other than that, had a series of meetings, but nothing that was publicly facing really. And would just flag that next week, I believe the Association of California Water Agencies is having their quarterly conference or so it is, with a twice-a-year conference or so. And I know board member Firestone, board member McGuire have participated in various panels, and I'll be also joining Director Nemeth actually for a discussion. I think it's on Thursday. So that's coming up, but then otherwise nothing more to report on my public calendar. And if there's any other board members that would like to chime in, by all means.
And jump in, I know. So I just wanted to flag, there's a needs assessment workshop tomorrow, that conflicts with our winery workshop, but I think there'll be good public discussion around our needs assessment for the SAFER program, and in particular, focusing on the indicators for identifying systems at risk. And that, I think, is trying to get ahead of, waiting until systems are already in violation to do some assistance and interventions to some degree. And there's been a lot of efforts that I've participated in around, trying to share information around the SAFER program, including with this, the North State Drinking Water Solutions Network that I think NACWA and many of the local agencies there are developing. And at the Aqua Conference, I think, all of these programs are only as good as the folks that are, using them and implementing them on the ground. So, and helping us design them so that they can be effective. There's a couple things I wanted to flag internally. I know there's been just a lot of work around workforce development strategy within the SAFER program, and I was, Chair Esquivel and I got an early update of some of the thinking that's going on. So I think that's something that will be brought to stakeholders here soon to discuss more. I heard, I've been hearing from and got to meet with some of the stakeholders around water loss regs and how that's developing. I think two other things are just there's a lot of interest right now at the federal level and the state level to think about water affordability and low-income ratepayer assistance programs. So I've participated in a couple discussions on that. Also have been, we've been doing a lot of efforts to try to coordinate with the State Water Board and the California Public Utilities Commission to align our strategies around water and kind of learn from their context and think about our role. But there's also, I think, some interest in thinking about, and I've been able to talk with staff about septic, thinking about where there's septic public health failures, like where there's, for example, in Oasis down in the southern part of the state, there's a mobile home park with active, sewage coming to the surface. And unfortunately, there are more places than just Oasis where that happens. So I think I've been in a number of conversations, both with, stakeholders and agency folks, just thinking about how we can continue to navigate response in general around these sorts of things. And I know I'm continuing to think about that and try to explore how we can be more proactive in continuing to prevent that before it gets to that kind of crisis. That's my report.
Great. Any further board member reports?
Yeah, I'll just report quickly. Yes, I very much enjoyed my recording session for the Aqua Conference for the panel that I'll be on next week. So everyone still has the opportunity to watch it, and it'll be interesting to see what past me thinks about the financial impacts of COVID-19 next week, because things are changing so rapidly in that space. But I just wanted to say thank you also to Leslie Loudon, who joined me on the panel. And we also had folks from SFPUC and East Bay Mud there. And a lot of it, Board Member Firestone did go to the conversation about affordability and impacts on individual customers in water systems. And how those impacts then, when folks are out of work now and unable to pay their water bills, how that will then propagate up to larger financial impacts to water systems, small and large, right? We're all in that conversation together. So anyway, it was a good discussion, and if you get a chance, hopefully everyone can watch it when it's available. So anyway, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. If there are no other updates, then we can move on to the executive director report.
Great. Hi. I think you all have my report, and so I don't have anything to add unless anybody has any questions.
I don't have a question, but the last item, actually no, the item before that, the trash discussion, reminded me of something that I just want to throw out. I don't expect a discussion or an answer today, Ms. Silbeck, but way back when things were somewhat normal, we adopted a section of the American River Parkway, and we signed a contract, and we're responsible for trash pickup along that mile. And of course, COVID happened, and we haven't done anything. And I certainly don't want to obviously put any of our employees at risk, even though it is a voluntary effort. But given that, and I've been out in the Parkway, I know the usage of the Parkway has just risen dramatically, which is good during this time when everyone has rediscovered their love of nature and outdoor recreation. But it does make me feel guilty every time I go out there, knowing that we are responsible for this section that we haven't done anything with. I have not contacted the foundation, the American River Parkway Foundation, so I don't know what their status is with respect to voluntary trash pickup, but I thought I would at least throw it out as something that we committed to, and perhaps we should at least explore what options we might have.
Sure. You know, I was out on the Parkway on Sunday for a walk, and so I have the same thought. I know that the original cleanup that we had scheduled around Earth Day, that all of those were canceled, and so I don't know whether the group really wants us out there, given the situation or not. But we will. I think Mr. Loffer and I can check back and with Ms. Loudon and make sure that we get a handle on what's going on and what our obligations are.
Yeah, and as the individual, I think, who signed that contract, the last I heard from the Parkway was that they did not want the volunteers out doing any cleanup at this point in time. But that was about 6 weeks ago was the last update I heard. So I'm happy to circle back and make sure that we carry through with the commitments that we've made, or at least that I've made.
Thank you.
You can do drone trash removal.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up. Oh, yes, Board Member Firestone.
So I just, you know, to me, this opportunity to talk about Executive Director report is an opportunity to just continue to talk through like how the systems we have for getting updates on how, you know, all of the huge amount of work that we have going on at the Water Board and how to do that efficiently. And, you know, I know that, you know, Chair Esquivel and our leadership is like continuing to focus on these sort of systems. So just wanted to flag, you know, I think two things that have, so we are, I know we are bringing on soon some more leadership and capacity around our communications program and strategies. And so just thinking about, you know, for me, there's been a lot of work and a lot of need for, you know, new strategies, even just that we've talked about through the COVID-19 process around our communications work. And so just in the future, once we start, you know, not on day one as we have a new person, but as we start to, you know, have even more capacity and sort of high level thinking around that, I'd really love to see that, you know, updates periodically in the Executive Director's report on many of those efforts, because I think that's an area that especially a lot of the board members, you know, have given sort of emphasize the need for and try to help support as within our role as well. So anyway, just wanted to suggest that for future evolution of this report. And then similarly, just, you know, I think in addition to the pandemic, we've also been going through a lot of unrest and kind of new awareness around racial equity and, you know, how each of our institutions may play into, you know, structural racism. There's been a lot of efforts going on before this time, but I think particularly now that's an area that I know there are a lot of discussions internally and externally around. So I just think as we develop our strategies around that and sort of internal processes, that we can also give some update around that work as it develops more. So just those are two things I think really flags for the future on issues, you know, it would be great to get more information on in the Executive Director's report on some periodic basis. And then lastly, and I may have missed this, but I know there was a lot of challenges around fiscal and trying to figure out how we're managing a lot of that. And it would be great to make sure that maybe I missed where there's updates on that, but you know, it'd be great to make sure that we're able to track that and be transparent with the public, as well as, you know, as we're navigating the challenges there and making progress on that.
Thank you, board member. Ms. Sobek, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say, okay, I've made notes. Some of those I think are going to lend themselves to the executive director's report, and some I think in other forms of updates, but happy to make sure that you get those.
Yep, thanks.
And that concludes then, I think, item number 10, our executive director's report. With that, let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break. We'll bring ourselves back here. I mean, we'll just say 3:50. We'll come back and have a discussion on our priorities, which will be a good extension from some of the comments that the board member provided right now in the context of the executive director's report. Anything I'm missing before we scuttle off for a quick break? Not hearing any? Great. We'll see everyone at 3:50. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a nice 15-minute break. We're at 3:51, so I think we can start our last item for the day, which is a discussion on the board members' priorities and organizational issues.
So oops, sorry. Let me make a couple of introductory remarks, and then we'll just move right along. But the board put together this our strategic work plan at the beginning of 2020, and then life as we know it changed pretty radically, and we had been promising all along that we would do an update in any event, and so this seems like the right time to do that. And I do think it will be interesting, because I think in a lot of ways we have managed to do what you're supposed to do with priorities, which is stick to the priorities and get them done. And I think part of what we want to convey to you and get your reactions to is, did we do that the right way, and let you know what suffered, because one thing about sometimes when you have unexpected priorities, other things fall off the table, because I think that to the extent that our work involved regulation, policy, a lot of process, we were actually able to keep up with that in many ways better than I had expected. I think if you went out to the regions and you were deeper into implementation phases and inspections and being out in the field, that those are areas that were probably so in some ways are more routine, but are really important bread and butter everyday work probably suffered more than these priority policy and initiative items. So to the extent that we have insight on that, we will pass that along. As you know, when you all put together the strategic work plan, which is still only a subset of all of the activities of the state board, there's another subset of the of activities. You guys agreed to 18 asterisk starred items that were super high priority items. And today, what we wanted to do was go through those 18 starred priority items, because those were the highest items of the high. And what we're going to try to do, we'll see how successful we are, is have the have senior staff run through, in general, those 18 items as they pertain to their divisions or offices, and give you a really short sense of, have we met the objectives of the priority, or are we on track to do so? If we are off track, is that, why is that? Is it because it needs to be dropped down and not become a priority anymore? I've asked folks to identify if there are items that have bubbled up over the last 6 months, but certainly wouldn't be unexpected and need to be added to the priority list, which perhaps means that other items might need to be bumped off, because we can't just keep adding priorities. And what we'd like to do is, as with normal info items, actually give you guys, the short once over, because I'm sure that you'll want to drill down on each and every one of these. And if we start drilling down on item 1, I'm fearful that we won't make it anywhere near item 18. And then we'll be at your disposal to get into these further. I do want to just point out that I think that compared to a lot of agencies, we've done pretty well on resources. And so this is not meant as a complaint. I'm just going to point out that as part of the budget austerity measures that the governor has directed all state agencies to be part of, there will be, our employees will really only be working 90% of their normal hours. And 5% of our workforce has been redirected to help with COVID contact tracing. And then in order to, until we really get a handle on some of our fee-based programs and really get a sense of where fees are going to be, and so therefore what revenues we have, we are maintaining about a 10% vacancy rate. We normally have a vacancy rate that, when we're lucky, gets down to 5%, but is more normally around 8%, but we're holding it a little bit higher than normal because we need to just make sure that we aren't spending more than we are going to take in as revenue. And all of that is compromising a little bit, to a certain extent, how much work we're going to be able to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. I think John Bishop is going to start us off.
And before John starts, if I can just make a quick observation, all of the senior staff, as well as the deputy directors and office chiefs that are participating, have co-host status. So if there's a point that they would like to make, they can just take their cameras live, and that'll be a cue to the rest of us. But we'll be keeping their cameras off and lessen until they do that.
For that, and I just want to start and just say thank you for the good work that's gone on around this. As Board Member Firestone said, I have been very interested in making sure we continue to have very transparent sort of systems, sort of thinking, sort of and discussion around how best do we, as the five of us, express our priorities, make sure that we're transparently discussing them so that others have the benefit of understanding where the board is looking to, again, prioritize its work amongst a lot of work that goes on all the time. And so this strategic work plan, the priorities discussion, it's not the full scope of the activities that go on, but it's the board's attempt to try to best understand and prioritize for our own understanding, thematically and otherwise, the work that we're pursuing. So I just really want to thank everyone for the good work that's gone in, and look forward to the discussion amongst us.
Well, great. Well, I will give you a quick overview of the starred items that are under my divisions. I would point out that you will hear some repeat items because there are multiple items that are assigned to portions to different divisions. And so the first one, I'm sure you're going to hear about more than once, which is the SAFER program. But from before I jump into each one, I want to reiterate that what Eileen said, which is that for the most part, it seems like our priorities have been priorities, and we are making the progress that we would expect on those, which I think is really good news. So with SAFER, you guys are pretty well up to date on that, but from DFA's point of view, we adopted the policy on May 5th. We adopted the expenditure plan on May 7th. DFA encumbered the first $130 million for the first year, which is, I think, a monumental achievement. There was very little time to get that out and done. That was, and then the next item is the Prop 68 groundwater funds. The staff has been collaborating with the stakeholders, regional boards, to prepare public release. Excuse me, I read the wrong one. We solicited and closed the comments on January 29th. DFA is in the process of awarding the funds. Demand was lower than we expected, and so the remaining funds are under consideration. You'll be hearing a board item on that in the near future on how best to move that forward. 1.1.3 is the wineries permit. We have spent staff spent a lot of time collaborating with stakeholders and regional boards to prepare the public release. The draft was released on July 3rd, and there's a workshop tomorrow on that. And the meeting for consideration is scheduled now for November 2020, so we're on track to make that during the year. I'm moving on to the second major grouping, which is protect and restore watersheds under 2.2.1. Adopt a toxicity water quality control plan. We released a revised draft of that on July 7th for a 45-day comment period, and a staff level public workshop was held on July 29th, will be held on July 29th, and the board is scheduled for consideration in December 2020, so it's also on track to make it by this year. on to this third major grouping, which is statewide water resiliency under 3.5.4, solicit and award Prop 1 Round 2 stormwater grant projects. We're on track. The solicitation closed July 2nd. DFA are currently screening the eligibility and technical proposals, and will award between August and October. Scoring will be between August and October, and awards by early December. So also on track for this year. And then in strengthening internal capacity, we had 4.3.13, which is develop and implement data management strategies. We completed the initial data inventory, drafted open data publication processes, held engaged virtual water data symposium, and participated in enterprise-wide rollout of our visualization software Tableau. I would say that in addition to those priorities, we have a couple of de facto priorities, things that have raised in because of other issues and have really become priorities. The first is the once through cooling amendment. The large number of comments and the short time frame has meant we've had to divert staff to address that. As to remind you, we had a request from the SACWIS to extend certain power plants to meet grid reliability. We received 700 plus comments on that. We had to delay the consideration hearing until September 1st. That puts us in a very short time frame because right now those plants have to be in compliance or retired by December 31st. So that has essentially become a priority. To remind you, the reason what a priority means to us is that we divert staff from other work to make sure that happens. And then another in DFA, the OpCert program. With the COVID-19, we've had to cancel 2 sets of operations certification exams. Staff has scrambled to have individual exams for critical staff around the state that need to get their either a new license or a license renewed to be in compliance. We do have some good news. It looks promising that we'll have a contract in place to do online exams as we move forward. We've also had to cancel the fall exams. So that's critical that we get a system in so that we can keep our folks in compliance. But that has caused also scrambling and diversion of staff to get those individual exams done and get the contract in place. So this is an example of a couple of items that have become priorities. I don't believe any of the starred items in my division need to be dropped down. I think they're all on track to meet the board's expectation for this year.
So John, I think one other de facto priority item has been DIT handling the mass telework migration. They've had to do everything, all of their routine work, and that has included some security, not just security training, but security, I forget what you call it, but audits and
audits, yes.
So forth. But they basically had to get all of our staff transferred over to telework. So I do want to, just as I think that is the case for DAS as well, they've had to deal with all the personnel issues that were attendant to that, all of the COVID protocols and implementation. So both of those divisions, interestingly, rather than this have probably been more impacted and had their priorities defined a bit more by the pandemic than the more issue-oriented divisions.
Great. And okay. That's it for my report.
Okay, Darren, I know I was supposed to start with you and I didn't. So do you want to go ahead and start us back again at the beginning?
Certainly. So I wanted to start my report with not in numerical order, but with one of the items that was of asterisk high priority that we accomplished, and you got to talk about it today kind of through the fee program. But as you recall, the ELAP program was set as one of our high priorities to get the new regulations in place on that. And as you know, we're all proud to say that we've accomplished the first step, the easy part, even though it didn't seem easy at the time, of getting the regulations adopted. And now we're fully into implementation and working really hard to make sure that we really do help all the laboratories, environmental laboratories, transition and be successful at implementing our version of TNI, the TNI close approach that was adopted by the regulations, and adapting to kind of the new approaches we're taking there. So I figured I'd take a little victory lap with the first one, and that was item 4.3.6. The next one I wanted to talk about actually wasn't an asterisk one, but it did suck up a lot of our time and has been front and center in the news, and that's the PFAS one. 1.1.2 on the priority list was to work on PFAS investigations. And as you know, that's been front and center. We've done a lot of work on that. We did have a pause here recently with COVID, where we were getting ready to roll into a second edition of the testing order, and we had to put that on ice temporarily. We did communicate with the water systems that we were delaying it, and just recently recommunicated with them again that we will be trying to issue that order, that new general order under AB 756 this August, and that their first testing would be in the fourth quarter. So October, November, December would be the testing window to get them prepared for that coming and headed their way. So that one's active. It does take a lot of work to do, even with the general order, which is the first time we've had that authority in DDW under AB 756. So it'll be an order that I'm able to sign. We're still going to have it go out under cover letters of all the DEs, because the water system is used to dealing with the districts directly, and that'll be the most appropriate way to send it and keep that link going. And of course, it's a lot of work to send it to over 200 water systems that'll be impacted by that order as we add it. And in that order, I just wanted to make a note for you that so part of AB 756 did have language that detections of other PFASs that we're testing for under the method we're using required notification levels. And so via the order, we will establish what those detection levels will be for each of the 18 compounds in the test method. So we'll be working to communicate that to the water systems as well. Okay, so let's see. Next, I wanted to go to one of our start items was adoption of the revised total coliform rule. It's something I've been pushing really hard for so that we can marry up California with what's done nationally. And we're working really fast on that one. We have basically the rule has been drafted, and we're doing this a little bit different than we've done in the past, which I think is really the only way to do it, which is we're consulting with you as EPA before we take it to you as an adoption package and release it out, because obviously they have to approve it as a primacy package, and it would be silly of us to adopt it and then have them not like some language in it and have to come back to you. So we are mostly through that process with them. We're down to 2 items that we're still discussing, and it's going to now need to go to management level with me and the managers at EPA to see if we can resolve those differences and come to conclusion on that. We do plan to get it out on the street for September, so just a couple months away. And then right now we're really striving hard to adopt it in December or January. Basically, staff set December as their goal. It's a bit tight depending upon the comments and stuff we get from a September release. But if all possible, we'll squeak it in. And that's likely to have an effective date then of April based on the Office of Administrative Law timeline. So we're staying pretty much on the schedule we had planned for that one. and keeping it rolling along. And that was 1.2.2 or 0.02. Make sure I cross these off as I go through them here. So next up was two I'm going to join together. 1.2.3 was to work on the economic feasibility in general for MCLs, and it's married with 1.2.01, which is the begin the MCL for hexavalent chromium MCL. And so we did kind of transition. I was going to say wrap up, but that's probably not the right term. So our work on the economic feasibility came to a conclusion in a general sense with kind of understanding that it has to be applied back in a specific sense. So what we found is every time we came up with several methods that were worthy of discussing and then trying to move forward, I could always defeat them with some specific version of an MCL contemplated or past or present. So it does seem like there's not one nice married method that we can use, but we're not giving up on that. We'll keep working towards that. But what we're going to transition into is then doing economic feasibility in the specific for Chrome 6. So the plan on the Chrome 6 MCL right now is that we will be bringing out a economic analysis for the Chrome 6 MCL in the late fall as kind of an initial point of discussion around the economic feasibility components. So it won't be the full package at that point. It'll be focused on the economic components and the best available technology. And we're also going to initiate peer review on our BAT analysis as well, so that the best available technology for treating Chrome 6 will go to peer review so that that work can be underway. And then we're looking at time-wise, obviously doing this late fall work with the economic analysis, and then the notice of rulemaking and the official package would come out in the winter of 2021. So probably around February is what it's looking like would be the release for that. All right, so, and then last but remarkably not least is the SAFER program in DDW. I saved this one for last because it has the broadest impacts across the division by and far. So again, I'm pretty much amazed at what we've been able to accomplish. If you just sit back and want to count off the things that we've been able to do between hiring, starting a program, getting different rules in place, launching the needs analysis, actually having units work before they were fully populated, which is tricky to do, and before we even have people fully trained. So it really was hit the ground running or building the airplane while you were flying it type of scenarios by all stretches of measurement here. And I'm pretty happy with how far along we are. We were on schedule to kind of at least the schedules that I had in my mind of what we'd be able to accomplish as far as getting staff hired and economic feasibility timelines that we had originally said, where we would have something out hopefully, well, planning for having something out in the beginning of 2021 from the time we got that going. But probably the biggest thing to note is that there's several disruptions. So in SAFER itself, our consolidation numbers are going to be down this year. Obviously, many of the specialists I had that were working on consolidations was shifted over to hiring and building up the units that we put in place. So we're going to see a drop off there. It's not for lack of need. It's just the amount of time we were able to spend on it. The administrator components we're working to get in place, but we're struggling with some potential questions around liability and getting actual people to volunteer to be or be willing to be paid to be administrators. It's not necessarily a voluntary position, but that's progressing, and we are thinking we're going to be able to do a trial with several of them so that we can have some more learning there beyond the one that we did obviously for Sativa, which was a bit of an outlier and maybe not the first one to do to try to encourage people that it's an okay thing to do going forward. From the division-wide, the other big aspect is I basically, to create a really awesome SAFER unit, we took our really awesome staff and moved them to that. So a lot of our high performers are now in your top priority, but that will mean devastation across my normal workload. Historically, our sanitary surveys were climbing up. We are under what US EPA requires of us for performance there. Their expectation of performance is 90% completion. When I took over here, we were at 76, and we got that up to 84 with some increase in staffing from BCPs. I am almost afraid to know how far we've fallen, both on where we've directed our staff, the COVID and other redirections associated with that. So we'll have some numbers pretty quick that I will be happy to report to you, but not happy with what the numbers I'm afraid are going to show. And of course, we're about to enter fire season. So while we have really dodged a bullet on having to do a lot of emergency work for the COVID emergency itself specifically, every time I see smoke off in the sky, I have a little bit of a panic moment about what that could really mean in this situation. And we're basically operating on a thin edge across most of where we're at. And having a short time frame of reduced sanitary surveys, is one thing. Certainly that's how we identify a lot of our systems that are in trouble and not serving water quality. So it's going to be unacceptable for it to continue too long into the future. It will damage our ability to see what's going on. So that wraps up my report on the items that were on the priority list for DDW.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm not sure if she is, Adriana from OPP, I don't know if you're on this call. We didn't ask her to make a presentation, but I did want to mention that another part of the SB 200 SAFER program was really rebuilding and beefing up our Office of Public Participation, and that included hiring a new director and really almost building the whole office up from the ground up. I think that has ensured that the community outreach portion of SAFER is going to live up to hopefully everybody's expectations, that we've got a ton of talent that we've brought in, and we really needed them to help with a whole different flavor of communication and interaction with communities that are affected. I think that's another example of we poured resources into that to make sure that we could hire people and bring them on and bring them on quickly. And we've been very lucky at the talented group of people we've brought on board. On the other hand, it's a very new office and they're operating in a new environment, and so they're running as fast as they can. They've made a ton of progress. I really don't think we could have hoped for more, but it's definitely a program that will have to mature and grow over time, and we're learning from every experience. But I do think that element of SAFER has gone as well as it might have, as we might have expected. Leslie, is Leslie on the phone by any chance? I know she just got back from vacation.
No, she's not.
Oh.
Okay, I was just going to see if she wanted to, or Joe or somebody wanted to augment, because I really, I think another element of the SAFER program and SAFER as a priority area has been making sure that this is recognizing that it's a program that involves DDW, DFA, OPP, the budget office, the ledge office. It's an all-in program, and we've really tried to pay a lot of attention to the coordination and working on tracking and visualizations and all kinds of things that just as the chair and board member Firestone have mentioned, that we've always done to a certain degree, but we're trying to do it better and more efficient and more transparently. And again, that is a work in progress. But I do think that we have made progress, and we have poured a lot of resources into it. And to the extent that we will be able to squeeze out some additional resources for things like data management or data tracking, or this is one of the priority areas where we will continue to put those resources. So I want to move on to Eric Oppenheimer.
Hi, I'm going to report on 7 actions that fall under 3 of the thematic priorities in the work plan. The first one I want to talk about falls under priority 2, which is to protect and restore watersheds, marine waters, and ecosystems. And the action is to eliminate the backlog of priority hydro projects awaiting 401 water quality certification, and also to complete the water quality certification for the lower Klamath River. As you are all aware, each month in the executive director's report, there is a table of what were backlogged water quality certifications for big hydro projects. I think there's actually 12 of them in total. You'll notice in this month's report, there's been final water quality certifications issued for all of those projects. And we've also issued a final water quality certification for the Klamath River. So this priority is actually complete, or this action's complete as far as I can tell. And I actually would recommend that the board consider removing it now that it's done from this work plan. And also, I think we could consider removing the table from the executive director's report. That's not to say we wouldn't report on 401 activities moving forward in the executive director's report. I just think that table has now served its purpose and can come out of there, which will shorten it a bit. So, a lot of good progress in the 401 program, but as you're all aware, there's also substantial repercussions of the HUBA decision that really is going to, force us to sort of do a little bit of retooling and rethinking on how we implement the program moving forward, and we'll be working on that. The next action I want to talk about, the next few fall under priority 3, which is basically to expand statewide increase statewide water resiliency. So the first action is 3.1.1, which is to identify lessons learned from the drought and basically look at potential improvements, technical, legal, and otherwise needed for essentially better planning for drought and better implementing the water rights system during times of shortage. And, certainly this year being a dry year has heightened all of our interest. I know it's heightened the interest of many of the board members, as well as staff. And, this is one where we're making progress, but frankly, more progress is needed here. I feel like we're poised to take some, I think, some pretty big and positive next steps, and we're laying the groundwork to do that. It's not that nothing's been done. We've made substantial progress. It's just we haven't done a whole lot of publicly facing work on this. The things we have done is to develop what is going to be our stakeholder outreach strategy to solicit input from external parties on essentially what we did during the most recent drought and what we could do moving forward to improve upon that. We've also developed a drought recommendations table that consolidates recommendations from division staff, the external stakeholders that we have talked to and heard from, academic institutions and others. And I think that table is really going to be useful to help inform the stakeholder input from the first action that I just mentioned. And then, lastly, the last 2 things on this front that we've done is we have entered into a contract with UC Davis, who, as you recall, authored some of the chapters in the 4th climate change assessment chapters, and those were the chapters dealing with how the water board administrated water rights during the drought. And so we're going to be working with them to do a review of sort of legal and technical options available for dealing with curtailments and dealing with drought situations and administering water rights during times of storage moving forward, excuse me. And the last thing I want to mention is we are in the process now of redirecting a number of staff who are working on related work associated with cannabis. So a lot of in-stream flow and related work in our cannabis policy group to retool them to use what they're sort of the skills and the tools that they've been developing, but to refocus them on drought and responding to drought, and specifically looking right now this year at watersheds around the state where we might need to get into a position where curtailments are necessary, and evaluate, how we would do that and the need to do that. And then also looking in the future on, how we can put procedures and tools into place to better assess water availability and curtailments in the future when they're needed. So I'd say, more to come on this one. Stay tuned. We are ramping up. We have made, I'd say substantial progress, but certainly, as I said at the outset, more work is needed. Next two actions I want to talk about, I'm going to combine into one, and it's essentially implementation of the Bay Delta plan for the San Joaquin River and completing the plan update for the Sacramento River and its tributaries. Those are two actions in the plan. I guess overall, I'd summarize by saying we put a lot of time over the last year into providing regulatory and technical support to the voluntary agreements, providing that support to the secretaries of resources, Secretary of Cal EPA. As you know, last February, the two secretaries released their framework for voluntary agreements. We did have a large role in providing a lot of the technical work and modeling that went into deriving the sort of the backbone or the bones of that framework, and we continue to provide regulatory and technical support on that front. Right around the time, as you know, right around the time that the framework was released, it was also about the time that the biological opinions were finalized by the federal government, and the incidental take permit was finalized by Department of Fish and Wildlife. And as you know, that sort of spurred a series of lawsuits from various stakeholders in the watershed, including the state of California, who felt like it was necessary to protect their interests. And that had, the effect of what I'd say is creating a pause on some of the, voluntary agreement momentum that I felt like we had in February, at that time when the framework was released. But, I think despite, and it's a bit unfair when people come out and say that, work has completely stopped and there is no voluntary agreement. I wouldn't say that. Work continues. I think the state's in a position where the goal is to move beyond the lawsuits, either bring them to finality or settle them. But still, there's a strong interest from the state in achieving voluntary agreements, and in fact, many of the public water agencies and stakeholders that are involved, I think, also want to continue to pursue voluntary agreements. So we continue to work on that. More recently, there's been discussions with some of the tributaries that aren't really linked to the state and federal projects that are more independent. And, some work is proceeding with those tributaries to explore whether there's opportunities to create voluntary agreements initially, while a longer strategy is in play to create more of a global voluntary agreement. On the San Joaquin River, in terms of implementation, what I'd say is that we are really laying the groundwork for doing the foundational work for implementation. So the Bay Delta plan that was updated and adopted in December 2018 called for the board to establish biological goals to help sort of guide implementation of the plan and really to measure effectiveness of the plan. and also called on the Department of Water Resources and Reclamation, Bureau of Reclamation, to prepare a comprehensive operations plan to address salinity conditions in the Delta and to implement the salinity objectives. And so the Water Board has actually put out draft biological goals at this point. We've received substantial comment letters. We hope to be a bit further along on figuring out, do we need to respond to any of the comment letters and determining what changes to the biological goals, the drafts that we need to make. In response to those comments, I think we had hoped to be done with that and sort of turned around a final draft for board consideration in June. That didn't happen. I'd say probably fall, winter is more realistic, and some of its workload capacity, some of its COVID, we're just a bit behind. On the comprehensive operations plan, Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources did indeed prepare a draft plan. We've worked with them on that. We've put it out for public review. Comments are in. I believe comments are in. I'm actually not sure of that, but I know it's out for review. And the next step would be for DWR and Reclamation then to look at the comments and determine what changes they need to make to their plan. And so, you know, that's sort of the state of play on implementing the San Joaquin objectives and the San Joaquin plan at this point. For completing the update to the Bay Delta plan, you know, I talked about everything we're doing on voluntary agreements, and certainly that continues to be a thrust of our work. But we're not standing still. We actually are continuing to work on the CEQA and the technical analysis and all the modeling that is needed to update the plan and to prepare a staff report that will have to go out and have to be developed with or without a voluntary agreement. You know, there's limitations on how far we can bring that, but the underlying modeling and the analytical framework to evaluate all the various impact categories doesn't really change. I mean, some of the inputs and the outputs will change, but we can and we've gone a long way toward doing the basic building blocks of work that are going to need to that are going to form the basis of the staff report and the CEQA document for any update for the Sacramento Riverside. So that's really where we are on the update and implementation of the Bay Delta plan. The next action I'm going to turn to is on Sigma, actually. And so this is action 3.3.1. And it's a pretty long one. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it essentially says, you know, we're going to focus on implementing Sigma. And, you know, I'd say our work is really focusing in on 4 areas or 4 groups, is how I sort of lump things. One is just sort of helping GSAs and providing resources for GSAs to be successful. 2 is coordinating internally with the regional boards and externally, mostly with the Department of Water Resources. 3 is reviewing plans that are being prepared, the groundwater sustainability plans being prepared by the GSAs. And let me go into a little bit more detail on those sort of those bins. The first, in terms of helping and providing resources, as you know, we had a facilitation contract that was, you know, available for GSAs to use to help them form GSAs and to put their plans together. We helped a couple of basins. I'd say the one probably we were most active with facilitation services and work was in the San Luis Rey Basin. We also helped in Sierra Valley so that they could help them so they could apply for grant funding. And then we've also just really taken any opportunity that we've had to go out and talk to people, go out and, you know, talk to at different groundwater association meetings, at water commission meetings. We've been invited up and down the state to talk to GSAs, and we've given presentations essentially on Sigma and what the board's role is in Sigma and resources that were available and ways we could potentially help them form GSAs and prepare GSPs. In addition to those two activities, another thing we've been really active on is developing guidance documents or frequently asked questions. So there's been, I believe, 8 separate FAQs and guidance documents that range from, how to do better stakeholder inclusion, how to, what resources are available to address water quality in GSPs, how do you apply for underground storage rights, and how do you implement underground storage projects. So there's a range of topics that we provided and developed and posted these guidance documents on. Additionally, this so far is more of an internal area, but we've developed our GEARS system, which is essentially our online groundwater reporting tool for basins that come into the water board's purview. For regulatory purview that are going to be required to report, can use this tool to report. And one of the things we're really focused on now is figuring out, what can we do to make this a tool that we could distribute and make sort of an open source tool for groundwater sustainability agencies out in the state to use, rather than them reinventing the wheel and developing their own system. We've already developed a pretty sophisticated system that we think could have essentially transferability to the local level. And so we're working on that now. We've mentioned that to you before in our update on Sigma. And, we've already actually got outreach. Natalie Stork in the Sigma program has told me ever since we mentioned that, people are calling her and asking when it's going to be done and, can they use it? So that's something we're not quite there on. We need some resources to make that happen, some contract funding, but I do think it's a tool that could be very helpful. Another area that, an obvious role for the water board and Sigma is sort of this backstop role when basins don't submit a GSA or basins don't implement their GSAs properly. Of course, the water board has this backstop role where we can designate a basin as probationary, and over time, eventually, if the deficiencies aren't corrected or cured, have the authority to develop interim groundwater management plans for these basins. Right now, there are really no basins that are, which is a good thing, that are in our sort of backstop authority. There was one basin, the Madera Basin, who had some issues with signing coordination agreements for their multiple GSPs. That was and probably still kind of is in our jurisdiction, but they've worked out their differences, which is a really positive development, and the coordination agreements have now been signed. So we're actually working very closely with Department of Water Resources to sort of shepherd that basin back into their purview and get them back onto the normal typical track that all of the other basins are on. There's 20 critically overdrafted basins that all had to submit plans in January 2020, and Madera was one of them. The other big area of focus for us right now is looking at the groundwater sustainability plans that have come in. There are many that have been submitted, 47 actually, and we will be working closely with DWR. It's not that we want to review every single plan and every single aspect of every plan, but we want to put some significant emphasis in the areas where we have a lot of expertise, like drinking water and groundwater quality, things like that, groundwater, surface water interactions. There's a lot more that's going on Sigma, but you recently got an update on it, so I'm not going to go into any more detail on that one. I'm going to shift now to just the last category, last thematic priority, which is, I'm not going to get this exactly right, but it's basically improving internal efficiencies. And this is really about sort of, the work largely of Division of Administrative Services and how we can become just more efficient and have a more efficient staff and just a stronger workforce. And so there was a priority 4.3.4, which was implement California's new fiscal system, which is the financial management system. I think Board Member Firestone asked about this earlier and where we're at. One of our goals here was to fully implement the system by now. In order to fully implement the system, that would mean that we would have to have completely finished closing out our books for fiscal year 2018 and 2019. While we have entered all of the financial statements to the State Controller's Office for fiscal year 18-19, there's still some cleanup work, so it's not quite done. Frankly, I'd say we're about 8 to 10 months behind schedule, behind where we want to be. As a result, we haven't been able to begin doing accounting work for fiscal year 19-20, although the accounting office is really laser focused on a sort of a catch-up plan. That said, typically we like to have the year-end closeout in the fall, and I think, best case scenario, we're going to be looking more like January, February would be my guess. The only other thing I wanted to say on fiscal is that the staff in the accounting group really are the unsung heroes here. I mean, they have put in thousands and thousands of hours of overtime from July 2019 to March 2020. There was mandatory overtime when they were required to come in all on Saturdays. That just ended recently with COVID. COVID obviously is going to be a challenge to the progress, keeping up the momentum and progress that we've made here, just because there is half the staff are on telecommute, which actually means about half the staff are working in the office, which is disproportionately high compared to all other areas of the water board. So those folks are not only coming off working mandatory overtime, but now in a situation where they have to come into the office, and they really do deserve a lot of credit. They've just been doing a lot of great work. And then I did have one more.
Hey, Eric, I just wanted to put one little addendum on the fiscal one, which is, we'll be doing a lot of lessons learned, and I don't think we'll be as late. We won't be as late next year as we were this year. We have gotten some additional positions in the budget, and so we will be beefing up this unit, and that will also help us over time, get back to where we wanted to be, where we were, despite the how complicated our finances were, that we sort of took pride in meeting all of our deadlines, and that really went to hell in a handbasket this year. But I think we'll be able to make up a lot of lost ground this year eventually.
Thanks. That was a good ad. Appreciate that. The last area I just wanted to talk about was action 4.3.5, which was develop and implement a workforce vision and strategy. And this action actually is a bit of a laundry list. It talks about developing a succession plan, a recruitment office, expanding the internship program, a leadership program, and a strategy to achieve and cultivate a diverse and inclusive workforce. And there has been significant progress here. I'd say, my overall assessment on this one is that we are on track. We've worked with CalHR to complete a draft workforce plan, and we're in the process now of completing a succession plan. We did establish a recruitment office within Division of Administrative Services, and that office has really amplified their efforts to get out and attend college recruitment events, and try to reach out and recruit and get more folks interested in the water boards and educate folks on what we do, college graduates, people coming out of college. We also did create an internship program. That program is evolving. We're putting more time now into basically trying to create a more cohesive program. We basically already had a number of different ways that we had students come work for us, combination of things like voluntary internships, students assistantships, fellowships, but they weren't really organized in sort of a centralized way. And now we have a sort of a central point of contact, and we're building on that program. And we're excited about really amplifying efforts there and expanding on our internship program. Likewise, the Training Academy has been working very closely with DMC and is in the process and quite far along, is my understanding, on developing a water board leadership program. One of the things I'm excited about with this leadership program is it's not, focused on the typical people that these often target, which is, managers and executives. It's going to be a program that's really targets people sort of all experience levels across the water board, including associate level staff, where personally, those are the leaders of the future. And I think where we really can get a lot of benefit from by focusing some effort on those folks. And obviously leadership isn't always a title. It's, any individual can provide leadership. So that's something we're definitely going to be following up on and making progress on and quite excited about. And then the last area I wanted to talk about was diversity, inclusion, racial equity. There's been a lot of work here, never enough, and it's certainly something we, have a long way to go on. But I did want to mention, I think it bears mentioning that, last fall, the executive director did issue a what was called an immediate action plan for advancing workforce diversity. And, the idea behind that plan was let's move quickly to implement some no regret strategies that we can take now without waiting. I mean, we often talk about things we can do and plans and, especially when it comes to HR things, we get hung up with rules and legality, and that stuff's super important and we need to pay attention to that. But we wanted to identify things that we felt strongly that would have an impact and we could easily do. And those were, some fairly basic things like requiring all hiring panels to have one person on the panel who has taken either racial equity or implicit bias training, reaching out to developing a list of schools of colleges that had, a very diverse student body, so that we made sure we were capturing those types of institutions in our outreach work that I mentioned earlier. And so that was a great first step. I think the Water Board, frankly, was ahead of a lot of the Cal EPA, if not all of the other Cal EPA BDOs in doing that. But it was really meant as a first step and certainly wasn't meant as a comprehensive plan. And to that end, our executive director and our chair are currently, right now in working on a yet to be named racial equity task force that is really going to build on the work that we've already started, a lot of the work that Greg Gearhart has been leading with the GARE program at the Water Board, and looking both internally at workforce and improving workforce development, but also looking externally at program administration and making sure that we're being equitable in implementing our various programs and authorities. And so that's where that summarizes the actions that were identified as high priority in the strategic work plan. I went through and looked at the other actions in there and thought, are there other ones that we should bump up to sort of this starred level, these super priorities? And, my first inclination was to start starring a bunch of them when I saw them, but I was very restrained. And there was one, though, that caught my attention. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it had to do with Sigma, and it had to do with making sure within Sigma that we are providing resources and tools to GSAs to better deal with drinking water, small drinking water and drinking water issues in GSAs. And I do think that's something that is critical, not just in terms of importance and the connection to our SAFER program, but also just timing wise, because we do have a lot of GSAs right now that are right now writing plans. And so that's one I would consider bumping up to super high priority. And then there's a couple I would consider, maybe adding. One is Sacramento River temperature that's bubbled up this year. It bubbles up every year there's a drought. And I just feel like we don't have a long-term plan to get that to a place where there's an outcome that meets everybody's satisfaction. So I think, we should consider developing a priority. There's not one in here right now about bringing the SAC temp issue to a better place. And then another area is groundwater recharge. And that's also tied to Sigma and, figuring out better ways to deal with the permitting process and helping GSAs implement their GSPs because there's just inevitably going to be a big emphasis on increased groundwater recharge, and we'll certainly have a role there. So that was a little longer than I'd hoped, but that wraps up kind of what I wanted to get across to all of you.
Okay, and we have to remember things that go on the list, stuff has to come off the list too. So I think Jonathan's going to have some of the things off of his list by the end of the year, so there'll be room for new.
Yeah, well, there's one I think we should take off, which is the 401 hydro projects, and there's only 2 that I'm adding, so okay. Not doing too bad.
Okay, we have one more, and then it's time for us to be quiet. There's and I do want to mention that there is one that involves the Delta Water Master, and Michael did mention that during his presentation. The last one is an Office of Enforcement priority, and I think Yvonne is on the line.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to cover the 1-starred priority that's associated with the Office of Enforcement, and that is the 1.1.4. And it states that we're going to prioritize for enforcement water quality violations that impact or threaten drinking water sources, with the highest priority for enforcement and compliance assistance being given to disadvantaged communities or communities with financial hardship. And just to kind of go over what's gone on with this priority. So as you all know, on a case-by-case basis, our water quality enforcement policy requires that these types of water quality violations be prioritized. And on a case-by-case basis, that's something we've been doing for a while. And we continue to do. The Office of Enforcement assists the regional boards when they conduct these prioritizations in our case prioritization meetings to ensure that these violations get the attention that they deserve and formal enforcement when it's merited. On a statewide basis, we've had some additional actions. Specifically, the Office of Enforcement has been collaborating with the Attorney General's office on statewide issues concerning emergent constituents such as 123 TCP and PFAS, PFOA, and we'll continue to have those discussions and continue those investigations. Some of the next steps on this priority that the Office of Enforcement is exploring is we're looking at whether or not we can direct or target enforcement resources on more impacted communities and better coordinate our water quality efforts with the Division of Drinking Water efforts and the SAFER efforts. We've initiated discussions with OEMA and the regional boards about how we can try to use EnviroScreen or our other database tools to, again, target our inspections and subsequent enforcement in some of the most impacted communities and areas. We also have taken a look at available groundwater data from private and public water systems and wells, and that's available through the GAMMA, Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment database. And we've identified areas that are disadvantaged communities located near impacted wells, and we're looking into developing strategies on how to address those areas. We're also, as I mentioned earlier, proposing a closer coordination between water quality enforcement efforts in the Division of Drinking Water and the SAFER program. And that's something that we're just starting to have those discussions and kind of develop a strategy for that. Some of the non-starred priorities, just shortly, we have developed and generated a generally applicable procedures manual that contains some additional enforcement goals, which is specifically it requires the tracking of and the completion of inspection reports within 30 days of completion of an inspection. That's something we're starting to track and look at in the coming years. We're developing or working with the databases on how to track that closer so that we can use that as a performance measure as well to understand how our enforcement efforts are developing and the timeliness of them. And those are really those are the ones that I wanted to report on today, and I'm here for any questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Yvonne. So that's the quick once around the 18 priorities. And so we now turn it over to you guys to either to ask us questions or discuss among yourselves, however you wish to proceed, Chair Escobar.
Thank you. It was quite the whirlwind. I imagine my fellow colleagues on the board have a number of points they want to bring up. A couple of high-level things. Just I think for me, just one thanks. It was a really good gloss over what is and continually reminded a healthy purview before the board, but a lot of great progress being made. You know, particularly in the division of drinking water with safer implementation, and really thank you to Jonathan and the Division of Water Quality for continuing on and being able to accomplish so much within their priorities. And so on the issue of 401 water quality certifications, I will say it should remain because I think it's going to continue to be an issue that's going to be discussed and needing to be discussed before us as board members. Certainly the project list, I guess, as it exists can kind of be shifted off. But I think I sense that it will be something that it's going to, you know, the landscape is moving quickly, both on, you know, actions against, I know today there was just an announcement around 401 water quality certifications and vis-a-vis the Trump administration and some movement by the Attorney General to join other states and protecting our space there. So I think it'll continue to be an issue out there. And so let's maintain it, but acknowledge that it's gonna shift as a priority, if you will, insofar as what the discussion is now because of the HOOPA decision, because of the work effort, because of even the landscape now of just what the administration is doing insofar as undermining states and their ability to say, you know, how these critical projects are permitted for these very long time, and how a state makes sure and preserves its ability to protect its water quality. So just, I would say that on that, just thematically. And yeah, I'll give the space to my fellow board members. Again, I think we'll touch on a number of other things would just say I support the Sacramento River temperature management issue kind of being added on in groundwater recharge. Maybe it's in the context of SGMA, the priority of SGMA, that we emphasize, you know, groundwater recharge or so. If it needs to be added, because it sounded like Eric said it wasn't there. And on river temperature management, Sac River temperature management, that to my mind kind of goes toward like the modeling work and the, you know, some of these bigger like efforts, but specific to that topic, I guess perhaps, you know, it's worth flagging up there. So kind of supporting Eric's addition and comments, and then I'll let others chat. Again, there was a lot, and I actually just am very thankful for the really good work and update, and continue to figure out how we best kind of have this discussion about how we prioritize amongst the five of us what is, you know, we know a limited capacity for new priorities, new work. You know, there's not like existing BCPs for board members to, you know, direct work toward. It is, you know, we're somewhat prescribed here on much that goes on, but there is a space here for us to prioritize, to think strategically and lean in on some of the areas that we all see as really critical and interconnective, perhaps, among some of our discussions. Anyway, I'll stop. This time I will, though. Anyone?
I'll jump in here just because you flagged, Chair Esquivel, the areas that I would be bringing up anyway. So just a couple of additional things to say there. First of all, do want to thank staff, and really just a shout out to all of the really good work, because my sense in looking at this priority list, it was overwhelming to put together and overwhelming to kind of develop a strategy and figure out, you know, how best to move forward. But there's a lot of areas here that, even though we can't fully check them off yet, there are areas where we are advancing finally and very close to taking things across the finish line. So big compliments to everyone for all of their work on this, especially at a challenging time, you know, working from home and making those other adjustments. So thank you all. As far as the specifics, I concur with Chair Esquivel on leaving the 401 on the list, and just wanted to say a couple of additional things. I absolutely agree that it should maybe shift its focus, no longer having that entire list. but keeping it there so that we can continue to be updated where appropriate, not just on the substance. Part of what's causing things to move quickly is this compressed time frame with the waiver, the 1-year period, and then process before FERC and moving quickly, but that's on process. There's also an entire area here that I feel we need to continue to be updated on, and that's substance, the substance of the decisions and or the drafts and the recommendations, and really am yearning for more information and more complete information so that we, as board members, continue under this delegated authority. It is under the authority of the executive director, but it's, you know, it was delegated from the board. And so I think it's appropriate for us to receive this information and also, where appropriate, to be able to talk with stakeholders. And so am yearning for more guidance there so that we can, you know, we want to be as transparent as possible. So where we're able to talk with stakeholders, I think that that's really important to help guide us so that we can have those conversations. And then on temperature, I agree that that's, you know, there's a big elephant in the room and we need to deal with it. Whether, you know, it's modeling, improved communication, and a better understanding of the science and the options. But for me, really want to, when it's articulated as a priority, really would like to also articulate that our priority is to improve collaboration with the Bureau. And, you know, if we need to reopen it eventually, so be it, but really want to flag the priority, which I think we're, you know, we're all moving in that direction. And I'm really pleased with the increase in communication and ongoing conversations, upcoming commitment for workshops and all that. So just want to flag the collaborative piece. And then on Sigma, I absolutely agree, Mr. Oppenheimer, with your inclusion or suggesting that we include this issue of groundwater recharge. I do think that the Division of Water Rights is also trying to advance, you know, in this area. And there are a couple of big projects, and I've been pleased that some of them have been teed up to, you know, where there is not a consensus, to better just sort through the issues and utilize wherever possible the administrative hearing office. And so I think as part of, you know, wherever it's located on the chart, just to flag utilization of the resources, not just through the division, but also the administrative hearings office. And yeah, other than that, I just concur with all that's been said, and thank you again.
If I might jump in next, I will also add my thanks to those of the chair and vice chair. I think it's a tremendous testament to our staff that during these challenging times, the work proceeds. Not only that, but the focus on priorities remain. One of the things that is so important to have the priorities document, a strategic plan, whatever you want to call it, is that in times of stress, reduced resources, and other external factors that we can't control, it's even more important than ever that we have such guiding documents and that we stick to them. And I think the staff has done a tremendous job of that. And I too very much appreciate their hard work, as well as the executive team's leadership during this very difficult period. And I appreciate the update today. In general, I agree with the priorities that were articulated. I will just mention a couple of things. One, even though it was not, it didn't have an asterisk, I was very happy to hear Darren's discussion of PFAS. As you know, that's always been something of a great deal of interest to me. I was a bit concerned when DDW, I guess rightly so, you know, put a little time out with their investigative order while DWQ proceeded with the order for the wastewater treatment plant. So I'm glad to hear that things are, you know, are still going to be moving forward in that arena. I also appreciate Eric's discussion, all things water rights related, and you know, specifically things involving the Delta and the water quality control plan update, the river, obviously the temperature management plan and all that. You know, I think it's no surprise that I have been concerned about where things are with respect to the water quality control plan update, given how long we've been engaged in the process, and obviously, given the tremendous amount of input we've heard from some of the NGOs, with their letters, with their public forum comments, requesting an update, requesting some sort of status report from us. And I recognize that we want to be fully supportive of the voluntary agreement process. Certainly the two secretaries, Kofoot and Blumenfeld, have been championing those issues and have been invested a lot of time and energy, and we all want it to succeed. And I have to believe that there is a way for us as a board with the work on the water quality control plan update to help support the VA framework and to help encourage the success of that VA. So I would encourage us to remain open to that and to, at some point, hopefully soon, make some sort of decision as to where we are on that effort. And then I will just raise one other thing. It is not an asterisk, but I noticed in the document that 4.1.3 refers to the community capacity building effort that's associated with CV salts. As you know, that's also something that I very much support. And I would say I had envisioned that when we talk about community capacity, obviously in the context of CV salts, it's very important in developing the management zone implementation plan and early action plan and all that. But I think it applies throughout our programs. I think you, Mr. Chairman, has always been a champion of transparency, of engagement, and the fact that our Office of Public Participation is being developed so tremendously, I think is an indication of the board's support, but also the administration, the legislature support to ensure that affected communities are engaged, are effectively engaged in our decision-making process. And a component of that has to be community capacity building. And while I recognize that the office, that OPP has a tremendous amount of responsibilities right now as it's growing and starting to develop, so because this is an area of special interest to me, I just want to let you all know that I'm starting to engage with stakeholders, not to make any sort of commitments, but to say, what are your ideas? I mean, if we're developing a community capacity building effort of some kind, what better way to get information than from those communities in terms of what might be helpful to them, what they might need to build their capacity, and getting that information to better educate myself, first of all, and also learn what are some examples of community capacity building efforts throughout this country, in other states, other programs that we might learn from. So I'm starting to do some research, reaching out to various stakeholders, pulling the information together. I've sort of drafted a fellow board member into this as well. But that's something that I hope that we'll be able to have a discussion pretty soon. I think it ties in with the issue of racial equity and just everything else that I think this board champions. And so I just wanted to flag that as an area of special interest that I have started to have some discussions with, including board member Firestone. And I would like to, at some point, have a more, I guess, detailed discussion with this board when the time is right for our priorities discussion in terms of what it means to help a community develop their capacity and how we, as well as other agencies, nonprofits, might help in that effort.
If I can just add a little more, and I appreciate that focus, board member, because I think it is wholly within our interest as a decision-making body to ensure that we're able to get the experiences and information and engagement from all communities, but particularly communities that don't have the capacity to engage traditionally with the board, to then make the best decision and do the best we can in that space. And so I appreciate that commitment. And I think there is an opportunity in the space of the workforce development, equity, and economic recovery discussion that really does, I think, synthesize some of that. So I look forward to some of the structured discussion. I know that Mr. Oppenheimer mentioned we're looking to have happen. So I think we should continue to make sure we converge, I think, all those efforts and try to see what we can do more rather sooner than later in this space, because I think there is just a lot on the table. And with the new capacities of the Office of Public Participation, and for me, even the website redesign, which it's really about what are the platforms that we're using and leveraging to engage communities. And I would say we're leaving a tremendous amount on the table because we haven't ever necessarily been resourced in this space, or at least in the 10 years since we've become a fee-based organization, some of that work is hard to fund or resource in a way that is built into some of that. So just thank you. And actually, since you did bring up the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, it is something that, I see the letters. I'm not immune to, I know the good amount of discussion and interest in where the board is. As Mr. Oppenheimer had flagged, the last year and a half has not been the board sitting back and not doing anything. There's been a tremendous amount of work that has been going on to understand the voluntary agreements, the assets on the table, synthesize the secretary's understanding, but also our own staff's understanding of the proposals. And I think that if anything, I see it as a complete continuum of work, and that it does add in those analytic tools and discussions that our staff have been able to have on a technical basis, enrich and make stronger the board's work as it proceeds. And so I would caution folks to kind of not see it as an either or. It is this continuum of work around the voluntary agreements. This board has been consistent around being supportive and wanting to continue to support that. And I think that the commitment of staff time over the last year and a half, again, around better understanding, synthesizing, and ensuring we're all talking about the same thing in both these different efforts, but really about this same principal question as to how we're going to best manage our resources, particularly in the Delta and for the generations ahead. So, sorry, sorry to take
No. Thank you for that, those clarifying words, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to. I guess my comments were more focused into looking forward rather than looking backwards. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of collaboration, a lot of analysis, a lot of work that has been done by a lot of people, our stakeholders, as well as the agency secretary, our staff, over the past few years. And then so I guess my words were intended to encourage us to look forward as to where do we go from here? What do we do with all that knowledge, that experience, that collaboration? How do we move things forward toward a solution?
And I heard it in that way as well. And I think it was, I'd yet to have really said anything in public, again, with those requests out there. So I think it was my sort of table setting. So I appreciate that. And it is about the work ahead and not necessarily, anyway, yes. So thank you.
All right, I will go. And I don't really need to say a whole lot, I think, because a lot of it has already been said by the other board members. And I'll just second or third or fourth or whatever I am on the list of agreeing with the suggested additions as it relates to keeping the 401 water quality certs as a key topic of discussion and focus. That makes absolute sense. Sacramento River temperature, really temperature management generally is an area that, we can talk about the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. We can talk about the Sacramento River, which has been an area of focus, and it really applies to the entire watershed, honestly, in a number of ways. So Sigma, groundwater recharge, all good focus areas. And so I was thinking, I was looking at the work plan and the priority items and just recognizing how long it took today to go over the update of just where we were on the top 18 asterisk priorities, and just acknowledging that we've even made progress on some of the non-asterisk priorities, like adopting the compost order was on there. Anyway, there were a few. And so this really has been remarkable the last 6 months, just how much we as the board and staff have all been able to accomplish, I think, working together. And, so I'm thinking forward, and I recall that it took us about a year plus to come up with this strategic plan, and we called it the 2020 strategic plan. And so I'm fearful of what 2021 is, and how much effort it might take to put that together. But I think maybe all we need to do is keep this fresh. And that's through some updates, and I think there's some changes that we've acknowledged today. There's probably some other refinements. They don't have to happen right immediately. This is still 2020. We're only a little bit over halfway through. But I also just wanted to note that I hope at some point the water resilience portfolio will be finalized and shared, and I understand that it will be. And so when that time comes, I do think that would be an appropriate spot, hopefully before the end of the year here, to sit down and kind of refresh this list, better align it with, as much as it makes sense, with the water resilience portfolio document, and just take another step and another fresh look at what our priorities will be for 2021 and beyond. And so, I just wanted to get that on everyone's radar. And then one last thought is on stormwater, just because I feel like it doesn't get enough service here in the conversation, and the rightful focus on drinking water and the Bay Delta and all those issues. There's just so much that we're trying to grapple with. But, I think we learned today that, during the trash provisions info item and that discussion, is that there's a lot going on with all the regional boards, with, their obligations to renew the NPDES permits for the phase 1 MS4s, with our commitments on the phase 2 MS4 permit to go through, that update process, to update all of that, and the storms program. And these are all priorities. I'm looking at them 3.5.1 through 3.5.4. They're in our list. They're not asterisks, but we have some important actions that need to come out of this, and I don't want to lose focus about that, because some of them are important actions. Like there's a petition in the Los Angeles region where there's action and information that will come out of that document that will provide direction to the LA Regional Board and others, about stormwater permits that are pretty far-reaching and important. So, to me, that's a focus area I just don't want to lose sight of. And I think just talking about the trash provisions today and the need, even though the deadline's 10 years out, so much of what we've done is really laid the groundwork for a number of policies and regulations that need to be implemented now and need to be held accountable. And that's through our Office of Enforcement. And Yvonne, thank you for that work that you do. And that's also just from having clear permits that are enforceable. And so there's a lot we can do there. Anyway, I'll stop with that. Just stormwater, don't forget about it. That's it. Thank you.
Great. So echo what folks have been saying in terms of thanks and, overall, usefulness of this process. I wanted to flag just a couple areas that, in thinking about, as I think Eileen, you said when we were starting this discussion, is, we created this for, or I don't know that we adopted it, but we sort of developed this for the beginning of this year. And then a few months later, COVID hit. And, it's great to see both that we're making progress on all of these things, but I also feel like it's a little bit odd not to figure out how to adapt or recognize new, huge priorities or issues that develop over the course of the year, just in the effort of keeping these documents alive and like Sean just mentioned. I mean, I think we want to keep these fresh. So I just, this is more of a process question. And I think a lot of my comments right now or thoughts right now are really on just helping to, me and probably other board members and the public just figuring out how are we tracking this and staying updated and keeping this fresh. So there's, I think we all know that there's a lot of efforts around COVID-19 response. There's also the development around racial justice and capacity building, both internally and externally, kind of, I don't know what the title is, but effort that is developing. And then I think the other issue that I heard that, you know, maybe wasn't on our radar in the same way when we 2020 was just, you know, the type of thing that Darren mentioned around, you know, given some of the dynamics that happened, we're now, you know, maybe in more of a risk of falling behind on kind of legal mandates that we have to meet, like sanitary survey. And so I think it was really helpful to flag, but I think that's the kind of thing that, you know, as we start to see problems, like I think that staff are flagging, you know, it's, I just want to think about how we continue to keep this document fresh without, you know, dropping off or not maintaining the priorities that we have, but also sort of recognize, like thinking through how we add or incorporate some of these new ones over the years or over the course of the year or for next year. I don't know that I have a great suggestion on how to do that, but just wanted to flag those areas in particular, because I think the reality is it's taking a lot of staff time. It is a priority for staff and for the board. And so just, you know, thinking about how we incorporate that. So we'd love to hear if there's ideas on that, or we can just come back to it if we, you know, as we continue to figure out this process.
So I would like to make a couple of comments on that, because I think this is exactly why we're here.
Yeah.
We said we'd come back in about 6 months and let you know where we are and how things are going. And that we set out, I don't know what it is, 90 or so priorities that staff are working on. And in 6 months, it's appropriate for us to take that document, I think, to take that document and say, all right, of these, we've got 6 that we've finished. We've got, you know, 10 that are almost done. We should be seeing if there are other ones on that list that ought to go to STARD, and what are the things we need to add to that list. The staff is not going to ignore a crisis that needs to be addressed in the interim. But we, at least at the management level, use this as our guide, and it shouldn't change a lot during the year, because you know, it takes months to get things up and moving and moving forward. And so I think we're at the right place to be giving you an update and flagging some of the areas that have changed, like the sanitary surveys or the ones through cooling. But it's not, I don't think, appropriate, or I wouldn't suggest making any real changes to the document until next January, when we've gone through that, the year that we set out, and to see where we are.
That's helpful. And I just wonder, so for some of the comments that we just had around temperature, so is that already on here and just not STARD, or, you know, there's some things that we, I mean,
I think maybe
Laurel, of the, you know, the temperature, that it isn't on here. It wasn't a priority. It's taken up a lot of time and energy over the last few months. It's a recurring problem, and I think it's come to the attention of staff and several board members that we have just been dealing with it on an ad hoc basis, and we need to take a harder look. So it now is on the list of, we staff have had some discussions with some board members and are now, you know, mentioning to all of the board members that it seems to us that this deserves to move into a higher category, and that our proposal is going forward, starting now, but being incorporated probably at the you know, at the rollover point in the new year, that we would move it up. Whether it would be an asterisk versus a just get on the list, we can still debate that. But we're giving you kind of an early warning that unless we receive guidance otherwise, we're going to start paying more attention and putting more staff resources on it. And again, just as Jonathan said, I think that this is our opportunity to say that to all of you together, but that we do, especially when there are emerging issues that either you think or we think should have more staff attention, that we do come to you guys in the meantime, or you come to us in the meantime and point them out. I also think that just in terms of process, I think in multiple discussions before you guys finalized this, we sort of agreed that it wasn't a work plan that everything wasn't going to be finished. This wasn't what we wanted to move off the list by the end of the calendar year, that many of these were multi-year matters. Although I do think that for some of them, at some point, they don't become as much of they might not become a star priority. We might have gotten through the starred priority point, even though there's still a regular old run-of-the-mill priority. And that moving those asterisks around is something we want input from all of you on.
Yeah. What I would just say is this is that opportunity. So if there's something you'd like to add as a priority, again, we just got a good download on what we had previously had asterisked or starred amongst the many items that are in the strategic work plan. And so far as transparency or how this works, we're here. And so I would welcome, if you feel that there's something that does need to be moved over into, and not unlike the suggestion that Mr. Oppenheimer provided and the sort of back and forth, it seems that we've had a bit on some of those. Now is that time. So I don't want people, I don't want there to be confusion.
No, I mean, so I was trying to clarify that. So I think in that case, and whether I sort of feel like I'm hearing conflicting things about exactly how it would be documented, and that probably doesn't matter. But either way, the point is, in this conversation, we're trying to flag, give feedback on what we heard from staff. So I think what I heard was from other board members is that, 401 CERT involvement and sort of this next continued work on 401 CERTs, maybe it's not the backlog, but it's continued work as a priority, temperature is a priority, but that, I think I would then like to also, more formally ask then that, this racial justice and capacity building piece that's been developing is also one. I think I think it's helpful, and I would support, at least flagging as a priority this issue of sanitary survey compliance, and I'm not sure exactly, how to incorporate the overall priority around COVID-19 response and EO implementation and all the things that we're doing around COVID. Maybe it's not necessarily necessary to document as a priority on this because it's just the context that we live in. But, those were the things that stood out to me as, changes or feedback on this. One other just like process issue that would be helpful to get feedback on is, I think we're developing systems here, and, Joaquin, you've been really focused on that, as has, a lot of staff has been working on this. I think there's been a ton of improvements in just like the information that we're able to get. And I think many of us as board members are really, especially the newer ones, like we're very hungry to get lots of information without being too onerous on staff to create new systems, but us be able to use what's there and be able to kind of track and get updated on a lot of the work that's going on throughout the organization, whether, but I guess my question or thought is, there's a lot of work identified in this document. There's the ones that are starred, but there's also a lot that aren't. Much of this is incorporated into, throughout the executive officer's report. It would just be helpful to me to figure out how we are, getting more regular information on kind of updates within these areas without creating new systems, without putting a lot of onerous work on staff or trying to rework, what's already there. But I think a lot of, like I said, it was really helpful to get the download from staff today, but I think it would be helpful to be able to read more in a little bit more detail, or see in a little more detail kind of the progress in some of these areas that we don't necessarily see just already in the executive officer's report, and maybe there's other ways. So we have the tracking table, we have the executive officer's report. I think we should be using those, and that covers a lot. But there's additional areas that aren't in those. So just wanted to figure out if there were suggestions on how we do that.
So I do have a suggestion, and I think you hit on it, which is that one of the things that we said we would work on this year was getting the priorities into the policies permit tables or the executive director's report. What we didn't do is indicate that this is priority XXX. And so that may be all we need to do, and it would identify those that aren't in there if we realize that we missed priority 3.4.12 because it's not being tracked. But if we just label them, then you'll be able to see. I would agree with you. We don't really need to create a new report on the progress on the priorities, since they are our priorities in the policies permits tables and the executive director's report. We come back and do information items on these items. So it's not like this is the only time you're going to hear about priorities. This was meant to just give you a snapshot from our point of view on how well we have or haven't done on our top priorities.
Yeah. So I think the challenge, if I could, I think the, the challenge is there are 5 of you. You guys have different levels of interest in different topics. We have, some pretty clunky tools, like our website and the performance reports and the permits and policies table, but the likelihood in, the next little while of getting that consolidated into some perfect tool is kind of slim. And I do think that, just as one example, we've tried with DWQ to kind of get one tool, the permits and policies table, and to set up quarterly briefings with you guys as individuals, since that's how we have to convey information to you, generally speaking. And we can get a feel for if in that chunk of work, are there specific sub chunks that we need to make sure that we give you more of a deep dive on, because you guys don't want the same deep dives on the same things. And so in some ways, coming up with a way to have a little bit more customization rather than working on all, to have contemporaneous updates of every project for every person every month isn't probably what you really want. There are probably some topics where we just need to make sure that you're on the list and you get all the updates, and we know about every workshop, and you can ask for briefings when you want them. But we have a few more ideas in the hopper for both internal and external communications, and getting some processes in place. I'm pretty sure they're not all going to be perfect immediately. And actually, I did want to, before I forget about it, respond to Board Member McGuire and the resiliency portfolio. I think we did hold off kind of doing a total sync up on that until it was approved. And that is one that will be interesting when it goes final, because I think in some ways it will look very similar to the draft, is my guess, but there will be a lot fewer dollars and resources associated with the priorities. And so, I mean, I think it will help us. It will help us prioritize to a certain extent, but if some of the priority items were going to be really important because they were going to, if there were potentially going to be a lot of potential resources to help us bring some of our tracking systems or databases into the 21st century, that's going to look a lot different than if it's do as much as we can with our available tools and make them more useful to more people with a few Band-Aids, versus we're going to do a whole refresh of some major systems. So, I think it'll be both policy direction and resource direction, and those could be slightly different than or significantly different than we originally thought. But we'll still do it. I mean, I'm still looking forward to incorporating it. But yeah, a lot of challenges of bringing all these things together.
Yeah, so just following up on that, because following up on general on sort of tracking and updates. So my thought is, first of all, I love the that big table, and that especially water quality, but I think all the programs are starting to use. I actually use it all the time as a reference. I really appreciate the work that goes into it, and I think that does cover a lot of the things on this list. There are definitely things on this list that doesn't cover, that also aren't in the executive director's report. And, I also don't feel like I necessarily need a deep dive into. So I think what I'm looking for is, let me know what the best way of doing this. But so, for example, I think in this list, one of them is setting up the administrative hearings office, and the new emergency management program, and these things that I think I would love to just get some update on a regular basis on how that's going, without necessarily having to pull in every single program lead or staff lead on to sort of update on this list in this particular agenda item, but more on kind of just a periodic ongoing basis, so that we can get some information without having, and then I think it makes sense for each of us to ask for time for deep dives into things that we really care about, but it'd be helpful to get all of that.
That's a great example, and we do have a schedule for you guys to hear about the hearings office. And so, so if there are things that are on your list, and I think it is things like we're asked today for an update on the stormwater program, sometimes we can provide them. It is kind of funny. Some of those things, it's like reporting on them every week or every month. It's like, it doesn't seem like it changes. What you really need is an update once a year, or once every other, or twice a year. And so, if there are things that you haven't gotten updates on, yeah, let's put them on the list, and we'll figure out whether they go in the executive director's report or whether we bring it to the board. We definitely have a few things that we're trying to give you guys updates on. I think we'll wait for the emergency office until after the fire season. It's usually good. We usually try to do those updates after what used to be our big emergency season, the fire season. But I can also, maybe that's something that I'll can invite John Elkins to do at one of our COVID updates. So yeah, those are good ideas.
And just so then I would just flag those two, and then also the other two things are the kind of data system strategy, 4.3.13. I think, I think Eric touched on this, but it would just be nice to, again, it's like periodically get a little bit more of an update on how that's going, and or maybe or maybe that was Jonathan that touched on it. Anyway, but it'd be great to figure out, is there kind of a description update every quarter, every 6 months or something on that one, as well as the performance report 4.2.4. Those are just sort of like they're process things. They don't otherwise fall into the policy or programs table, whatever it's called, or the executive director's report. And, you know, maybe the place is to do it periodically in the executive director's report, but I just wanted to flag those. Thanks.
Great, and we'll schedule those. We've done some briefings on the data management strategy, and it's fine. We can set up another, offer that to anyone that wants to see the progress in the last 6 months or so. We are about to embark on the next round of the performance management meetings over the next 6 weeks with the EOs. So September timeframe is a good time to have a update on that for anyone that wants it. We will in November timeframe give a information item on the performance report for the last year. So it is, all of these are in process, and they are not very sexy, but we're happy to talk about them.
Oh, they have their own sort of sexiness to them, I'd say. No, the data work is really important, but thank you. I do want to be mindful, actually, we do have 2 public comment speakers on this item. We can get to them, although, but don't want to cut off if there are any other points any other board members want to make prior to finally getting to our colleagues here who have been listening in and ready to provide their take as well.
I have one other comment to make, and I'll try and keep it short. So I do appreciate Board Member Firestone, the comments that you're making, and wanting to better sort through how do we add things, how do we take things off, and how do we just get maybe some additional reporting here and there. And so I just have a few suggestions, because I felt like the conversation that we are having as a board is just really, really useful. We're yearning to collectively have these conversations. And so maybe this isn't exactly artful the way we're sorting things through here, but at least we're learning from each other as to what our priorities were. And I think there needs to be some give and take. And so I just have a couple of thoughts. One is that, for us to feel like we're not going to touch this again in a while, maybe that's part of, a desire to just make sure we get it just right. And so maybe in the future, when we do get these updates, instead of just sending us the most recent copy, maybe having 2 board meetings where there's an opportunity to have this discussion and then a follow-up as to, because it's hard to add priorities or to take things off, right here on the spot. So maybe some way to, have 2 conversations instead of 1. And then the other comment that I would make is that I just really, really appreciate the periodic updates that I receive from the Division of Water Quality. I think many of us are having check-ins, different types of check-ins, whether we're checking in with Eric Ekdahl or whether it's Eileen, John, and Karen Mogus, where we sit down as a group. But I find that when I have those opportunities, it may be just jam-packed within an hour or 45 minutes. And it's an opportunity for me to learn of some key areas where I could be maybe requesting additional briefings, or I become aware of something that I didn't pick up on by reading the executive director's report, or somehow I missed something in the clippings. And it helps me to better elevate things and determine whether or not to ask for, I think some of these areas, it can't quite be pigeonholed into either an executive director's report or on the priorities table. And those free-form conversations, I think I just find to be very useful. And so Executive Director Sobek, wherever possible, where you see that there's it might be actually be super time saving rather than offering up lots of specific briefings in specific areas, maybe just packaging a quick, Division of Water Rights briefings on a series of topics. And then we can decide if we want to do a deeper dive, maybe something along those lines could actually help with resource management. . 。  . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . 。 . 。
. . . 。 . . . . . . . 。 . . .
。 . . . . . . .
.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and agree that these are important discussions and a good opportunity for back and forth around the priorities discussion, but then also just how best we continue to make sure that the board members are being supported in information flow. So I appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Bothwell, I think we're ready for your comments, who will be followed by Mr. Jonathan Nelson, and those are the two comments we have.
And actually, Chair Escobar, sorry, Sean, before you start, I'll just let you know that we're unable to hold on to Jonathan Nelson. So Mr. Bothwell will give us our closing comments for the day.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Chair Escobar, and good morning or good afternoon again, board members. Sean Bothwell, California Coast Guard Alliance. First, just from some of the comments that were made, a big thank you to all the board members that highlighted retaining the 401 certification in that asterisk priorities. I think, Chair, you're right that it's going to be a changing landscape and we really need to keep a priority eye on that. And also a big thanks and appreciation for Member McGuire's comments about not losing sight of the stormwater permits. I didn't want to actually put that in what I had planned, just because I know there's so much important stuff around drinking water and other really important issues like the Delta. But the stormwater permits, are up for adoption. It's a really kind of big time of the year for this, particularly the LA precedential order is going to be really helpful in advising all the regions in their phase 1 permits. So that's really important to get done relatively soon. Additionally, I just want to make 3 quick observations. One, the Central Valley Dairy Order seems to be somewhat of an omission on the starred priority list. Fixing that order has been, it's been delayed for years, and we really want to start getting a handle on the dairy's contribution of nutrient pollution in the Central Valley. So I would just recommend that we don't lose sight of that. Second, I wanted to raise that California Coast Guard Alliance, we've been waiting since about February for the release of the construction general permit. Before shelter in place went into effect, we were told that the draft construction permit was pretty imminent for public comment release. And it's been now 5 months and we really haven't heard or understand why there's been such a delay. I know that prior to shelter in place, staff was really working hard on getting that out and they're doing a great job and it seemed like they really wanted to get it out. So I'm curious as to the delay there. COVID hasn't prevented other public important, large comments from going out for public review. So I don't see why this one should be treated any differently. And then lastly, and it's been talked about, but I just recommend that the board, remain nimble during this crisis. And maybe it's a formality. It doesn't necessarily need to be an asterisk, as Member Firestone said, but pandemic response, specifically the water shutoffs, just making sure not to lose sight of that, because that's obviously going to be a really important thing. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bothwell. So I think what I've heard is a couple of suggestions for additions for sort of asterisks. I support the thought and a request from Board Member Firestone. It's that time of day, I guess, at this point, to have the racial equity component. For me, the workforce development, I think asterisk has a specific sort of component to it around that. So, maybe there's a way that we kind of plus up or change around some of the language there, and it can go between board members and we can come to some agreement. It doesn't have to necessarily in this moment, but I think there is agreement that work is important. And I think we've heard several board members' ideas around it where we have, specific, I don't know it doesn't have a name yet, but a dedicated group of staff that will be engaging in this discussion for us. And so let's make the obviousness there of that being a priority. And then also COVID response. It sounds, well, the problem with I see Executive Director Sobek, we can't just be adding new priorities in this sense, without feeling like something is being taken off. I don't know. I think between those two, again, I see maybe the workforce development work really, again, it was about ensuring a diverse workforce, doing the sorts of equity work. Maybe we just kind of plus up the language around it. So don't see it as a new asterisk. It's a further evolution and, sort of fulfillment of, I think, of what that work was, which was, again, looking at our programs for recruitment, but also then, maybe we add sort of this context of looking outward or mentioning the group we're pulling together. So I'm supportive of that. Otherwise, yeah, I don't think that there was need for great adjustment and what we had otherwise there. Again, maybe just an acknowledgement of the COVID response that we're having to be involved in, and then a further, we'll say, evolution of the workforce development work to really capture the racial equity discussion that we're having and kind of kitty some of the things into that bucket. So hopefully that is sounding good for board members. And so far as adjusting, I know there was talk about putting an asterisk around Sac River temperature management, open to that, and then the couple additions. But again, want to be mindful of even too much of this here, we're just adding new priorities and it's a never ending, like it's a zero sum, because there's the data thing. I mean, I've been for 3 years plus on this board wanting to really make that our big priority, but it's okay not to, again, I don't want to have a whole, this isn't, and to Board Vice Chair Diadamo's suggestion about this maybe having better been kind of a two-part discussion. I really feel that that's what the yearly priorities discussion is better. It is that more sort of structured, and this was supposed to be a check-in, kind of gut check. I feel, again, I don't want to appropriately have process in place that is actually useful for some of this. And so, again, if I'm hearing what is general agreement, perhaps then for what 3, again, 1 is kind of additional plus up, but maybe addition of 2 asterisks and a couple of items on groundwater recharge and drinking water and Sigma, sort of importance. But there too, Sigma is already integrated in Sigma. So anyway.
Maybe we could take a crack at just kind of I don't know what label to put on it, but a few of the things that you've outlined, just for sort of a mid-year update, and some of them might just be, as you say, like maybe rewording some of or adding some clauses to otherwise asterisk items so that we capture kind of new elements, and then we'll add the 2 or 3 that you mentioned, and then some of them that if they aren't, but then I do agree, and we'll start this, I don't know, maybe in October-ish, so that we can have something by the beginning of the year, get some suggestions from you all, looking at this document, and based on the updates that you've heard, and what between now and 3 months from now, where you'd like to see a change of emphasis. And obviously there are going to be some, as you say, that are naturally going to fall off this list because they're going to get done, or being really close to done. And so we'll be able to add a few, because we will have bandwidth and we will have shifted priorities. And so this has been useful for us, and I agree with you that will have to be a longer process. Although I think that, the other feedback that it would be good to get from you guys between then and now is, was this a good framework? Did this do a good job of generally capturing our priorities so that we can pull things on and off, but this framework still works, at least for, the next couple of years. When I looked at it, when I looked back on it, I was actually kind of surprised that it fit so well, because it was such a sort of a painful process. And again, I want to give James Nachbauer a shout out, because he really did help us kind of looked at the kind of individual elements that everybody was talking about, and made sure that they could hang on a framework that made sense, and that's not really that different from a lot of the resiliency portfolio frameworks and areas of emphasis as well. So we'll circulate a draft based on this conversation that doesn't try to do major changes, but tries to recognize the major points that you guys agreed to as a board, because that's our other thing that's really useful for us as staff, is getting a sense of the board priorities. We get on a regular basis the sense of your individual priorities, but getting a collective sense of, and of course, we appreciate the fact that you all have areas of expertise, and that's set out in the statute and the makeup of the board and it makes sense for you guys to divide up areas of responsibility. But if there are really truly collective priorities, we need to know about them, especially if we're not addressing them. So we'll get that circulated to you guys.
Great, I appreciate that. Yeah, and there's ways, even like the 401 item as well. It all just kind of needs to be kind of retooled a couple places. So we'll just wait. We'll look forward to that draft and that synthesis from here. And we can have a quick touch point if folks want to, but then otherwise we'll provide maybe that in the next executive director's report for people to have then as finalized from us.
And just on that, if as we're updating these to the extent we need to, because I think it would I wonder if we just do it as sort of a new revised bullet. I guess my point is it would be nice to continue to see the initial bullets that were there, because I think that's important context. This is an annual priorities. It's important to see that. And I wouldn't want to lose that by just continuing to amend it. So I just wonder if there's, kind of bullets or red lines or, something where we can, see what we're adding or evolving in terms of the priorities, but not lose that kind of original wording, frankly, of how because it helps us see how priorities evolve. Like with the 401 cert, it was like the beginning of the year, it was all about backlog, then now it's going to be a different way of focusing on that. So just process wise, that would be helpful.
So I would suggest that until we do this again in January or so, that it be we add with underline or strike out, however you want to do it, and we update this. So there's like 3 or 4 that have been completed. They ought to be stricken out, but left in there that they were completed, and the date they were completed. When we move forward with a new plan in January, it probably makes sense to then strip out all the ones that were completed and see if we want to asterisk any of the ones that are already on there, and then add new ones and new asterisks.
Yeah, we can have just like one long track changes document. Well, actually, I won't go into it too much. For me, I would love, the sort of GitHub style of repositories and branches and tracking, and that's for code. Needing to, when you have large groups of people developing code, you have a lot of, you have to be able to track who's adding or doing things. It'd be nice if there was more of a sort of this way that our regulations lived as these more like sort of, anyway, but I'll leave it alone.
I'll have James on it. James is really good at this stuff. We'll give you guys at least a 2.0 version with track changes. Again, I'm not sure we want to do that forever, because then we'll have like a 50,000 page document, but yeah, sure. That makes total sense right now.
Yeah. And to Board Member Firestone's point, being able to make sure folks can kind of track the evolution of our discussion. I think it can just kind of look like strike through, I think, for this year, because this is just a light amendment midway through. And then we'll think about how we capture sort of the way it evolves, and then next year's. But look at next year's document then in the same way, perhaps. I don't know. Anyway, I think there's ways of however best we decide to convey it, but support making sure we convey that sort of evolution of the actual items. So great. Anything further, fellow colleagues? It is 6, but I could still, we can have some coffee and come back. Well, this isn't the only opportunity. We need to, we will continue. There are many ways we talk about our priorities or our work. This, again, is kind of our broad synthesis document. Hopefully it's been useful to folks. It's useful for us, certainly, as you can see, because it is our opportunity to dialogue and engage and figure out just how we continue to amongst the 5 of us, prioritize our work and have a good sense of how we continue on. But a tremendous amount of gratitude to my colleagues on the board in this discussion, and also just all our colleagues at the programs that are actually doing the work day in, day out. And I just want to plus up the thanks to our folks in Division of Administrative Services and Division of Financial Assistance, who have been dealing with a lot of the fiscal impacts and again, mandatory overtime, still working. They're going into the office when many of us are here teleworking because of the nature of the work they're engaged in. And so it is, so thank you. I just want to thank them for their continued work, and know that we will continue to do our job to advocate for the resources necessary to complete the work, and challenges aside. So anything further worth ending on? Thoughts? Well, tomorrow we have a workshop, so we will all be here tomorrow morning at 9:30. So again, I think that will conclude then item number 11, and we're recessed then until tomorrow at 9:30 for what will be item number 12, which is our workshop on the winery general order. And so look forward to that good discussion. Mr. Loffer, am I missing anything?
The important part was the recess part as opposed to adjournment. So I'll see everyone at 9:30 in the morning.
Perfect. Thank you, and have a safe travels home.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. Talk to you soon. See you tomorrow morning.